Section 1 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 1, Part 1. The pencil of Lely has rendered everyone familiar with the languishing dark eyes, classic features, and graceful form of the Italian consort of James II. That painter was never weary of multiplying portraits of a princess who completely realized his beau ideal of female loveliness, and who so well became the rich and picturesque costume which his exquisite taste had rendered the prevailing mode of the court of the second Charles. She appears to no less advantage, however, when depicted by him in the character of Innocence, without a single ornament to enhance her natural charms, such as she was when she came to England in the early ripeness of sweet 15, as the reluctant bride of the Duke of York. We recognize her in her youthful matron dignity among the light o' lovely beauties in the Hampton Court gallery, but distinguished from them by the vestal-like expression of her face. Her portraits at a more advanced period of life as Queen of England are among the finest specimens of Sir Godfrey Kneller's art. Every one of these transcripts of the royal beauty tells its progressive tale of melancholy interest to the few who are intimately acquainted with the events of her life. Little, however, is now remembered in England of this queen, beyond the bare outline facts that she was a princess of Modena, the consort of a dethroned and most unpopular sovereign, and the mother of the disinherited prince to whom the world applied the contemptuous epithet of the Pretender. The conjugal tenderness of Matilda of Boulogne, of Eleanor of Castile, and of Philippa is deservedly appreciated. The maternal devotion of Margaret of Anjou, the patience of the long-suffering Catherine of Aragon, have received their due meed of praise, for they have become matter of history. But the history of Mary of Modena, for obvious reasons, has never been given to the world. Bold indeed would have been any writer of the last century who should have ventured to call attention to the virtues and the sufferings of the faithful consort of the last and most unfortunate of the Stuart kings. Among the princesses who have worn the crown matrimonial of England, many have been born in a more elevated rank than Mary Beatrice of Modena, but few could boast a more illustrious descent than she claimed as the daughter of the House of Este. That family, so famous in the page of history, derives its name from the city of Este, near the Euganean hills between Verona and Padua. And surely no name is associated with nobler themes of interest than the line of heroes, of whom Tasso, Ariosto, and Dante have sung. More than once they have repelled the progress of the ferocious hordes of the barbarians who came prepared to ravage the fair fields of Italy. Forestus of Este, the immediate ancestor of Mary Beatrice of Modena, was, in the year 452, entrusted with the command of the forces sent to relieve Aquileia. He met and put to flight 16,000 of Attila's terrible Huns, and he continued to defy and hold the mighty barbarian at bay, till, by the treachery of some of his soldiers, he was drawn into an ambush, where, it is believed, he was slain by Attila's own hand. His son, Arcanius, more than equaled his father's fame, and with better fortune maintained the freedom of his country for a much longer period, till he too sealed his patriotism with his blood. Poetry and romance have perhaps scattered their flowers among the traditionary glories of the ancient heroes of the line, but those garlands were the motive offerings of the grateful chroniclers and immortal bards of Italy, who, in every age, from remote antiquity, found their noblest patrons in the chivalric and munificent princes of the House of Este. No family in Europe has, indeed, contributed more to the progress of civilization by liberal encouragement of literature and the fine arts. Our sovereign lady, Queen Victoria, is the representative of the elder branch of this illustrious stock, which in the year 1000 divided into two distinct houses, in consequence of the marriage of the reigning prince Azzo, Marquess of Tuscany and Liguria, with the heiress of the wealthy Bavarian family of Wolf or Guelph, when the eldest of his two sons by this alliance took the name and estates of his German mother. The younger became the representative of the House of Este in Italy, and his descendants reigned over the united duchies of Ferrara and Modena. Alfonso II, dying in the year 1598 without issue, bequeathed his dominions to his kinsman, Caesar d'Este, but Pope Clement VIII, under the pretense that Ferrara was a fief of the Papal Empire, seized on that territory and annexed it to his dominions. After the loss of this fairest jewel in the ducal bonnet, the representative of the Italian line of Este was only recognized in Europe as Duke of Modena. This territory is bounded on the south by Tuscany and Lucca, on the north by the Duchy of Mantua, on the east by Bologna and the Papal dominions, and on the west by Parma. It is about 56 English miles in length and 36 in breadth. It is a fair and fruitful district, abounding in corn and wine. The Duke, though a vassal of the Germanic Empire, is absolute in his own dominions. The father of Mary Beatrice was Alfonso d'Este, Duke of Modena, son of Francisco the Great and Maria Farnese. Her mother, Laura Martinozzi, claimed no higher rank than that of a Roman lady, being the daughter of Count Hieronimo Martinozza da Fano, a Roman nobleman of ancient family, and Margaret, fourth sister of the famous minister of France, Cardinal Mazarin. Mary Beatrice Eleonora d'Este was the first fruit of this marriage. She was a 7th month's child, born prematurely in the ducal palace, October 5, 1658. The name of Beatrice was given her in honor of Saint Beatrice, a princess of the House of Este, whose spiritual patroness she is, of course, supposed to be. According to the legendary superstitions of Modena, this royal saint was accustomed to knock at the palace gate 3 days before the death of every member of the ducal family. A runaway knock from some mischief-loving urchin may probably have frightened more than one of the princely race of Este out of several years of life, from having been construed into one of the ominous warnings of Holy Saint Beatrice. The city of Modena claims the honor of the birth of Tasso, of Correggio, and of the imperial general Montecuculi. A daughter of that house was educated with the young Mary Beatrice, and remained through life unalterably attached to her fortunes through good and ill. The father of Mary Beatrice, says a contemporary historian, was a prince who would have been without doubt an ornament among the sovereigns of his age if hard fortune had not fettered his talents in the cruel chains of the gout, which circumscribed his reign to 4 years of continued pain, during which his greatest consolation, as he himself affirmed, was that of having married a lady who appeared born to bring comfort to his afflictions. It was, indeed, fortunate for Duke Alfonso that he had chosen a consort from a rank not too much elevated, to prevent her from being skilled in one of the most valuable attributes of woman in domestic life, the sweet and tender office of a nurse. The Duchess Laura manifested so much compassion and affectionate consideration for her suffering lord that he never heard from her lips a word that could lead him to suppose that she was displeased at being the wife of a prince who was generally confined to his bed. Worn out with the acuteness of his agonizing malady, he died in the flower of his age, leaving his 2 infant children, Francis II, his successor, and Mary Beatrice, the subject of the present biography, to the guardianship of his duchess, on whom he conferred the regency of Modena, during the long minority of his infant successor, Francesco, who was 2 years younger than Mary Beatrice. Prince Rinaldo d'Este, afterwards Cardinal d'Este, the younger brother of Alfonso, was appointed as the state guardian of the children, and associated with the widowed duchess in the care of their education, but all the power was in her hands. The princely orphans were early trained in habits of virtue and religion by their mother. So fearful was she of injuring their characters by pernicious indulgence, that she rather erred on the opposite side by exercising too stern a rule of discipline in their tender infancy. She loved them passionately, but she never excused their faults. Both were delicate in constitution, but she never allowed them to relax their studies or the fasts enjoined by the Church, of which they were members on that account. The little princess had an insuperable aversion to soupe maigre, but her mother, who was always present when the children took their meals, compelled her to eat it, notwithstanding her reluctance and her tears. Mary Beatrice, from whose lips these little traits of her childhood were recorded after she was herself a parent, was wont to say, that the Duchess her mother considered this severity as her duty, but for her own part she would not imitate it, for on fast days, when she was compelled to eat of the maigre, she always left the table in tears, and she wished not for her children to regard any observance connected with their religion in so painful a light, but rather to perform those little sacrifices of inclination as voluntary acts of obedience. Her mother forbade sweetmeats and cakes to be given to her and the little duke her brother, lest such indulgences should create a propensity to gluttony. But that these orders were frequently broken, there can be no doubt, for Mary Beatrice, when discussing this matter, also in after years, said, I recommend my son and daughter not to eat sweetmeats and cakes, but I did not forbid them, well knowing that these things would then have been given them by stealth, which it is not always possible to prevent, and this would have accustomed them to early habits of concealment and petty artifice, perhaps of falsehood. The Duchess of Modena discouraged every symptom of weakness and pusillanimity in her children, considering such propensities very derogatory to persons who are born to move in an elevated station. Those who conduct the education of princes can never place too much importance on rendering them habitually insensible to fear. Intrepidity and self-possession in seasons of peril are always expected from royalty. The greatest regnal talents and the most exalted virtue will not atone to the magnitude of the absence of physical courage in a king or queen. When Mary Beatrice was a little child, she was frightened at the chimney sweepers who came to draw the chimney of her nursery. Her mother made them come quite close to her to convince her there was no cause for alarm. The young duke was compelled to study so hard that it was represented to the Duchess Regent that his health was injured by such close application, and that his delicate constitution required more recreation and relaxation. Her reply was that of a Roman mother: "Better that I should have no son than a son without wit and merit." One day, when the little princess was repeating her daily devotional exercise, she missed one of the verses in the Benedictite, and as she continued to do so every time she was made to repeat that psalm, the Duchess gave her a box on the ears. Her uncle, Prince Rinaldo d'Este, asked the two children whether they liked best to command or to obey. The young duke said boldly, "He should like best to command." The princess replied meekly, "that she liked better to obey." Their uncle told them, it was well that each preferred doing that which was most suitable to their respective vocations, alluding to the duke's position as a reigning prince, and probably not anticipating, for Mary Beatrice, a loftier destiny than wedding one of the nobles of his court. Her own desire was to embrace a religious life. Her governess, to whom she was passionately attached, quitted her when she was only 9 years old to enter a convent. Mary bewailed her loss with bitter tears till she was sent to the same convent to finish her education. She found herself much happier under the guidance of the Carmelite sisters than she had been in the ducal palace, where nothing less than absolute perfection was expected by her mother, in everything she said and did. There is withal in the heart of every young female of sensibility a natural craving for that sympathy and affectionate intercourse which ought ever to subsist between a mother and her daughter. The Duchess of Modena loved her children devotedly, but she never caressed them or treated them with those endearments which tender parents delight to lavish on their offspring. Mary Beatrice often spoke in after years of the stern discipline to which she had been subjected in childhood, with the observation, that she liked not to keep her children at so awful a distance from her as she had been kept by her mother, as she wished her daughter to regard her as a friend and companion, one to whom she should confide every thought of her heart. The spirit of maternal wisdom shone far more benignantly in Mary d'Este than in her mother, who had been elevated from private life. The mode of life pursued by Mary Beatrice in the convent. The peculiar style of reading, and the enthusiastic interest that was excited among the cloistered votaresses by dwelling on the lives of female saints and royal virgins, who consecrated themselves in the morning flower of life to the service of God, had the natural effect of imbuing her youthful mind with mysticism and spiritual romance. There was an aunt of Mary Beatrice, scarcely 15 years older than herself, in the same convent, to whom she was very tenderly attached. This princess, who was her father's youngest sister by a second marriage, was preparing herself to take the veil, and Mary Beatrice was desirous of professing herself at the same time. Very rarely, however, does it happen that a princess is privileged to choose her own path in life. The death of Anne Hyde, Duchess of York, proved the leading cause of linking the destiny of this young innocent recluse, who thought of nothing but veils and rosaries, with that of the most ill-fated prince of the luckless house of Stuart, James, Duke of York, afterwards the second king of Great Britain of that name. The youthful career of this prince, though by no means so familiar to the general reader as that of his brother Charles II, is scarcely less replete with events and situations of stirring interest. He was born at St. James's Palace, October 14, 1633, at midnight. When only 9 years old, he marched by his royal father's side in the front of the line at Edgehill, and stood the opening volley of the rebels' cannon as boldly as any gentleman there. He was not 13 when he fell into the hands of the parliamentary forces at the surrender of Oxford in June 1646. The next day, Sir Thomas Fairfax, the commander of the rebel army, came with the other leaders to pay him a visit. Cromwell, who was among them, thought proper to kneel and kiss his hand, and this was the more remarkable as he was the only person by whom this mark of homage was offered to the captive prince. James was conducted to London under a strong guard. Within 4 miles of the metropolis, he was met by the Earl of Northumberland and committed to his custody. All his old attached servants were then dismissed by the order of Parliament, not even excepting a little dwarf, of whom he was very fond, and begged to be permitted to retain. After this preliminary, he was conducted to St. James's Palace, where he found his sister, the Princess Elisabeth, and his little brother Gloucester. His adventures while a prisoner in his natal palace, and the manner in which he effected his escape to Holland, are like the progressive scenes of a stirring drama. While in France, James withstood the attempts of his mother to compel him to forsake the communion of the Church of England with unswerving firmness. In the year 1652, he offered to serve as a volunteer in the Royalist army, under the banner of Turenne, during the civil war in France, which succeeded the outbreak of the Fronde. It was with great difficulty that he succeeded in borrowing 300 pistoles for his outfit. James fought by the side of Turenne on the terrible day of the barricades de Saint-Ouen, and was exposed to great peril in the assault. On this and other occasions of peculiar danger, the princely volunteer gave proofs of such daring intrepidity and coolness, that his illustrious commander was wont to say, that if any man in the world were born without fear, it was the Duke of York. His keen sight and quick powers of observation were of signal service to Turenne, who was accustomed to call him his eyes, and so high an opinion did that experienced chief form of his military talents, that one day, pointing to him with his finger, he said to the other officers of his staff, "That young prince will one day make one of the greatest captains of the age." A bond of more powerful interest than the friendship of this world united the princely volunteer and his accomplished master in the art of war. They were of the same religion. Turenne and the Duke of York were perhaps the only Protestants of high rank in the Royalist army. History would probably have told a fairer tale of both if they had adhered to their early opinions. James was in his 21st year when he commenced his second campaign as a lieutenant general. He was the youngest officer of that rank in the French service and the most distinguished. His great talent was as an engineer. At the siege of Mousson, where he was at work with his company in the ditch of the Envelope, under the great tower, a storm blew away their blinds and left them exposed to the view of those on the ramparts. "Yet all of us," says he, were so busily employed picking our way, the ditch being full of dirt and water, that not one single man observed that the blind was ruined, and we consequently in open view, till we had gotten half our way, and then one of our company proposed that we should return, to which I well remember I would not consent, urging since we were got so far onward, the danger was equal. So we continued on, but in all the way we were thus exposed. Not one shot was fired at us, at which we were much surprised. After the town surrendered, the governor informed us, that being himself on the wall, and knowing me by my star, he forbade his men to fire upon the company. The very fine 3/4 length original portrait of this prince, in the Royal Gallery at Versailles, represents him such as he was at that time, and certainly he must have been one of the handsomest young cavaliers of the age. He is dressed in the light, graceful armor of the period, with a Vandyke falling collar, bareheaded, and his fine forehead is seen to great advantage with the natural adornment of rich flowing ringlets of beautiful chestnut hair, a little disheveled, as if blown by the wind, instead of the formal disguising periwig with which we are familiar in his more mature portraits and medals. In the Versailles portrait, James is in the first glory of manhood, full of spirit and grace. His features, at that time uninjured by the ravages of the smallpox, are bold, but retain the softness of youth. His eyes are large, dark, and expressive, the lips full and red, and the natural fairness of his complexion, embrowned with a warm, healthful tint. This portrait bears a strong likeness to his daughter Mary at the same period of life. When the royal English brothers were, in 1655, in consequence of the treaty between Mazarin and Cromwell, excluded by name from France, James resigned his command, having served 4 hard campaigns under Turenne. He was offered the post of captain general in the army in Piedmont, of which the Duke of Modena, the grandfather of Mary Beatrice, was the generalissimo, but his brother Charles forbade him to accept it. It was in obedience to the commands of Charles that James reluctantly entered the Spanish service, in which he also distinguished himself, especially in the dreadful battle among the sandhills before Dunkirk, where he and his British brigade of exiled cavaliers were opposed to the Cromwellian English troops. When Greek meets Greek, then comes the tug of war. James performed prodigies of unavailing valor that day, and finally, at the head of 20 men, the sole survivors of the 2 regiments he commanded, cut his way through the French battalions to the village of Zuidcote. How incredible would it have appeared to those who fought under the banner of the princely knight-errant, and witnessed his fearless exposure of his person on so many occasions, that day as well as during his 4 campaigns under Turenne. If anyone had predicted that the injustice of a fraction of his own country would ever succeed in throwing a stigma on his courage? The ardent love which he bore to his native land, and the lingering hope entertained by him that he might one day be able to devote his talents to her service, prevented James from accepting the brilliant offers that were made to him by the court of Spain in the commencement of the year 1660. These hopes were soon afterwards realized, when England called home her banished princes at the Restoration, and he shared in the rapturous welcome with which all ranks of people united in hailing the public entrance of his royal brother into London on the 29th of May. James's marriage with Anne Hyde was unfortunate in every respect. It had the effect of involving him in the unpopularity of her father, Clarendon, and of entailing upon him the enmity of Buckingham, Bristol, Shaftesbury, and the rest of that party, who, fancying that James would one day avenge his father-in-law's injuries on them, were unremitting in their efforts to deprive him of the royal succession. Clarendon appears perfectly satisfied with James's conduct to his daughter, and always speaks of the domestic happiness of the Duke and Duchess, as a contrast to the conjugal infelicity of the King and Queen. James was an unfaithful, but not an unkind husband, and the Duchess was too wise to weary him with jealousy. How merrily they lived may be inferred from some little circumstances recorded by Pepys, who notices in his diary that he came one day into a room at Whitehall, whence the chairs and tables had been removed, and surprised the Duke of York sitting with his Duchess and her ladies on a hearth rug, playing at the Christmas game, I love my love with an A, etc., with great glee and spirit. While James occupied the post of Lord Admiral of England, his attention was bestowed not only on every branch of naval science, but in the foundation and encouragement of colonies in 3 different quarters of the globe, namely, in Hindostan, at Long Island in America, which was called in honor of him New York, and others on the coast of Africa. These all became sources of wealth and national prosperity to England. The jealousy of the Dutch was excited. They had hitherto endeavored to exclude the British merchants from the trade both of the East and West Indies, as well as to usurp to themselves the sovereignty of the seas. They committed aggressions on the infant colonies founded by the Duke of York, and he prevailed on his brother to allow him to do battle with them in person on the seas. His skill and valor achieved the most signal triumph over the fleets of Holland that had ever been attained by those of England. This memorable battle was fought on the 3rd of June, 1665, off the coast of Suffolk, and the brilliant success was considered mainly attributable to the adoption of the naval signals and the line of battle at sea, which had been discovered by the naval genius of the Duke of York. 18 great ships of the Dutch were taken or burnt, and but 1 ship lost of the British Navy. The chief slaughter was on board the Duke's own ship, especially around his person, for the friends he loved best were slain by his side, and he was covered with their blood. These were Lord Muskerry and Charles Berkeley, Lord Falmouth. They were well avenged, for James instantly ordered all his guns to fire into the hull of Opdam, the Dutch admiral's ship. At the 3rd shot, she blew up. The Parliament voted James a present of £60,000 as a testimony for the great service he had performed. The maternal anxiety of the Queen Mother, Henrietta, on account of the peril to which the Duke of York had been exposed in the late fight, wrung from Charles a promise that he should not go into battle again. The nation united in this feeling, for James was then idol of his country. If his earnest representations had been heeded by Charles and his short-sighted ministers, the insult that was offered to England by the Dutch aggression on the ships at Chatham in the year 1667 would never have taken place. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 1, Part 2. The events of the next 5 years cast a blight over the rest of James's life. All his children died but the 2 daughters, who were subsequently to bring his gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. His wife, Anne Hyde, on her deathbed, declared herself a Roman Catholic, and he soon after withdrew himself from the communion of the Church of England. Nor could any representations of the impolicy of his conduct, or his royal brother's entreaties, induce him to appear again in the Chapel Royal. It is a remarkable but well authenticated fact that about this time he became honorably attached to a lady who was a firm member of the Church of England, Susanna Armine, the widow of Sir Henry Bellasis, whom he was most anxious to marry, although she had not only resisted all his attempts to convert her to his new creed, but was even supposed to have shaken some of his recently imbibed opinions by the force of her arguments. Lady Bellasis was by no means beautiful. Her great charm consisted in her fine understanding and captivating manners. James, who was aware that his attentions might be misconstrued by the world, gave her a written promise of marriage, lest her reputation should suffer from the frequency of his visits. Few alliances, however, could have been less suitable for the heir of the realm than this, for she was the mother of the heir of a Catholic house, and her late husband had been killed in a duel while in a state of inebriation. When the king heard of his brother's romantic attachment to this lady, he was extremely provoked, and after expostulating roughly with him on the subject, told him, "It was intolerable that he should think of playing the fool again at his age," in allusion to his impolitic marriage with Anne Hyde. James, like a true lover, thought no sacrifice too great to make to the woman whom he esteemed for her virtues, and adored for her mental endowments rather than for her external graces, and would not give her up. Lady Boulais proved herself worthy of the attachment she had inspired, for when she found that the interests of the Duke of York were likely to suffer on account of his engagement with her, she voluntarily resigned him, conditioning only that she might be permitted to retain a copy of his solemn promise of marriage properly attested. This she owed to her reputation, having no mind to be classed with Arabella Churchill or any other court mistress. King Charles, perceiving that his brother's desire of domestic happiness would lead him into a second marriage, incompatible with his position as the heir of the crown, engaged him in a matrimonial treaty with the Archduchess of Innsbruck, although as a Catholic princess, the idea of such an alliance for the Duke of York was highly unpopular. Immediately after James's second victory over the Dutch fleets at Sol Bay, and while the royal admiral was yet on the sea, came the news from Sir Bernard Gascoigne, the British ambassador at Vienna, that the treaty of marriage with the Archduchess of Innsbruck was concluded, and nothing more was required than for his Royal Highness to send an ambassador extraordinary to marry her as his proxy and bring her home. James made choice of his faithful friend and servant, Henry Mordaunt, Earl of Peterborough. That gallant old cavalier has left a copious and very amusing account of his proceedings and the difficulties and perplexities with which he found himself beset in the execution of his delicate commission of obtaining a second consort for his royal friend, the heir presumptive of the realm. The Earl of Peterborough did at that time attend the Duke in his own ship, and he had been with him the whole expedition, and was particularly participant in all the honours and hazards of that bloody battle of Sol Bay, wherein the noble Earl of Sandwich lost his life, and so many brave gentlemen of either party. And from this fleet it was he commanded the Earl of Peterborough to repair to the king and entreat his orders to the ministers for preparing moneys, instructions, and instruments that might enable him to proceed on his journey in order to bring home the princess. So many intrigues, however, crossed the appointment at home, that it was not till March 1673 that the Earl of Peterborough was allowed to embark with his suite on this errand. He was entrusted with jewels from his Royal Highness's cabinet to the value of £20,000, intended as a present for the princess. These jewels were worn by a different bride from her, for whom they were destined by the sailor prince, when he selected them. The Empress of Germany had fallen sick in the meantime, and even before she breathed her last, the Emperor Leopold I determined to marry the affianced consort of the Duke of York, and she decided on accepting him. Sir Bernard Gascoigne succeeded in discovering this arrangement in time to prevent the further mortification of the arrival of the Duke's proxy at Vienna. The faithless Archduchess had intimated, by way of consoling James, that the Emperor had an unmarried sister whom he might perhaps be induced to bestow in marriage on his Royal Highness. James took no notice of this hint, but wrote to his friend, the Earl of Peterborough, to choose a wife for him from 4 other princesses who had been proposed to him, and that it was impossible for him to see or become acquainted with either of these ladies himself. He entreated his lordship to use his utmost diligence to obtain a sight of them, or at least of their pictures, with a full and impartial account of their manners and dispositions. The first on the list was the Duchess of Guise, a widow, and cousin german to the Duke of York, being the youngest daughter of his maternal uncle, Gaston, Duke of Orleans, by his second marriage. She was most particularly favoured, and recommended by the court of France. The next was the subject of the present biography, the young Princess of Modena, only sister of the Duke of that country. It is said by Charles II's historiographer, Gregorio Leti, that this princess was first mentioned by the Queen, Catherine of Braganza, as a suitable consort for her brother-in-law, the Duke of York, but other writers of the same period declare that she was proposed by Louis XIV as his adopted daughter. The extreme admiration of both Charles and James for the person of her beautiful cousin, Hortense Mancini, whom she greatly resembled, might have had some influence in directing attention to her. The third lady on James's list The Earl of Peterborough calls Mademoiselle de Rais probably some very great heiress, for her name is neither allied with royal nor historical associations. The fourth was the Princess Mary Ann of Württemberg. All this being perfectly new to the public, demands a few additional pages descriptive of the royal claims of the quartet. For certainly, since the sultan-like requisitions of Henry VIII to Francis I and his ambassadors for a princess worthy of the honor of becoming his fourth consort, no chapter of royal wife-hunting has been half so rich. No chance was there of the shrewd old cavalier whom the Duke of York had entrusted with the disposal of the future happiness or misery of his life, making a blunder in the choice of the lady. So excellent a judge was he of beauty, and so deeply impressed with the importance of the commission he had undertaken. This was a great trust, says he, to the performance whereof were requisite both honor and discretion. The first, to render unconsidered all the advantages which might be proposed to bias the person trusted, against the interests and satisfaction of his master, and the latter to find out and judge what might be most expedient and agreeable to his true humor and circumstances. Of the ladies named by the Duke of York, the first and the last, namely, the Duchess of Guise and the Württemberg princess, both presided at Paris. The Duchess of Guise at her own house, the princess at a convent in Paris, where she was a boarder. The Duchess of Guise the earl saw at court, but was convinced that the duke could have no inclination for her, for she was low and ill-shaped, and though she had much reputation for innocence and virtue, her constitution was too feeble for there to be much probability of her bringing the duke heirs, which he knew to be the chief object of his wishing to enter into a second marriage. All the favour of France, therefore, which the earl might have won by permitting this alliance, would not tempt him to recommend anything that appeared contrary to the trust which the duke had reposed in him. The Princess of Modena the earl could not see, as she was in her own country, but by means of Mr. Conn, a Scotch gentleman, he was introduced into the Conti Palace, where he saw her picture, which had been recently painted in Italy and sent thither, the Princess de Conti being nearly related to her. The sight of this portrait seems to have almost turned the head of our discreet envoy, and must be described in his own eloquent words. It bore the appearance of a young creature about 14 years of age, but such a light of beauty, such characters of ingenuity and goodness, as it surprised the earl and fixed upon his fancy, that he had found his mistress and the fortune of England. An ill picture, which his excellency goes on to say, he saw of Mademoiselle de Rais, the third lady in the Duke of York's catalogue, was not, of course, calculated to efface the impression which had been made on his imagination by this living representation of the fair young flower of Este. In fact, it placed the lady at such discount that he did not consider it worth his while to make any further inquiries about her. His whole thoughts were turned upon the Princess of Modena, and in order to gain some information touching her character, he employed his friend, Mr. Conn, to arrange such a meeting and introduction as might appear accidental, with the Abbé Riccini, a person who was employed in negotiating the interests of the house of Este in Paris. This interview took place in the cloisters of the great chapter house in Paris. After the usual compliments had been passed, the three diplomatists led the discourse from the indifferent topics with which they began their conversation to the affairs of England, the Duke of York being a widower, and the necessity of his marrying again. Then they discussed the various princesses that the world judged proper for so illustrious a match, and the earl took occasion to inquire, what children there were in the house of Este? Only two, replied Riccini, a son, who is the reigning duke, as yet a minor, and a daughter of about 14 years of age. After enlarging on the many excellences of this princess, pursues the earl, he endeavored to render them useless to us by saying, that the Duchess her mother, but more strongly her own inclinations, did design her for a religious life, and that she seemed resolved not to marry. This information, which the trusty envoy was reluctantly compelled to convey to the duke, at the same time that he informed him of her great beauty and the high character which, from all quarters, he had received of the young princess, appeared for the present to put all hopes of obtaining her out of the question. Then the duke directed him to obtain access to the Princess Mary Ann of Württemberg, who was the daughter of the brother of the reigning duke. Her father had been slain in the wars, and her mother having retired into Flanders, she remained, under the protection of the crown of France, in a convent in Paris, in company with several ladies of quality. In consequence of the great services her late father had performed for France, it was supposed that, next to the Duchess of Guise and the young Princess of Modena, she stood the best chance of being recommended by that court as a consort for the Duke of York. Through the good offices of Father Gilbert Talbot, an English ecclesiastic of high rank, and an acquaintance of her confessor, the Earl of Peterborough obtained an introduction to this lady, who was persuaded to receive a visit from him at the grate of a parlour, according to the usual etiquette of convents. Notwithstanding the vivid impression which the pictured charms of the young lovely D'Este had made on the old cavalier, he gives a highly favourable report of the Princess Mary Ann of Württemberg. She was, he says, of middle stature, fair complexion, with brown hair. The figure of her face turned very agreeably, her eyes grey, her looks grave but sweet, and in her person she had the motions of a person of quality and well bred. But above all, she had the appearance of a maid in the bloom of youth, and of a healthful constitution, likely to bring strong children, such as might live and prosper. Although there was much modesty in her behaviour, yet she was not scarce of her discourse, and spoke well and pertinently to everything. In short, our prudent ambassador, believing that, excepting the Princess of Modena, he had neither seen nor heard of anything more suitable for the personal object of his mission than this lady, began to inquire what fortune might be expected with her. But although some persons, inclined for her, did give out that, one way or other, 50 or 70,000 pounds might be expected, he could not find any reasonable ground on which to build such an assurance. Wisely considering, however, that money ought not to be regarded as a matter of the slightest importance in a marriage where so much depended on the qualifications of the lady, he made such representations to the duke that his royal highness, being well satisfied with the reports that he had heard from other quarters of this princess, charged him to proceed in his visits to her, even to give hopes to her friends that he might soon be authorized to demand her in marriage. The earl obeyed, and found every day fresh contentments in the conversation of the princess. But all of a sudden a change of purpose took place in the matrimonial views of the Duke of York, or rather in the policy of King Charles and his cabinet, for orders came to the earl by express, directing him to leave Paris privately, with as little company as possible, and proceed incognito to Dusseldorf, the court of the Duke of Neuburg, and there try to get a sight of the princess, his daughter, who had been earnestly recommended to the duke as a princess the fittest of any for his alliance. The Duke of York took the precaution of privately charging his friend to give him a faithful character of this new candidate for his hand, in all particulars telling him that if he did not feel satisfied that she was in person, mind, and manners calculated to make him happy, he should have immediate orders to return and bring home the Princess of Württemberg. The earl, who was nothing but duty and faithfulness to the duke, obeyed his new orders with all diligence. He took post, accompanied only by Signor Verasani, his gentleman of the horse, and one that served him in his chamber, and arrived in 3 days at Metz, where he came by water to Cologne. There, when he was walking about in the street, he was recognized by Sir John Williamson, one of the English resident ministers, who greatly offended his secretiveness by alighting from his coach and complimenting him in the street, of which unseasonable respect his lordship delivered himself, by desiring that he would forbear it any further. And though he privately visited both him and his colleague, Sir Lionel Jenkins, he did not communicate his business to them, business of which they were doubtless to the full as well aware as himself. At the inn, our cautious envoy, whose proceedings were too amusing to omit, told the host he wanted to see the city and court of Dusseldorf, and got him to provide him with a guide well acquainted with the place, embarked with his companion Verasani and 2 servants one morning in an ordinary boat on the Rhine, and in due time arrived at the gates of Dusseldorf. There being examined, and giving out that they were strangers, brought by curiosity to see the place, they were admitted and conducted by a soldier to an inn. They next sent their guide to inquire the method of approaching the palace and the prince, and were informed that there would be a greater opportunity that day than usual, for the prince and court were to be present at an anniversary contest among the citizens and other persons of that place, which could soonest shoot down the papagay or parrot, a thing made in similitude of such a bird, with a very high pole, which was to be performed with much ceremony, and the victor to receive the reward of his address. But before the commencement of this spectacle, the prince was to be entertained with very rare music at afternoon service in the Jesuits' church, at which also the duchess and the princess were to be present, and the guide added that he could conduct him to a station proper for obtaining a view of them. This was readily accepted by his lordship, who, with his companion, was placed in a fair passage of the cloister, through which the prince and his court were to pass. After some expectation, the duke arrived, preceded by the state and ceremony befitting his rank. He led his consort by the hand, the princess followed, and a considerable train of ladies and gentlemen, well dressed and in goodly order. But the princess was not well to be discerned, by reason of the hoods that were over her face. Passing after into the body of the church, the earl had a farther view into the gallery above, where the duke sat to hear the service. The office and music being ended, the court retired in the same order as it entered, and all went to see the shooting, except the earl, who did not desire to appear publicly abroad. Meantime, the guide, having acquainted some under officer of the court that 2 gentlemen belonging to the train of the English ambassador at Cologne were come to see that town, and were desirous to have a sight of the court, and to do reverence to the duke, was told that he might bring them. Under his conduct they proceeded to the palace, where they were met by a gentleman of the inner court, who led them up into a large room, where, after some attendance, they were led into another, where the prince came to them. Mysterious as the Earl of Peterborough thought himself, there can be little doubt but that his business was shrewdly suspected in that court, otherwise he would scarcely have obtained access to the sovereign's presence, without letters, passport, or, in fact, the slightest warrant of his respectability. The Duke of Newburgh received his lordship's compliments with much courtesy, and of himself began to ask questions about the journey, the English ambassadors, and the proceedings of the Treaty of Cologne, and afterwards insensibly turned the conversation on the court of England and the royal family. He inquired about the Duke of York and his marriage, and asked where was Monsieur de Peterborough, and if he continued at Paris after the Treaty of Innsbruck. Discreet answers having been returned by Lord Peterborough to all of these inquiries, the Duke went on to say, that he heard the Duke of York was like to be married to an English lady. To which the Earl replied, that he had heard of no such thing. At last he took his leave with much civility. After his departure, Peterborough and his friend asked the gentlemen by whom they had been presented to the Duke, if they might not have the further favour of seeing the Duchess and the young princess. He said he would inquire, and left them, and after some stay returned to let them know they would be admitted. He then ushered them into an upper room, where they found the Duchess of Newburgh and the princess, her eldest daughter, in evident expectation of their visit. The Earl made his compliments with the greatest possible respect, to which her Highness, in her own tongue, made all suitable returns, but said, that not being versed in the French language, she desired her daughter the princess might interpret between them. On which the princess, nothing loath as it should appear, approached, and helped to carry on the conversation, with intention, as he thought, of showing her capacity of that language. They all by that time, as he had reason afterwards to believe, suspecting him to be some other person, and having more design in this little voyage than was pretended. From this hint it should appear that the naval envoy of the Duke of York was mistaken for the royal admiral himself, going about the world in disguise to choose a second consort for himself, the romantic circumstances attending his first marriage, and secondly, his disinterested attachment to Lady Bellasis, indicating that he was not likely to enter into a cold state alliance with a stranger. James acted much more wisely, however, in trusting to the good taste and sound sense of his trusty friend, than if he had relied on his own judgment, since no man was more easy to deceive than himself. The Princess of Neuburg was supposed to be about 18 years of age, of middle stature. She had very light hair, and was of an exceedingly fair complexion. Her eyes were of a light bluish gray, the turn of her face more round than oval. That part of her neck which his lordship could see was white as snow, but on the whole she was inclined to be fat. In discourse she interpreted readily her mother's sense to him, and spake her own aptly enough. But there did not appear that great genius for business and conversation, for which, observes our noble author, she has been praised, since she was called to sit on the greatest throne in Europe. The Earl of Peterborough took his leave of the Duchess and her daughter with all the respect due to ladies of their quality. At his departure, he found himself attended much more by gentlemen, and with greater respect, than at his arrival, and he was pressed to stay supper by the chief officers of the house, even to a degree of importunity. The punctilious caution with which his lordship avoided committing himself by accepting the slightest hospitality from the Duke of Neuburg proves that he did not consider the fat fair Fraulein, his daughter, by any means worthy of the preferment of becoming Duchess of York. After he had, with some trouble, backed out of all the civilities that were pressed upon him, and withdrew to his inn, where he made an ill supper, there came to call upon him, under pretence of a visit from a countryman, a young gentleman, one Hamilton, who wore a gold key by his side, and was said to be of the duke's bedchamber, and much in his favour. This Mr. Hamilton seemed every way to try what he could get out of the earl, and by his discourse his lordship perceived that he had puzzled the court, and that his declining to receive further attentions made them suspect that he was dissatisfied. The earl, finding himself rather in a dilemma, was impatient to be gone, and having a wagon ready, the usual mode of travelling in that country then, he made a precipitate retreat the next morning to Cologne, whence he wrote by express to England an account of his visit to the court of Dusseldorf. In answer, he received immediate orders to return to Paris, where he was assured he should meet directions to marry and bring home the Princess Mary Ann of Württemberg. The earl obeyed with much satisfaction, esteeming this, next to the Modenese alliance, the most suitable of any that had been proposed. So with all the haste he could, and not doubting of the performance of what he had been assured, he returned to Paris, and alighting at the monastery where the Princess Mary Ann lived, he acquainted her with the news of the preferment, which he had every reason to believe awaited her. The princess had not the self-command enough to conceal her joy on this occasion, and, pursues his excellency, she was not to be blamed, considering the provision it would have been for an orphan maid to marry a prince so great, both in the circumstances of fortune and merit. The result should have been a warning to all diplomatists engaged in the delicate and responsible business of royal marriages, not to advance a single step beyond the precise warrantry of their instructions. Brief as had been the interval between the letters the earl had received at Cologne and his arrival at Paris, a total change of purpose had taken place in the secret councils of the British court, and the luckless envoy found that he had committed an irretrievable blunder by his communication to the princess, for the orders that awaited him at his own house were, not to marry and bring her home, as the consort of the Duke of York, but to break off all negotiations for her hand. His consternation and vexation may be imagined, especially as this sudden and provoking caprice proceeded not from any fickleness on the part of the Duke of York, but from the impertinent interference of that restless intrigante, the Duchess of Portsmouth, whose insolence led her to aspire at nothing less than marrying the heir presumptive of the British crown to a bride of her selecting. The lady whom she had chosen for him was the daughter of the Duc d'Elbeuf, a cadet prince of the House of Lorraine. Her mother was the sister of Mareschal Turenne, a connection to which his Royal Highness would have had no objection, because of his affection to his old commander, had the lady been of a suitable age. But when the Earl of Peterborough came to see her, after King Charles had consented to the marriage, he found that she was a little girl under 13, and so childish for that age that he would not for a moment encourage the idea of bringing home a bride of her fashion for his royal friend. The Duchess of Portsmouth, however, who thought to carry her point in time, if she could only succeed in breaking off the promising negotiation with Mary Ann of Württemberg, continued, by means of her emissaries, so to disparage that princess that the duke was induced to give her up. Much ado was there to pacify the poor princess on so great a disappointment, especially as there were those to whom she seemed a rival, who forbore not to rejoice, if not to insult her, on this change of fortune. As for the Earl of Peterborough, he frankly confessed that he durst not see her again. In fact, after having committed himself by his premature communication, he felt to the full as deeply mortified as herself. An effort had been made by the British resident at Paris, by sending an express to meet him on the road with news of this change, to prevent the Earl of Peterborough from committing himself, by complimenting the Princess of Württemberg on this imaginary preferment that his first letters had given him reason to believe awaited her. But the messenger, having taken a different route, missed him. Mortified and annoyed as the Earl was with the capricious conduct of his own court, he was in a manner consoled when he found that he was required by his Majesty to proceed with all speed to Modena, to demand, according to the proper forms, the original of that beautiful portrait, which had never ceased to haunt his imagination since he first got a stealthy view of it in the Conti Palace. It is a little amusing that King Charles, in his instructions to our right trusty and right well-beloved cousin, Henry, Earl of Peterborough, our ambassador extraordinary at the court of Modena, commences with noticing the failure of the occasion on which he had been appointed ambassador extraordinary at the court of Vienna, namely, for effecting a marriage between our most dear brother, James, Duke of York, and the young Archduchess of Innsbruck, but passes over in silence the other 5 ladies, namely, the Duchess of Guise, Mademoiselles Ray and Delboeuf, and the princesses of Neuburg and Württemberg, whose conjugal qualifications his excellency had subsequently been employed to report for his royal highness's consideration, and proceeds with laudable brevity to the object of his present mission in these words. Our said dear brother, desiring us much to consent to his marriage with the young princess of Modena, Mary d'Este, sister to the present Duke of Modena, we have thought fit hereby to enjoin and direct you to make what convenient speed you possibly can to the court of the said prince, and introducing yourself there by your letters of credence, which we herewith send you, to the audience of the Duchess Regent, after the performance of such compliments to her on our part, as will best occur to you on the subject, open unto her our brother's earnest desire to espouse the young princess her daughter, etc., etc. The polite hint on the subject of the young lady's portion is delicately introduced in his Majesty's statement. That our said dearest brother seems to be willing to settle a jointure of 15,000 per annum sterling money of England, and even to enlarge himself farther therein, if the value of her portion, hitherto not certainly known to us, shall require a better. The time for the payment of the portion, and all arrangements connected with it, are in this document referred to the friendly arbitration of the King of France, Louis XIV. These capitulations being thus finished, proceeds his Majesty, you shall proceed to espouse the princess in your brother's name, according to the deputation and proxy he will send you to that effect, and when that ceremony is over, adjust with the Duchess Regent, or her ministers, the manner of bringing the young princess hither, which we suspect, for the avoiding of many troublesome and chargeable ceremonies, she will choose to be incognita. A very adroit method this of intimating to the princess the plan it was intended she should adopt in her bridal progress. A prudential clause follows, requiring that the expenses of the bride's journey, as far as Paris or Calais, should be defrayed by her own court. The document concludes with this observation. Now, although it be unusual to send extraordinary ambassadors to a single prince of Italy of that sphere, yet we have condescended to do it, to honor our most dear brother's choice of this princess for his wife, but that on the other side, our own dignity may not suffer thereby, you should be careful to stipulate and adjust the manner of your appearance there, to the full extent of such ceremonies as have been given to the ambassadors of France and Spain who have ever appeared there. These instructions, signed by King Charles and countersigned by the Earl of Arlington, are dated July 31, 1673. The same express brought a similar document, only somewhat amplified, from the Duke of York, directing the Earl of Peterborough, after delivering the king's credential letters and his own to the Duke and Duchess Regent of Modena, to profess to them his earnest desire of marrying the young princess, and the great affection he had conceived for her person and virtues, repeating what has been mentioned in the king's letter touching her portion, and the jointure of 15,000 that he was willing to settle on her, in case she should survive him, and his willingness to augment it in proportion to the amount of her portion. When you shall have contracted the princess in my name, continues the Duke, you are to present to her as a token of my esteem such part of my jewels in your custody as you shall judge convenient, and the morning of the day of the performing the solemnity of marriage, you shall present her with the remainder of my said jewels as a further pledge of my affections and of my satisfaction of what you have done for me. The expediency of the princess traveling incognita is also repeated by the Duke, and he especially recommends his trusty proxy to adopt the same plan for himself on his way to Modena, taking with him only such servants as were absolutely necessary. 2 days after the date of this instrument, James announced his intended nuptials in the following laconic seaman-like epistle to his cousin, Prince Rupert, who had succeeded him in the command of the British fleet. St. James's, August 3, 1673. I have received yours by Dowsett, and by the account he gave of what passed when you were near the Schonveld, see plainly de Ruyter will hardly come out to fight you. I have also seen yours by Lord Arlington, from whom you will receive his majesty's pleasure, so that there remains nothing more for me to say, but that now my marriage is agreed on with the young princess of Modena, and to wish you fair weather and good success if you undertake anything. James. For our dear cousin, Prince Rupert. Like most men who find themselves in a position to choose a wife from among the fairest, the noblest, and the wealthiest ladies on earth, James, who had hitherto been embarrassed with the agreeable perplexity of selecting for his consort her who should be esteemed the most unexceptionable of all the princesses who had been offered to his consideration, fancied that after he had once made up his mind on that point, no further difficulty could be apprehended, at least not on the part of the lady to whom the prospect of sharing the crown of Great Britain was offered with his hand. His plenipotentiary very soon had occasion to undeceive him in this notion. The wooing of Mary Beatrice of Modena, which these pages for the first time unfold to the world, is indeed a curious chapter in the personal history of royalty, demonstrating that princesses, ay, and very youthful ones, occasionally endeavor to exert a will of their own, and that ladies sometimes prefer a maiden life of tranquil happiness to the cares and trials of the conjugal state, even when it offers the glittering prospect of a crown. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 1, Part 3. James urged the Earl of Peterborough to use all possible diligence to marry and bring home his Italian bride before the approaching session of Parliament, being well aware that attempts would be made to prevent his union with a Roman Catholic princess. The Earl, then receiving wings from the commands and interests of his master, set off post for Lyons incognito. He arrived there at the end of 3 days, fancying, from the care he had taken to send his equipage and baggage away under the care of his officers, that he should be entirely unknown. But scarcely had he entered his inn to repose and refresh himself a little, when the waiter brought him word there were 2 gentlemen below, who desired admittance to speak with him on the part of the Duchess of Modena. He could not possibly refuse to see them, and they delivered a letter to him, signed by one Nardi, who styled himself a secretary, acquainting his excellency that the Duchess of Modena had heard of his intention to come into these parts to treat of a marriage with the young princess, but knowing her daughter's inclinations to be entirely against any obligations of that kind, and that she was perfectly settled in the resolution to take upon her a religious life, she thought it reasonable to give him timely information thereof, that the king, his master, and his lordship might avoid committing themselves by pursuing a design which, though very honourable and advantageous to her daughter and the house of Este, was yet impracticable and could never be brought about. The surprise of the incognito ambassador, on finding his secret had already transpired, was extreme. However, he thought it prudent to appear greatly amazed at the contents of the letter, and to disown to the bearers any concern in the matter, or having any orders to proceed in the business they did surmise. He told them further, that he was a private traveller, who came to satisfy his own curiosity and his desire of seeing Italy, so there was no occasion for her highness or any others to concern themselves in his motions. The gentlemen having departed, the earl immediately gave an account of this strange incident to the king and the Duke of York. Then, reflecting that this marriage, after the failure of the attempts to engage the Duke of York in a matrimonial alliance with either the Duchess of Guise, Mademoiselle d'Elbeuf, or the princesses of Neuburg or Württemberg, had been strenuously recommended by the King of France, he determined to proceed to Turin and confer with the French ambassador there, who was supposed to direct the affairs of Italy on the subject, and hear from him what probability there was of ultimate success if he persevered in the pursuit. When he came to have a private conference with that minister, he found that he had received no orders from France to interfere, but to his infinite surprise, he had had a letter from the Duchess of Modena, wherein she prayed him that if his lordship came to Turin and did confer or advise with him on that matter, he would signify to him the impossibility of accomplishing it, which had before been expressed in the letter which his lordship had received at Lyons from Nardi. This second appearance of an adverse proceeding much discouraged the earl, who was in great doubt whether he should make any further advances, but the French ambassador, who believed the king, his master, to be much concerned in bringing it about, advised him to have a little patience, and that, continuing the pretence of a casual traveller, he should advance his journey down the Po to an agreeable city, called Plaisance, or Plencia, where he might remain and amuse himself till he had further orders. The earl took his advice, and repairing to Plencia, lodged himself there as conveniently as he could, under the character of a private traveller. But with all this caution, his person and movements were perfectly known, and the second or third morning after his arrival, the servants informed him that there was a gentleman desired the favour of admittance to him, who came from the Duchess of Modena. This gentleman proved no other than Nardi himself, the writer of the mysterious letters for preventing the offer of the Duke of York being formally made to the young princess. He had the appearance of an ingenious man, who spoke well and was practised in all Italian civilities. His errand was to deliver a letter from the Duchess herself, wherein she wrote, that having heard of his journey in these parts, she thought it incumbent on her, before a great king and his ministers should expose themselves by demanding that which could not be accomplished, to manifest her reasons. She then recapitulated the substance of Nardi's previous letter to him and the French ambassador, but added in conclusion that there were other princesses in her family besides her daughter, to one of whom, if the duke his master thought fit, it was possible that he might be admitted to address himself, and in the meantime, if his lordship would come and divert himself in her court, she should esteem it an honour to receive him, and he should be very welcome. The Earl of Peterborough, who was anything but flattered at the anxiety of the Duchess to forestall with a refusal an offer which he, at any rate, had given her no reason to believe would be made, dryly apologized to her highness for the trouble which his coming into those parts seemed to cause her, and thanked her for the honour she did him, for which, however, he assured her there was no cause, seeing he was but a private traveller, without design or orders to disquiet any persons with pretenses that were not agreeable to them. If the Duchess of Modena had really been averse to having the heir of a mighty realm for her son-in-law, she would not have taken the pains she did to watch the motions of the matrimonial agent of the Duke of York. She had been accurately informed of the predilection entertained in favor of her daughter, and in a very early stage of the business took occasion to discuss the matter with the young princess. Mary Beatrice wanted rather better than 2 months of completing her 15th year. She was tall and womanly in figure, but perfectly unconscious of her charms. For her acquirements, she read and wrote Latin and French. She possessed some taste in painting, and was a proficient in music, which she passionately loved. But of those royal sciences, history and geography, which ought to form the most important part of the education of princes, she knew so little, that when her mother announced to her that she was sought in marriage by the Duke of York, she asked with great simplicity, who the Duke of York was? Her mother told her, that he was the brother of the King of England, and heir presumptive to that realm. But the princess was not a whit the wiser for this information. She had been so innocently bred, observes James in his journal, that she did not know of such a place as England, nor such a person as the Duke of York. When the Duchess of Modena had sufficiently enlightened the ignorance of the fair young devotee on the subject, by making her fully acquainted with the nature of the matrimonial prospects that awaited her, not concealing the fact that the Duke of York was in his 40th year, Mary Beatrice burst into a passionate fit of weeping, and implored her aunt to marry this royal suitor instead of her, observing with some naivete that the age of the elder Princess of Modena, who was 30 years old, was more suitable to that of a bridegroom of 40 than her own, as she was only in her 15th year. Mary Beatrice was assured in reply, that the fancied objection of too great juvenility in a girl of her age would be very soon obviated by time, while every day would render a lady of 30 less agreeable to a prince like the Duke of York. This reasoning, however cogent, did not reconcile the youthful beauty to the idea of being consigned to a consort 25 years her senior. She wept, and protested her determination to profess herself a nun, and continued to urge the propriety of bestowing her aunt on the Duke of York instead of herself, so perseveringly that at last she convinced some of the most influential persons in the court of Modena that she was right. These were her uncle, Rinaldo d'Este, who, like the princess her aunt, was the offspring of her grandfather's second marriage with a princess of the house of Parma, and the Padre Gerembert, her mother the Duchess Regent's confessor, and in reality her prime minister. This ecclesiastic had been born a subject of Parma, and was exceedingly desirous of obliging that family by promoting the interests of their kinswoman. Gerembert, who was called by the Earl of Peterborough a cunning Jesuit, was suspected by those of the cabinet who wished to promote the marriage of the Duke of York with Mary Beatrice, of encouraging her in her determined negation of that alliance. The effects of this undercurrent had appeared in the Duchess being wrought upon by her spiritual director. First, to plead her daughter's predilection for the vocation of a nun, in order to deter the envoy of the Duke of York from addressing his master's suit to her, and in the next place, to suggest his transferring it to the elder princess. In order to favor this change of persons, sufficient interest had been made with the ruling powers in the court of France to induce them to use their influence in the favor of the aunt instead of the niece. In the meantime, an express was sent from England to apprise the Earl of Peterborough that the King of France had dispatched the Marquis of Dangeau with orders to assist in concluding the matrimonial alliance between England and Modena, but that it was suspected that instead of the young princess, from whom it was supposed all the difficulty arose, was intended to substitute an aunt of hers, who in all manner of circumstances was inferior to her, and for divers considerations unsuitable for the Duke of York. This sudden change in the affair greatly mortified the earl, whose head turned round under this variety of circumstances. A few days after came Nardi again, with more compliments from the Duchess and open declarations of the pleasure it would give her and her court if the honour, which it was supposed was intended for her daughter, could be transferred to another princess in the family. The Earl of Peterborough, who was determined, if he could not have the youngest and fairest, he would take neither, stood in his first pretence, that he came to Italy for his own pleasure, that he had no orders on the subject her highness mentioned, and that his sojourn in that neighbourhood was only caused by a little indisposition, and concluded with his duty and humble thanks to the Duchess for the honour she did him. A fresh express from England informed the Earl of the approach of the Marquis d'Anjou, empowered by the King of France to use his utmost influence to obtain the young Mary Beatrice for the Duke of York, and none other, and if his mediation failed, then he was to return to Paris without further delay. A week after this, the Marquis arrived, and undertook to reason with the Duchess on the subject, having formerly had some acquaintance with her, when, as one of Cardinal Mazarin's nieces, she resided in France. He was a clever, eloquent man, well versed in the arts of courts, and so clearly demonstrated to the princes of Este their true interest in obliging the king, his master, and contracting, at the same time, the powerful alliance of England, that all the court and council were persuaded, with the single exception of Father Garembert, who did all he could to encourage the young princess in her aversion, and to dissuade the Duchess from yielding her consent. However, the advantage of the connection having been once clearly represented to the Duchess, all objections were presently overruled. The Marquis of d'Anjou then wrote to the Earl of Peterborough that he might now advance to Modena, where his addresses would be honourably received. The Duchess also wrote to the same effect, and gave him a most respectful invitation to her court, assuring him that the only difficulty that now remained was to obtain a dispensation from the Pope for the celebration of the marriage of a Catholic princess with a prince not openly declared of that religion. The Duke of York had afforded sufficient proof of his devotion to the Church of Rome by the sacrifice of his power, his influence in the state, together with the vast income which he had hitherto derived from the high offices he held, rather than do violence to his conscience, by taking the test which had been devised by the Republican party in Parliament to deprive the country of his services. Yet as he had made no public profession of reconciliation to the Church of Rome, the Pope took the present opportunity of giving him every annoyance. The Earl of Peterborough, suspecting that the marriage might be prevented by an opposition to it from such a quarter, would not make a public entrance into Modena in the first instance, but, preserving his incognito, travelled thither as a private person. About a mile from the town, however, he was met by Nardi, the Under-Secretary of State, with a coach and six, and was conveyed to the palace of one of the chief nobles, brother to the Bishop of Modena, of which he was put in possession in the name of the Duchess of Modena. Here, finding he was to be splendidly lodged and entertained at her highness's expense, he protested against it, as being contrary to his desire of keeping up his incognito. But Nardi told him that although the Duchess, in compliance with his request, omitted offering him in public the respect that was his due, she was not tied from serving him her own way in all things necessary for his comfort and accommodation. The Abbé d'Anjou, the Marquis's brother, having been dispatched to Rome to endeavour to negotiate the dispensation for the marriage with the Pope and his favourite nephew, Cardinal Altieri, the Earl of Peterborough was in the meantime admitted to the presence of the Duchess of Modena. He was brought in a private coach to the palace of Nardi, who, by a back way, introduced him into an apartment where he found the Duchess standing with her back to a table. The Earl approached her with the respect due to a sovereign princess in her own house. She received him with much courtesy, and chairs being set, his lordship entered at once upon the true cause of his coming, observing that he was surprised at finding a difficulty in a thing which the world judged to be so advantageous to all parties. The Duchess excused herself by pleading the aversion her daughter had to a married life, and the great desire she had to be a nun. She said likewise that the princess was young and not of a strong constitution, and that, besides the Italian princes, depending much on the reputation of zeal for the Catholic religion, there would be difficulties in obtaining a dispensation for an alliance with a prince who was not declared of the same church, let the opinion of his true faith be what it would. To all these objections, the earl replied in such a manner as induced the duchess to declare that he had appeased the greatest difficulties of her own thoughts. She added, that if the abbé succeeded in obtaining the dispensation, she knew not but they might proceed to a happy conclusion. This first conversation ended with the earl's requesting to be favored with a sight of the young princess, whose possession he had so long thought necessary for his master's happiness, and the duchess having promised it for the next evening, he retired in the same manner in which he arrived. The next day his excellency received advice from the Abbé Dangeau that great exertions had been made by the French ambassador, and also by Cardinal Barberini, and all the friends and allies of the house of Este at Rome, to obtain the dispensation, but that the Pope was very averse to it, and his governing nephew, Cardinal Altieri, was violently opposed to it. Various pretenses were alleged in excuse of this unfriendly proceeding, but the true cause was the jealousy of the papal government, of the aggrandizement of the house of Este, lest through an alliance, powerful as that of England, the Duke of Modena should be enabled to contest the fair duchy of Ferrara, and the lands of which the Princess of Este had been wrongfully deprived by the usurpation of the Roman See, in which case it was possible he might be disposed to use other means than prayers and tears to recover his own, even from the successors of St. Peter. Our stout old cavalier was not a man to be lightly discouraged. He had set his heart on bringing home the fairest bride in Christendom for his royal friend. His spirit rose in proportion to the greatness of the obstacle that was likely to be opposed to the accomplishment of his purpose, and determining, if possible, to bring the matter to a sudden conclusion, he renewed his request of being permitted to see the princess that evening. He was conducted to the palace at the hour appointed, introduced into the duchess's apartment as before, and found the young princess with her mother. The Princess Mary of Este, says he, appeared to be, at this time, about 14 years of age. She was tall and admirably shaped. Her complexion was of the last degree of fairness, her hair black as jet, so were her eyebrows and her eyes, but the latter so full of light and sweetness, as they did dazzle and charm too. There seemed given unto them by nature sovereign power, power to kill and power to save, and in the whole turn of her face, which was of the most graceful oval, there were all the features, all the beauty, and all that could be great and charming in any human creature. The earl approached her with the respect he thought due to his future mistress, and having made her the proper compliments, he asked her pardon if he were the means of disturbing her tranquillity and in some sort crossing her inclinations, but first from the sight of her picture, and now still more so from the view of herself, he was convinced it was the only means of making happy a prince whose love, when she came to know him, would make ample amends to her for anything that she might now regard as a grievance. She answered with a little fierceness, that she was obliged to the King of England and the Duke of York for their good opinion. But she could not but wonder why, from so many princesses of more merit, who would esteem that honour, and be ready to embrace it, they should persist in endeavouring to force the inclination of one who had vowed herself, as much as was in her power, to another sort of life, out of which she never could think she should be happy, and she desired his excellency, even as he fancied, with tears in her eyes, if he had an influence with his master, to oblige her by endeavouring to avert any further persecution of a maid who had an invincible aversion to marriage. Princesses there were enow, she said, in Italy and even in that house, who would not be unworthy of so great an honour, and who, from the esteem they might have thereof, would deserve it much better than she could. However piqued the earl might be at the lofty disdain with which the youthful beauty received his compliments, and her earnest endeavours to defend herself from the unwelcome alliance to which he was wooing her, he was too able a diplomatist to take any notice of her pointed hint that his master's addresses would be more agreeable and suitable to her aunt than to herself. In reply to her passionate rhetoric on the propriety of his allowing her to fulfill that vocation to which it was her desire to devote herself, His Excellency told her that he begged her pardon if he could not obey her. He might have been induced to do so before he saw her, but now it was impossible, since he could not believe that she was made for other end than to give princes to the world, who should adorn it with characters of high virtue and merit, that his country had need of such, and that he would not hazard the offending her by persisting in his demand, since if he did incur her displeasure by it, it would be the means of making her one of the happiest princesses in the world. The earl complains that, for all he could say, the princess appeared dissatisfied at his persistence. Well she might, when the plain meaning of his flattering speech simply amounted to this, that since she suited the object of his mission, it mattered little whether she shuddered at the thought of being torn from her own sunny clime and the sweet familiar friends of her childhood, to be transplanted to a land of strangers and consigned to an unknown husband, 25 years older than herself, whose name she had never heard till she was required to plight her vows of conjugal love and obedience to him, and that even the alternative of a convent and a veil were not allowed to her. Who can wonder that a young, high-spirited girl under 15 broke through the conventional restraints whereby princesses are taught from their cradles to control their feelings, and endeavored to avert the dreaded doom that awaited her, by telling the ambassador her mind with the passionate and tearful vehemence of a child of nature. Having done this, she maintained an obstinate silence, and retired with the Duchess her mother. The next day, the ambassador made a formal complaint of her highness's behaviour to Nardi, and expressed his dissatisfaction that, having been kept on under pretence of Dangeau's negotiation for the dispensation, a much greater difficulty appeared in the aversion so openly expressed by the princess, of whose consent he now utterly despaired. Nardi told him he needed not be under the least concern on that account, since the ladies of Italy, when it came to be in earnest, were accustomed to have no will but that of their friends, and if her mother were satisfied, she would soon be brought to a much more difficult matter than that. The earl then reminded the minister that time pressed, the meeting of Parliament drew near, and therefore it was necessary to come to an immediate conclusion or to depart. The Duchess, on being informed of this, sent him word the next day that she had greater hopes of the princess's concurrence, who had, she said, been urged by the Duke her brother, and all about her, to consent, so that she trusted, on the arrival of the dispensation, he would be satisfied. In the meantime, the treaty proceeded about the portion, which was to be 80,000 pounds, to be paid at several times, with conditions for jointure, maintenance, and other matters, and upon those things which are the rocks and shoals on which other marriages generally split, there was no disagreement. James notices the extreme reluctance of the young princess to accept his hand, which he merely imputes to her desire of devoting herself to a religious life. She had at any time, says he, a great inclination to be a nun, insomuch that the Duchess, her mother, was obliged to get the Pope to write to her and persuade her to comply with her wish, as much conducive to the service of God and the public good. There is some difficulty in reconciling this assertion with the following statement, which His Royal Highness's representative, the Earl of Peterborough, gives of the unfriendly conduct of the Pope in this affair. But now at last came from Rome the abbot Dangeau, without the dispensation, which he could not by any means obtain, by reason that the Cardinal Altieri was inflexible, and threats of excommunication were issued against any that should undertake to perform or celebrate the marriage. Thereupon, pursues His Excellency, we were all upon fears of a total rupture. The Duchess herself, a zealous, if not a bigoted woman, was in great pain about the part that might seem offensive to His Holiness or neglective of his authority, and the princess took occasion from hence to support her unwillingness. But in truth, the Cardinal Barberini, on whom the Duchess had great dependence, and all the other adherents and relations of the House of Este, being every day more and more convinced of the honour and interest they were like to find in this alliance, were scandalized at the unreasonable obstinacy of the Pope and his nephew, and did frankly advise the Duchess of Modena to conclude the marriage at once, it being less difficult to obtain forgiveness for it after it was done than permission for doing it. The next great difficulty was to find a priest who would in that country venture to perform the ceremony of the espousals in defiance of the interdict of the Pope. The Bishop of Modena, who was applied to it, positively refused, but at last a poor English Jacobite named White, who, having nothing to lose, and upon whom the terror of excommunication did not so much prevail, undertook to do it. The princess then at last gave herself up to the will of her friends. A day was appointed for this solemnity, and the earl had liberty to visit her highness in her own apartment. It is much to be regretted that his excellency did not enrich his curious and amusing history of this marriage with a few particulars of his state visit to the reluctant bride-elect, and of her reception of him, and the costly offering of jewels, which he was then empowered to present to her as a love token from her future lord. It was not, as she herself afterwards declared, without floods of tears that she yielded to her mother's commands, which she had never before ventured to dispute. When a reluctant assent had been thus wrung, by maternal authority, from poor Mary Beatrice, the Earl of Peterborough assumed his official character of ambassador extraordinary from the King of England to that court, and procurator and proxy for his Royal Highness James Duke of York and Albany's marriage with the princess, sister to the Duke. Instead, however, of making a public entrance into Modena, in consequence of having left his servants and equipage at Lyons, the earl was not prepared to do. He was brought in the most honourable manner to his first public audience of the Duchess Regent and the reigning Duke her son, by Prince Rinaldo of Este, the uncle of the Duke, and all that were great and noble in that court. And indeed, continues the earl, the ceremony, attendants, state guards, and other appurtenances were in that order and magnificence as might have become a prince of far greater revenues and territories, and herein all the marks of sovereignty did appear, which are usual with princes who are dependent but of God. He delivered his credentials in the usual form to their highnesses, and after having made a speech suitable to the occasion, retired as he came. Only, instead of being conducted to his coach, he was led into a very noble apartment, which was appropriated to his use, in quality of his office as ambassador extraordinary for the marriage, and there he was entertained with the greatest plenty and magnificence, entirely at the expense of that generous princess, the Duchess of Modena. The marriage treaty was speedily completed. Some authors have asserted that the portion was furnished by Louis XIV, but it appears that he merely advanced some part of it as a loan, of which he afterwards endeavoured to extort a forcible repayment from the Duke of Modena, when there was a political disagreement between them a few years afterwards. Mary Beatrice was always treated by Louis XIV as his adopted daughter, probably from the remembrance of early friendship with her mother, who, as the niece of Cardinal Mazarin, was one of the companions of his childhood. All the preliminaries for the marriage now being arranged, and the Earl of Peterborough pressing for his departure, the day for the solemnization of the nuptial contract was fixed for the 30th of September. The noble proxy, having prepared his equipage and habit suitable for the occasion, was fetched from his lodgings at about 11 o'clock on that morning by the Duke of Modena in person, accompanied by Prince Rinaldo and all the noblest cavaliers of the court, and conducted to a chamber near the chapel, where he reposed himself till so much of the service was done as seemed obnoxious to the religion he professed, for it is to be noticed that James had not chosen a Roman Catholic, but a member of the Church of England for his proxy, although it might have involved some inconvenience in an Italian court. When the mass was over, the earl was led into the chapel, where the bride expected him, and there, not only without a dispensation from the Pope, but in defiance of his interdict, was Mary of Modena married by a poor English priest to the Catholic heir of England, represented by a proxy of the Reformed faith. The ceremony that was then performed was designed, to use the words of the Earl of Peterborough, for a perpetual marriage between that admirable princess and the Duke of York his master. In the name of that prince, the noble proxy placed the nuptial ring on the finger of the bride. This ring she always wore. It was set with a fair diamond, which she was accustomed to call the diamond of her marriage. It was one of the only 3 jewels of which she did not finally strip herself for the relief of the distressed British emigrants who followed the adverse fortunes of her unfortunate lord, but of this hereafter. When the spousal rites were over, the noble proxy of that unknown consort, to whom Mary Beatrice had, with much reluctance, plighted her nuptial faith, led her by the hand to her apartment, where, taking his leave, he went to repose himself in his own, till he was fetched to accompany the princess at the dinner. This, proceeds our record, did succeed about 1 of the clock, and as to the ceremony of it, it was performed at a long table, over the upper end whereof was a rich cloth of state, or canopy, under which, in representation of a bride and bridegroom, the Earl of Peterborough sat with the princess, who was now given the title of Her Royal Highness the Duchess of York, the Duke of Modena, her brother, the Duchess Regent, and the other princes of the House of Este sitting on either side, according to their degrees. This dinner was served with all the care and curiosity that was possible for anything of that nature to be contrived, what the sea could afford, though it was not near, and what the rivers and the lakes was there, what the land could produce, or the air of Italy was not wanting, and all this was made more excellent by the courtesy and good humour of the princes, but it ended at last, and all arose in order to a greater liberty of conversation, that also had a conclusion for a time, and the company, for their repose, retired to their respective apartments, his excellency being conducted to his with the same ceremony as he was brought to dinner. The night was dedicated to dancing, for there was a ball in honour of the nuptials, to which all the beauties of the court resorted. It was performed with the order and magnificence suitable to the rest of the entertainments, much to the satisfaction of all the guests and spectators. The saddest heart there being, no doubt, that of the beautiful young bride, who had made such obstinate and unexampled efforts to defend her maiden freedom. Her struggles had been fruitless. She had been led a powerless victim to the marriage altar. Her reluctant lips had been compelled to pronounce the irrevocable vow. The glittering fetter was on her finger. The most solemn rites of her church had been employed to accomplish the sacrifice, and all her kindred and her people were rejoicing in festivities which cost her oceans of tears. The next day, the Duke of Modena and the Earl of Peterborough rode in state to the cathedral, where a solemn service and Te Deum were sung in honour of the accomplishment of the marriage. 2 or 3 days more were spent in triumphant pageants and other testimonials of public rejoicing. The manner in which the bridegroom, to whom the virgin hand of Mary Beatrice had thus been plighted, received the announcement of the actual solemnization of his state nuptials, is thus related by Lady Rachel Vaughan, in a lively, gossiping letter to Lord William Russell. The news came on Sunday night to the Duke of York that he was married. He was talking in the drawing-room. When the French ambassador brought the letter and told the news, the Duke turned about to the circle and said, "Then I'm a married man." His bride proved to be the Princess of Modena, but she was rather expected to be Canaple's niece. She is to have 100,000 francs and more. They say she has more wit than any woman had before, as much beauty and more youth than is necessary. The Duke of York sent his daughter, Lady Mary, word the same night that he had provided a playfellow for her. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 2, Part 1. 5 days after the solemnization of her espousals with the Duke of York, Mary Beatrice completed her 15th year, and it must be confessed that she conducted herself with no more regard for her newly acquired dignity as a bride than if she had been 10 years younger. When the time was appointed for her to commence her journey to England, she cried and screamed 2 whole days and nights, and it was only by force that she could be kept in bed. Nothing, in fact, would pacify her, till her mother consented to accompany her to England, and the duke her brother part of the way. The Earl of Peterborough, who does not appear to have been at all aware of these perversities on the part of the Virgin Duchess of York, and was by no means desirous of such additions to his travelling party as would compel him to depart entirely from the programme arranged both by the king and the duke for the homeward journey, tried vainly to dissuade the Duchess of Modena from this resolution. He says, "The time for the departure being come, the Duchess mother would by all means accompany her daughter into England, and it could not be diverted by any means, although it proved changeable to her, and of ill consequence to her concerns." Mary Beatrice, however, who had reason to know the real state of the case, told the nun of Chaillot, who recorded these particulars from her own lips, that her passionate importunity prevailed over the extreme reluctance of the Duchess, her mother, to undertake so long a journey, which was extremely inconvenient to her as regent for her son, as she was thus in a manner compelled to leave the government in other hands. Her absence was unavoidably a month longer than she had by any means anticipated, and in the meantime a party was formed against her, which finally stripped her of her authority in the state, and caused an estrangement between her and the young duke, her son. "I shall never cease," would Mary Beatrice say, when adverting to these circumstances, "to reproach myself for my childish importunity, which led to such bad results for my mother." The Duke of York, in his paper of instructions to Lord Peterborough, expressly says, "When the marriage shall be over, and you have adjusted all the manner of your coming into France, which journey will, I think, be most conveniently performed by sea to Marseilles, whither the galleys of the most Christian king will be ordered to bring her, and whither you must attend her, it will be fit that then, or before, you dismiss most of your retinue, lest their attendance may not consist with the figure the princess may probably desire to take of travelling incognito, or embarrass you in the conveniences of your journey, retaining only as many as will fill one coach, and thus follow her all the way until she arrive at Paris or Calais, at one of which places my servants shall be appointed to attend upon her." Such was the prudent arrangement of the princely bridegroom for the journey of his bride to England, but Mary Beatrice, young as she was, having a will of her own, determined to travel overland under the protecting care of her mother and uncle, and to leave her native city with some degree of éclat. Her plans superseded those of her new consort. James had, with great wisdom, directed the earl's attention to a point of no small importance to his domestic comfort and the future popularity of his bride, who, as a Catholic princess, would, he was well aware, be regarded with jealous eyes by a very considerable party in England. "You will do your utmost," he says, "to inculcate to the princess herself and the ministers there the great inconvenience that would follow her being attended by a numerous train of foreigners who are seldom so useful here as natives, and are obnoxious to censure upon any miscarriages." The quarrels that had threatened to destroy the conjugal happiness of his parents, in consequence of their struggle about the French attendants of Henrietta Maria, and the unhappiness of his royal sister-in-law, Queen Catherine, at the dismissal of her Portuguese followers, were not forgotten by James, when he gave this order. There were, however, 3 Italian ladies of the highest rank, Madame Molza, Madame Montecuculi, her daughter, Anna Montecuculi, and a lady of the name of Turini, who had been attached to the service of Mary Beatrice from her cradle, and these, in compliance with her earnest desire, she was permitted to retain among her bedchamber appointments as Duchess of York. They attended her to England, and they followed her fortunes through every vicissitude, whether for good or ill, with devoted fidelity till death. Madame Molza was scarcely 17 years of age at the time of her royal friend's espousals, and the Duchess of Modena said, laughingly, that she and the Duchess of York were both such young girls that they required an experienced matron to take care of them on their journey. Mary Beatrice left Modena under the protection of the Earl of Peterborough and his suite, accompanied by the Duchess Regent, her mother, the Duke of Modena, her brother, her uncle, Prince Rinaldo d'Este, and whatever was noble and considerable among their own people, as well as many other persons of quality from other courts, who came to show their respect to the house of Este on this occasion. And a very princely cortegio it was, says his Excellency, that went with them out of Modena. After 2 days, the young duke was persuaded to take leave of his sister and return. He did it with all the repugnance of which an excellent nature can be capable, they having been ever bred together with all that reciprocal kindness which nearness and merit could beget. But the princess, pursues Lord Peterborough, was near being dissolved in tears. She left her happy and delicious country, with the kind of companions of her youth among whom she had been bred, and all these, perhaps, forever. As indeed it proved to be. Her youth and innocence permitted her not to know whither it was she was to go, to what kind of part, nor among whom, so compassion was to be allowed to her fears as well as to her reluctance, and it was enough we could induce her to proceed and be comforted. Mary Beatrice and the princely boy, whom she regarded in the twofold light of her brother and her sovereign, were at that guileless period of life when the links of kindred affection are more closely twined than at any other, round hearts whose sensibilities are in their first exquisite bloom, and as yet unblighted by intercourse with a selfish world. No wonder that they, who had been debarred by the restraining etiquettes imposed on children of their elevated station from forming other intimacies, felt very keenly the pangs of rendering asunder the bonds of that sweet friendship which had united them from their cradles. Very frequently, no doubt, had the sorrowful bride to be reminded, during that journey, of the exhortation of the royal psalmist. Hearken, O daughter, and consider, forget also thine own people and thy father's house. Having passed then through her own country, she entered the dominions of her kinsman, the Duke of Parma, who complimented the Earl of Peterborough with the present of a fine painting by Parmigiano, the subject of which is described by one of the affected cognoscenti of the last century as Ceres standing with a most genteel air, holding up wheat. The royal bride was not forgotten on that occasion by his highness. Compliments and presents were showered upon her from all quarters, as she proceeded on her sorrowful but festive progress through Italy. Passing through Milan, they came at last into Piedmont, the dominions of the Duke of Savoy, where, says the Earl of Peterborough, these princes were almost, as it had been by spirits, invisibly lodged and provided for, after the most magnificent manner, but ever at the expense of that generous duke. Nor was this all, for having an extreme desire to see the beautiful young bride, to whom he was nearly related, his Highness of Savoy carried his gallantry so far as to come on horseback incognito to meet the fair travellers by the way, as they were passing through his dominions, and, pretending to be one of his own knights, stopped them and delivered a complimentary message, as he said, from the Duke his master. After talking with them a little while, he made himself known, and told Mary Beatrice that he thought she spoke very well, and had answered him agreeably enough. But, said she, when relating this adventure many years afterwards to the nuns of Chaillot, he almost made me die with shame by telling me that he hoped my first child would be a girl, that he might marry her to his son. When they left his territories, they were met by the officers of the King of France, who accompanied them, and defrayed all their expenses to Paris, bringing them to the arsenal, which was appointed for their abode. In that fortified palace, celebrated in history as the official residence of the great Sully, where he so frequently feasted his royal friend and master, Henry of Navarre, the grandfather of the prince whom Mary Beatrice now called her lord. She and the Duchess her mother, and their suite, were entertained in a manner befitting their rank and his own magnificence, at the charge of the King of France. There also the Earl of Peterborough was lodged, and a noble table kept for him and his attendants at the same king's expense. The necessity of our repair into England, continues his Excellency, now drew near, but her royal highness here fell sick, and her disease, for all the power of medicine, hung so upon her, that for some weeks they were not able to think of her remove. This illness was a dangerous fever, which if not brought on by distress of mind, and the force that had been put on her inclinations, was doubtless aggravated by the change of climate and her dread of the completion of her marriage. She kept her bed a fortnight, and her convalescence was tedious. She was anxious enough then to avoid all fatigue, by maintaining a strict incognito, but as soon as she began to recover her strength, the King of France could not be persuaded from coming in state to pay her a visit, to offer her those compliments and marks of respect, which universal report had assured him were due to her royal qualities. This drew on Mary Beatrice the necessity of visiting the Queen of France, and she was received by their majesties at Versailles, with all imaginable circumstances of honor and high consideration, and there entertained with royal magnificence. The Queen of France returned the visit of her royal highness with all the forms prescribed by the rigor of etiquette. State calls were also exchanged with all the great princesses allied to the royal family, wherein was much circumspection to be used about punctilios and formalities. Wearisome work, of course, it was, and attended with much vexation of spirit to persons uninitiated to all the intricate minutiae of claims, privileges, and precedences insisted upon by the numerous members of the haughty demi-royalty of France under the ancient regime. And to make the matter more perplexing, it was necessary that the Duchess of York should accord to each of those ladies the full measure of attention to which she was entitled, without lessening her own dignity by undue condescensions. Happily, however, for her, she was treated with peculiar indulgence and consideration as the adopted daughter of the King of France, and on account of her tender age and inexperience. Mediums were found and expedients practiced for satisfying all pretensions and avoiding all offenses. Mademoiselle de Montpensier and her half-sister, Madame de Guise, the latter of whom was, as the reader will remember, an unsuccessful candidate for the hand of the Duke of York, were among those who came in state to call on his Italian bride, and she returned their visits in due form. The beauty and graceful deportment of Mary Beatrice excited the greatest admiration in the French court, and she was complimented by the king with very royal presents. The jewels which she had already received from the Earl of Peterborough as a bridal offering from her unknown consort, the Duke of York, amounting in value to 20,000 pounds sterling, enabled her to appear with all the magnificence befitting the rank to which her marriage had elevated her among European princesses. Charms like hers, however, required not the aid of elaborate decorations, and her own classical taste disposed her to prefer a general simplicity of attire, except on these occasions, when the etiquette of royal ceremonials compelled her to assume the glittering trappings of a state toilette. While Mary Beatrice was receiving all these flattering attentions at Paris and Versailles, and probably endeavouring, by every possible excuse, to delay her dreaded journey, a strong party in England was labouring to prevent her coming at all. The object of that party was the annoyance of the Duke of York, by exciting a popular ferment against his innocent young bride under the ready pretext of religion. I say the pretext, for the person by whom it was the most vehemently urged was the Earl of Shaftesbury, a known infidel. He was at that time the secret counsellor, and very soon afterwards the acknowledged leader, of a faction made up of the relics of the old Commonwealth, allied with a new generation, who were determined to get the executive power of government into their own hands by establishing a republic under the shadow of a monarchy. This design, they were well aware, they never could hope to accomplish so long as the Duke of York maintained his influence in his royal brother's councils and that popularity with the people which his public services had won. It was he, says the Earl of Peterborough, who encouraged the king's faithful friends and his fainting ministers, and it was in him alone that the enemies of the crown found resistance. He made them desperate at last, and they saw it was impossible to accomplish their designs without his ruin. This did seem a great undertaking, to destroy a prince such as he was, in his birth, in his merits and virtues, and in the esteem of all just and reasonable men. But the zeal of those Commonwealth men made them find nothing impossible. Their resolution was great in this particular, their malice greater, and their cunning greater than either. They knew the admirable qualities of this prince. They knew his valor, justice, temperance, his love of business, his indefatigableness in all honorable undertakings. They knew also that against a man so qualified no truth could prevail. They were then resolved to have recourse to falsehood, and, pursues the honest old cavalier, warming with the remembrance of the unfounded calumnies that had been heaped on his royal friend, into a climax of uncontrollable indignation. And to the devil, the father of liars, one of whose chief favourites was become Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, the late Earl of Shaftesbury. His Royal Highness being perfectly aware that the next contest which these political religionists were preparing to fight against him would be on the question of his marriage with the Princess of Modena, had taken his measures accordingly, and, through the energetic proceedings of his faithful friend, the Earl of Peterborough, the treaty for this alliance had been so promptly and quietly settled that the party were perfectly taken by surprise, when at the meeting of Parliament on the 20th of October, they addressed the king on the subject by saying, that they had heard with regret that a marriage between the Duke of York and the Princess of Modena was thought of, and petitioned his Majesty not to allow it to proceed. Charles replied, briefly and dryly, that their remonstrances came too late. The alliance matter to which they alluded was not only thought of, but done. The Duke, his brother, was already married to the Princess of Modena, and she was on her journey to England. This announcement threw the Commons into a flame. They immediately voted an address to the king, praying him to send and stop the princess at Paris in order to prevent the consummation of her marriage with the Duke of York. Charles replied, that he could not in honour dissolve a marriage that had been solemnly executed. The Commons, infuriated at the royal declaration, concluded a series of angry votes by petitioning the king to appoint a day of general fasting, that God might avert the dangers with which the nation was threatened. Charles graciously granted them permission to fast as much as they pleased, although aware that the proposition of such an observance was not intended for a humiliation to themselves, but as an especial contempt for the Italian bride. The next day, being the anniversary of the Gunpowder Plot, the popular pageant of burning Guy Fawkes and the Pope were played off with more than wonted vivacity by the London prentices, attended with various circumstances and allusions, tending to mark their displeasure at the Duke of York's change of creed and his popish marriage, as they styled it, regardless of the fact that it had been contracted not only without the Pope's license, but positively in defiance of his authority. The cabinet of King Charles II took the alarm, and the Earl of Arlington implored his Majesty either to prevent the departure of the Princess of Modena from Paris, or to insist that James, after his marriage, should withdraw from court and lead the life of a country gentleman. The king replied, that the first was incompatible with his honour, and the second would be an indignity to his brother. While these stormy scenes, on her account, were agitating the nation and court, over which she was one day to preside as queen, the reluctant bride left Paris, and commenced her journey to the sea coast. She travelled in state, and in all the towns and provinces through which she passed, she was met and received by the governors and local authorities with the same respect as if she had been Queen of France. Louis XIV's officers defrayed all the expenses of this pompous progress till she came to the water's edge. The vessels that had been appointed by King Charles for her passage to England were waiting for her at Calais, where, on the 21st of November, she embarked in the Catherine yacht, with her mother, her uncle, and all who had attended her from Italy. The royal bride crossed the Channel with a prosperous breeze, and towards evening arrived at Dover. The Duke of York, with becoming gallantry, was on the sands to give his new consort a personal welcome to England, and when she came to shore, he received her in his arms. The beauty, the timidity, and the innocence of the royal bride rendered such an occurrence, doubtless, a spectacle of exciting interest to the honest seafaring population of Dover, the manly squires of Kent, and the gentle ladies who thronged the Strand that day to obtain a sight of the new duchess and the ceremonial of her landing. James was charmed, as well he might be, with the surpassing grace and loveliness of the consort his friend, the Earl of Peterborough, had chosen for him. On her landing, says the Earl, she took possession of his heart as well as his arms. Of her emotions, his lordship, for obvious reasons, does not speak. Mary Beatrice, in after years, acknowledged that she did not like her lord at first. What girl of 15 ever did like a spouse 25 years her senior? Princesses are rarely so fortunate as to be allowed the privilege of a negation in matters of the kind, but the fair D'Este had not submitted to the hard fate of female royalty without a struggle, and now it should seem that she had not sufficient self-control to conceal her feelings under deceitful smiles. She is even said to have betrayed a childish aversion to the Duke at their first interview. Some men would have hated her, and rendered the union forever miserable by a manifestation of evil temper on the occasion. The sailor prince knew better, well qualified as he was to play the wooer successfully to ladies of all ages. He wisely took no notice of discouraging symptoms in so young a creature, but professing himself dazzled by the beauty of her eyes, he led her with courtly attention to her lodgings, and left her with her mother to take a little repose after the discomposure of her voyage. Brief time had she for rest, and none for reflection. The fatigue and excitement of a state toilet awaited her in preparation for another agitating scene, the solemn confirmation of her espousals with the Duke by the Bishop of Oxford, who had attended his Royal Highness from London for that purpose. The greatest difficulty, perhaps, with which historians have to contend is the discrepancy of statements between equally credible witnesses of the same fact. The account given by the Duke of York of the ceremonial of his marriage with Mary d'Este at Dover is very different from that recorded by his proxy, the Earl of Peterborough. James says, "She landed at Dover the 21st of November. Dr. Crewe married them, declaring that by proxy a lawful marriage." The compiler of James's life from the Stuart papers details the manner in which this was done. The same evening, the Duke and Duchess of York and the Duchess of Modena, with their attendants, the Earl of Peterborough being also present, being assembled together in the state drawing-room, the Bishop of Oxford asked the Duchess of Modena and the Earl of Peterborough whither the said Earl had married the Duchess of York as proxy of the Duke, which they both affirming, the Bishop then declared, "It was a lawful marriage." From the above statements, which, as far as they went, were probably true, Dr. Lingard and others have inferred that no other ceremony took place, but it is certain that neither James nor his biographer have related the whole of the circumstances, the latter because he found no further record in his authorities, while James, perhaps, omitted mentioning the Church of England marriage service, from a foolish repugnance to acknowledging that he resorted to the rites of that church for the confirmation of his wedlock with a princess of the Romish faith. The plain fact was, that even to Roman Catholics it was a matter of expediency to legalize by such rites a marriage which the Pope had forbidden, and James was perfectly alive to the necessity of taking due precautions for securing, beyond the possibility of dispute, the legitimate claims of the male issue of this alliance to the royal succession. His Royal Highness, says the Earl of Peterborough, who had provided so to confirm this matter, as the malice of any age to come should have no pretense to call it in question, led out his Duchess into his great room before his bedchamber, and there, in presence of all the lords who had attended him from London, of all the country gentlemen who were come to see him, and what it could contain of the citizens of Dover, he married again his wife after the forms of the Church of England, by the hands of Dr. Nathaniel Crewe, at this time Bishop of Durham, after which they supped together, and the marriage was lawfully completed the same night. James honored the ancient customs of the land over which he expected to rule, by admitting a portion of the honest, true-hearted classes, in which the strength of a monarch depends, to witness the solemnization of his marriage with a princess whom he had taken to wife, in the hope of her becoming the mother of a line of kings. It was sound policy in him not to make that ceremonial and exclusive show for the courtiers who had attended him from London, and the foreigners who, notwithstanding his prudent caution to the Earl of Peterborough, had accompanied his Italian consort to England. He knew the national jealousy, the national pride of his countrymen, and that their affections are easily won, but more easily lost, by those who occupy high places; that they are terrible in their anger, but just in their feelings, their crimes being always imputed to the arts of those by whom their feelings are perverted to the purposes of faction or bigotry. The English are, moreover, a sight-loving people, and for the most part inclined to regard the principal actors in a royal pageant with feelings of romantic enthusiasm. It was, therefore, well calculated to increase his popularity and counteract the malice of his enemies, for the sailor prince to take so excellent an opportunity for interesting their generous sympathies in favor of the innocent young creature against whom the Republican faction was endeavoring to raise a general persecution. It is a little singular that among the numerous spectators, gentle and simple, courtly and quaint, who witnessed the landing of Mary Beatrice that day, and afterwards the royal ceremonial of her marriage with the heir of the crown, not one should have left any little graphic record of the events of the day, with details of the dress and deportment of the bride, and her reception of the English ladies, the manner and order of the supper, with many other minor observances connected with the costume of those times, which his Excellency of Peterborough has considered it beneath the dignity of an ambassador to chronicle, although few ambassadors have recorded so many pleasant adventures as he has done. Why was not that most minutely circumstantial of all diarists, Samuel Pepys, at the wedding of his royal master, the Duke of York, to count the pearls on the bride's stomacher, and to tell us how rich and rare was the quality of her white and silver petticoat, and to marvel at the difference between her sylph-like figure and the obesity of her portly predecessor, Anne Hyde? The ring with which James wedded Mary of Modena was a small ruby set in gold. She showed it to the nuns of Chaillot in the days of her sorrowful widowhood, days of her exile and poverty, and said, "It was impossible for her to part with it, for it was her marriage ring, which was given her when she arrived in England by her royal husband, then Duke of York, and therefore she valued it more than the diamond, which, according to the custom of her country, she received on the day of her espousals at Modena." She evidently regarded it as the pledge of a more sacred contract, though solemnized with the rites of the Reformed Church. The noble proxy concludes his pithy history of the marriage of Mary Beatrice in these words: "And here the Earl of Peterborough ended this great service, which, through many difficulties, brought to the Duke the fairest lady in the world, and to England a princess of the greatest example and virtue." The Countess of Peterborough was appointed to the highest office in the household, and her daughter, the young Duchess of Norfolk, made one of the ladies of the bedchamber. During the 2 days that James remained at Dover with his bride, one of his pretended friends, the Earl of Berkshire, advised him to write to the king, his brother, requesting leave to withdraw from public life, and to retire with his new duchess to Audley End, or some other country residence, where he might enjoy her society, and hunt and prey without any offense to others or disquiet to himself. James thanked him for his good meaning, but told him that unless his majesty should command him to the contrary, he would always wait upon him, and do him what service he could. It was not his intention to gratify his foes by burying himself and his beautiful bride in the obscurity of country life. He was justly proud of her charms, and determined that she should make her public entrance into London in a manner befitting the consort of the heir presumptive of the realm, and although the season of the year was anything but favourable for showing off an aquatic pageant, in such a climate as England, to a native of Italy, he resolved on bringing her in triumph up the Thames to Whitehall. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 2, Part 2. On the second day after the marriage, this little court set out from Dover, accompanied by the Duchess of Modena and Prince Rinaldo d'Este. They performed the journey overland to Gravesend, sleeping at Canterbury the first night, at Rochester the second, the people everywhere expressing their joy upon the arrival of Her Royal Highness. The slow rate at which she travelled enabled everyone who wished to gratify their curiosity by obtaining a view of her. It has been said with truth that a little beauty goes a great way with queens and princesses, but Mary of Modena was descended from families in which nobility of person was a hereditary gift. The royal and commanding lineaments of the princely house of Este were in her softened and blended with the captivating graces of the more humbly born Mancini, which had been transmitted to her by her maternal grandmother, the sister of Cardinal Mazarin. The portraits of Mary Beatrice bear an improved and chastened likeness to those of Hortense Mancini, whom Charles II loved well enough to offer to Mary, and James II has styled the most beautiful girl in the world. The discretionary nature of the Earl of Peterborough's commission in choosing a bride for his royal friend, and the surpassing charms of her whom he had selected, elicited an elegant poem from the young Earl of Lansdowne, of which the following lines may serve as a fair specimen. The impartial judge surveys with vast delight all that the sun surrounds of fair and bright, then strictly just he with adoring eyes to radiant Este gives the glorious prize. Who could deserve like her, in whom we see united all that Paris found in three? Even a grave dignitary of the Church of England, the learned Dr. South, who was one of the Protestant chaplains of the Duke of York, was seized with a fit of poetic inspiration when the news of his royal patron's nuptials with the fair young flower of the historic line of Este reached him. The worthy doctor, being then on a journey, composed an impromptu Latin ode on this auspicious theme, and wrote it down while on horseback, having no other desk than the neck of his steed, which on that occasion proved a veritable Pegasus to his reverence. The merry monarch, attended by the principal lords and ladies of the court, went down the river in state in the royal barges on the 26th of November to meet and compliment the newly wedded pair. Their royal highnesses having embarked at Gravesend that morning with the Duchess of Modena and their noble attendants, came up with the early tide. When the two courts met on the broad waters of the Thames, the bridal party came on board the royal yacht. His Majesty received and welcomed his new sister-in-law with every demonstration of affection, and they returned together. The Duchess of Modena must have been an old acquaintance of the king and the Duke of York, she having resided at Paris before her marriage, at the time when they were in exile. Many a subject connected with mutual friends must they have had to discuss together, while the strong personal resemblance of the bride to her cousin, Hortense Mancini, could scarcely fail of recalling the memory of his morning years to the king. Mary Beatrice was invariably treated with the greatest tenderness and consideration by her royal brother-in-law. "He was always kind to me," would she say in after years, "and was so truly amiable and good-natured that I loved him very much, even before I became attached to my lord, the Duke of York." At noon, the royal party landed at Whitehall, and Mary Beatrice was presented in due form to the queen, by whom she was received in the kindest and most obliging manner. The reception of the young duchess on her first appearance at Whitehall was truly flattering, as she was treated with every mark of affection and distinction by their majesties, and with much respect by the great ladies of the court and all the royal party. Yet, observes Lord Peterborough, clouds hung heavy upon the brows of many others who had a mind to punish what they could not prevent. It was impossible for anything to be more unpopular than the marriage of the heir presumptive to the crown with a Catholic princess. The disapprobation of Parliament had been loudly but fruitlessly expressed. The ribald political rhymesters who had already assailed James with a variety of disgusting lampoons on the subject of his Italian alliance were preparing to aim their coarse shafts at his bride. But when she appeared, her youth, her innocence, and surpassing loveliness disarmed even their malignity. They found no point for attack. From others, the young duchess received the most unbounded homage. Waller, though on the verge of 70, wrote the following complimentary lines in her copy of Tasso. Tasso knew how the fairer sex to grace, but in no one durst all perfection place. In her alone, that owns this book, is seen Clorinda's spirit and her lofty mien, Sophorina's piety, Erminia's truth, Armida's charms, her beauty and her youth. Our princess here, as in a glass, doth dress her well-taught mind, and every grace express. More to our wonder than Rinaldo fought, the hero's race excels the poet's thought. King Charles ordered a silver medal to be struck in honor of his brother's marriage, in which half-length portraits of James and his bride appear face to face, like Philip and Mary on a shilling. The disparity of their ages is strikingly apparent, for though the royal admiral was still in the meridian pride of manhood, and reckoned at that time one of the finest men in his brother's court, his handsome but sternly marked lineaments are in such strong contrast to the softness of contour, delicate features, and almost infantine expression of his youthful consort, that no one would take them for husband and wife. The dress of the young duchess is arranged with classical simplicity, and her hair negligently bound up with a fillet, over which the rich profusion of ringlets fall negligently, as if with the weight of their own luxuriance, on either side of her face, and shade her graceful throat and bosom. A much finer medal of her was struck soon afterwards from one of her bridal portraits by Lely, a full length in the costume of a Grecian muse, only with more ample draperies, and the hair in flowing ringlets. The medal bears this inscription: Maria Beatrice, Eleonora Duquesa, Ebora Census. As this princess was of that order of beauty to which the royal taste awarded the palm, and her natural charms were unmarred by vanity or affectation, she excited boundless admiration in the court of Charles II, where it was hoped that the purity of her manners and morals would have a restraining and beneficial effect. George Granville, Earl of Lansdowne, in his poem on her marriage with the Duke of York, pays her the following graceful compliment: Our future hopes from this blessed union rise, our present joy and safety from her eyes, those charming eyes that shine to reconcile to harmony and peace this stubborn isle. The noble young bard, at that time a student only in his 13th year, lived to see the luster of those eyes, from which he caught his earliest spark of poetic inspiration, dimmed with long years of weeping, yet he always remained true to his first theme, and sang her praises as fervently in the dark days of her adversity as when her star first rose in its glittering ascendant, surrounded by so many glorious attributes and flattering hopes. St. James's Palace had always been the residence of the Duke of York, and thither he conducted his new duchess. On the 6th of December, the French ambassador waited on their royal highnesses to compliment them on their marriage. The same day, the ambassador of Portugal, the Swedish and Danish envoys, the residents of Venice and Newburgh, came to offer the congratulations of their respective courts on the same occasion, being introduced by Sir Charles Cotterell, the master of the ceremonies. The Duke and Duchess of York held their courts in levees at this palace as regularly as the King and Queen did theirs at Whitehall, but on different days. There was not, however, the slightest rivalry either intended or suspected. King Charles always said that the most loyal and virtuous portion of his courtiers were to be found in his brother's circle at St. James's Palace. He was excessively fond of the company of his new sister-in-law, and occasionally did her the honour of presenting himself with other company at her levee, where he was wont to amuse himself, not only with the floating news of the day, but in discussing the affairs of the nation. Sir John Reresby, in his Memoirs, mentions that on the 18th of March he entertained his majesty a long time in the Duchess of York's bedchamber, with what had been then transacting in the House of Commons. The proceedings here boded little good to the heir of the crown and his consort. Much was said of the dangers to be apprehended from this popish marriage, and sternly was the exercise of the penal laws insisted upon. It was even forbidden for any popish recusant to walk in the park, or to enter St. James's Palace under any pretense. It had been stipulated in her marriage articles that the Duchess of York was to enjoy the use of the Catholic chapel at St. James's, which had been fitted up by the Queen Mother, Henrietta, for herself and her household, but Charles II, who was an attentive observer of the signs of the times, perceiving that a great excitement prevailed among the populace at the idea of a second public establishment for the worship of the Church of Rome, circumvented his brother and his young Italian bride by setting the queen to claim it as one of her chapels. This slight piece of diplomacy laid the foundation of a lasting coolness between Mary Beatrice and Queen Catherine. There is reason to believe that the Duchess of Modena, who was still with her daughter, wrote to Louis XIV to complain of the infraction of the treaty to which he had been a guarantee, for in the Archives des Affaires étrangères Paris, there is an inedited letter addressed by James to that monarch in reply to an inquiry from him as to the manner the Duchess of York was allowed to exercise her religion. An apartment in St. James's Palace had been fitted up, by Charles's orders, as an oratory or private chapel for the young duchess and her suite, so that truth compelled James, however, dissatisfied with the arrangement, to reply as he does in the following letter, which, as it was derived from a source only accessible through the courtesy of M. Guizot, is here inserted. The Duke of York to King Louis XIV. London, the 8th of December, 1673. Monsieur, as the Duchess of Modena has informed me that it will be desirable that I should give your Majesty some account of the manner in which the Duchess of York enjoys the exercise of her religion, I have her permission to inform you that she enjoys here the free exercise of the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman faith, in the same manner that the Queen does here at this present time for herself and her household, and that the King, my brother, will have the same care for her and all her people in regard to the Catholic religion that he has for the Queen and her suite. Your letter being confined to this sole subject, I will not trouble your Majesty further at present than to assure you that I am with all respect imaginable, Sir, your Majesty's very affectionate brother, cousin, and servant, James. From the dry, laconic style of the above letter, it may easily be perceived that James neither approved of the dictation of his mother-in-law, the Duchess of Modena, nor the interference of his royal kinsman of France, yet the manner in which he has noted in his own journal the refusal of St. James's Chapel to his Duchess shows that he regarded it as a great affront to her. Charles, however, acted more as the friend of the Duchess of York in withholding the indulgence from her than if he had granted it, well knowing that the less conspicuously the ceremonials of her religion were practiced, the greater would be the chance of her enjoying the affections of the people. The Duchess of Modena, who had spent 6 weeks with her daughter, was compelled to return to her own country in consequence of the intrigues that had been set on foot against her during her absence. Her presence in England had not been conducive to the conjugal happiness of the newly wedded pair, and there had been some disputes between her and the English duchesses on the subject of precedence. She departed from England December 30th. 40 years afterwards, Mary Beatrice spoke of this separation from her mother as the greatest trial she had ever known at that period of her life. But, added she, after her departure, I became very much attached to the late king my husband, who was then Duke of York, and my affection for him increased with every year that we lived together, and received no interruption to the end of his life. Her fondness for him at that time, she confessed, amounted to an engrossing passion, which interfered with her spiritual duties, for she thought more of pleasing him than serving her God, and that it was sinful for anyone to love an earthly creature as she had loved her husband, but that her fault brought its own punishment in the pain she suffered at discovering that she was not the exclusive object of his regard. James had unhappily formed habits and connections disgraceful to himself and inimical to the peace of his youthful consort. His conduct with several of the married ladies of the court, even with those in her own household, afforded great cause for scandal, and, of course, there were busy tongues eager to whisper every story of the kind to his bride. If Mary Beatrice had been a few years older at the time of her marriage, she would have understood the value of her own charms, and instead of assailing her faithless lord with tears and passionate reproaches, she would have endeavored to win him from her rivals by the graceful arts of captivation for which she was well qualified. James was proud of her beauty and flattered by her jealousy. He treated her with unbounded indulgence, as she herself acknowledged, but there was so little difference in age between her and his eldest daughter, that he appears only to have regarded her as a full-grown child or a plaything, till the moral dignity of her character became developed by the force of circumstances, and he learned to look up to her with that admiration and respect which her virtues were calculated to excite. This triumph was not easily or quickly won. Many a heartache and many a trial had Mary Beatrice to endure before that day arrived. Her own path, in the meantime, was beset with difficulties. Ignorant as she was of the manners and customs of England, she was compelled to submit to the guidance of those ladies whom the Duke, her husband, had appointed to assist her with their advice and instruction, as he was desirous that she should conform to the usages of the English court. Basset and other gambling games were then in high vogue in the beau monde. Mary Beatrice disliked cards, and was terrified at the idea of high play, but her ladies told her she must do as others did, or she would become unpopular and excite ridicule, and by their importunities prevailed over her reluctance. Like most young people under similar circumstances, she lost her money at the card table without deriving the slightest pleasure from the game, and as this happened very frequently, it devoured those sums which ought to have been applied to better purposes. "I suffered," she would say in after years, "great pain from my losses at play, and all for want of a little more firmness in not positively refusing to comply with a custom which those who were so much older than myself told me I was not at liberty to decline. I shall always regret my weakness, since it deprived me of the means of doing the good I ought to have done at that time." Such was the ingenuous acknowledgment, made nearly 40 years afterwards by that princess, of an early error, which her sensitive conscience taught her to regard as a crime to the end of her life. How generally blameless her conduct was at the tender age, when she was torn from her peaceful convent to become the wife of a careless husband, whose years nearly trebled her own, and the stepmother of princesses old enough to be her sisters, may be perceived even from the unfriendly evidence of Bishop Burnet himself. "She was," says he, "a very graceful person, with a good measure of beauty, and so much wit and cunning, that during all this reign she behaved herself in so obliging a manner, and seemed so innocent and good, that she gained upon all that came near her, and possessed them with such impressions of her, that it was long before her behaviour after she was queen could make them change their thoughts of her. So artificially did this young Italian behave herself, that she deceived even the eldest and most jealous persons both in court and country. Only sometimes a satirical temper broke out too much, which was imputed to youth and wit, not enough practice to the world. She avoided the appearance of a zealot or of a meddler in business, and gave herself up to innocent cheerfulness, and was universally esteemed and beloved as long as she was duchess. Upwards of 12 years. Rather a trying period for the most practised of hypocrites to have supported the part which this candid divine attributes to an inexperienced girl, who commenced her career in public life at 15. If Mary Beatrice had, at that tender age, acquired not only the arts of simulation and dissimulation in such perfection, but the absolute control over every bad passion which Burnet imputes to her, so as to deceive the most watchful of her foes, and to conciliate the love and esteem of all who came near her, she might assuredly have governed the whole world. Unfortunately for herself, this princess was singularly deficient in the useful power of concealing her feelings. It is impossible to refrain from smiling at the idea of any one attributing policy so profound to the unsophisticated child of nature, who, preferring the veil of a cloister votaress to the prospect of the crown matrimonial of England, had interrupted the diplomatic courtship of a grave ambassador with passionate reproaches for his cruelty in endeavouring to marry her to his master against her inclination, and with tearful earnestness intimated how much more suitable and welcome the alliance would be to her maiden aunt than to herself, and was too little practiced in deception to be able to conceal either her disinclination to her consort in the first instance, or her too ardent affection for him after he had succeeded in winning her virgin love. If then, so young a creature, whose greatest fault was her proneness to yield to the impulse of her feelings, conducted herself for 12 years so perfectly as not to give cause for complaint to anyone, not even to her stepdaughters, the natural inference is that she acted under the influence of more conscientious motives than those which guided the pen of her calumniator. Soon after the departure of the Duchess of Modena, the Duke of York made a progress with his bride to show her several places of interest in her new country. Among the rest, he conducted her to Cambridge, where she was received with signal honours by the university, and the young Lord Lansdowne enjoyed the satisfaction of reciting to her Royal Highness a poem which he had composed on the occasion, full of compliments both to her and the Duke. When they returned to town, Burnet, who was honoured with a private interview with James, says, that his Royal Highness commended his new Duchess much. On the 18th of May, 1674, the Dutch ambassadors, after making their public entry and receiving audience from the king, were introduced by Sir Charles Cotterell into the presence of the Duke and Duchess in their apartments in Whitehall. 2 days later, the king and queen, accompanied by their Royal Highnesses, left town for Windsor, with the intention of passing some time there. Mary Beatrice applied herself to the study of the English language to such good purpose that she soon became a perfect mistress of all its intricacies, and not only spoke, read, and wrote it with fluency, but was able to appreciate the literature of that Augustan age. She had both the good taste and the good policy to pay distinguishing attention to persons of literary talent. She took great pleasure in the conversation of the aged Waller, and playfully commanded him to write. That he had not lost the talent for making poetry the vehicle for graceful compliments, which distinguished his early productions, may be seen by the elegant lines addressed to her Royal Highness, which he presented to her with a copy of his poems. After telling her that the verses in that volume celebrated the beauties of a former age, he says, "Thus we writ then, your brighter eye inspire a nobler flame, and raise our genius higher. While we, your wit and early knowledge fear, to our productions we become severe. Your matchless beauty gives our fancy wing. Your judgment makes us careful how we sing. Lines not composed, as heretofore, in haste, polished like marble, shall like marble last, and make you through as many ages shine, as Tasso has the heroes of your line. Though other names our wary writers use, you are the subject of the British muse, dilating mischief to yourself unknown. Men write, and die of wounds they dare not own." It was highly to the credit of so young a creature as Mary Beatrice that her mind was too well regulated to be alloyed with the vanity which the flattering incense offered up to the shrine of her beauty by the greatest wits of the age was calculated to excite in a female heart. The purity of her manners and conduct entitled her to universal respect. It was observed in that wanton, licentious court, where voluptuousness stalked unmasked, and gloried in its shame, that the youthful Duchess of York afforded a bright example of feminine propriety and conjugal virtue. She appeared like a wedded Diane, walking through Paphian bowers in her calm purity. Dryden dedicated his state of innocence to her, a dramatic poem founded on Milton's Paradise Lost. After complimenting her on her descent from the illustrious family of Este, princes who were immortalized even more by their patronage of Tasso and Ariosto than by their heroic deeds, he goes on to pay many personal compliments to herself, assuring her that she is never seen without being blessed, and that she blesses all who see her, adding, that although everyone feels the power of her charms, she is adored with the deepest veneration, that of silence, for she is placed, both by her virtues and her exalted station, above all mortal wishes. The first year of her wedded life was spent by Mary Beatrice in a gay succession of fetes and entertainments. While the court was at Windsor in August 1674, the Duke of York and his rival Monmouth amused their majesties, her Royal Highness and the ladies, with a representation of the siege of Maastricht, a model of that city with all its fortifications having been erected in one of the meadows at the foot of the long terrace. James and Monmouth, at the head of a little army of courtiers, conducted the attack to show their skill in tactics. On Saturday night, the 21st, they made their approaches, opened trenches, and imitated the whole business of a siege. The city was defended with great spirit, prisoners were taken, mines sprung, cannonading took place, grenades were thrown, and the warlike pantomime lasted till 3 o'clock in the morning, affording a splendid and animating spectacle which might be seen and heard to a considerable distance. It was the last pageant of a chivalric character, performed in the presence of royalty, or in which a British prince took a leading part. A prospect was then entertained of the Duchess of York bringing an heir to England, but her first child proved a daughter, who was born at St. James's Palace on Sunday, January 10, 1675, 25 after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Some little disappointment, on account of the sex of the infant, is betrayed by the Duke of York in announcing the event to his nephew, the Prince of Orange. He says, "I believe you will not be sorry to hear of the Duchess being safely delivered. It is but a daughter, but God be praised, they are both very well." Mary Beatrice was, of course, desirous that her firstborn should be brought up in the religion which she had been taught to venerate above all others. Her husband, though he desired it no less, knew that it was impossible, and explained to her that their children were the property of the nation, and that soon after their marriage it had been moved in Parliament that they should be brought up in the established religion of the realm, like his 2 elder daughters, the Princesses Mary and Anne, or they would be taken from them and placed under the care of others. It was, besides, the pleasure of the king, to which they must submit. The youthful mother, like a rash, inconsiderate girl as she was, determined to have her own way in spite of king, bishops, and parliament. A few hours after the birth of her babe, she took an opportunity of sending for her confessor, Father Gallus, and persuaded him to baptize it privately on her own bed, according to the rites of the Church of Rome. When her royal brother-in-law, King James, came to discuss with her and his brother the arrangements for the christening of the newborn princess, Mary Beatrice told him exultingly that her daughter was already baptized. King Charles treated the communication with absolute indifference, and without paying the slightest regard to the tears and expostulations of the young mother, who was terrified at the thought of having been the means of incurring a sacrilege through the reiteration of the baptismal sacrament. He ordered the little princess to be borne with all due solemnity to the chapel royal, and had her christened there by a Protestant bishop, according to the rites of the Church of England. She was given the names of Catherine Laura, out of compliment to the Queen and the Duchess of Modena. Her sponsors were her elder sisters, the Princesses Mary and Anne, and the Duke of Monmouth. Her previous admission into the Church of Rome by Father Gallus was kept a profound secret. If it had been known, it would probably have cost that ecclesiastic dear, and might have been very injurious to both the Duke and the Duchess of York. This fact was divulged by Mary Beatrice herself to the abbess and nuns of Chaillot. She said that she was very much terrified afterwards at what she had done, but that Father Gallus had consoled her by the assurance that she had not incurred, as she feared, a deadly sin. Charles II, who was still greatly annoyed at the irreparable manner in which his brother had injured his prospects, and deprived both himself and his country of his services, by forsaking the communion of the Church of England for that of Rome, must have regarded the Catholic baptism of a newborn princess as an especial piece of perversity on the part of his sister-in-law. He was too good-natured, however, to agitate her by any serious manifestations of displeasure. Having had a Catholic mother, he was able to make allowances for the imprudent but natural zeal of a young romantic girl of 16, who, having been educated in a convent, could scarcely form an idea of the adverse feeling with which the rites of her religion were regarded by the majority of the people of England at that period. Scarcely a fortnight after this occurrence, a council was held at Lambeth for the purpose of putting in force the statutes against recusancy, and 6 very severe orders against Roman Catholics and dissenters were published by proclamation, one of which prohibited any British subject from officiating as a Romish priest, either in the Queen's Chapel or elsewhere, and another forbade any papist or reputed papist from entering Whitehall or St. James's Palace, under the penalty, if a peer, of imprisonment in the Tower, if of a lower rank, in one of the common jails. The latter decree placed Mary Beatrice almost in a state of isolation, and must have been regarded as a great hardship by her and the Roman Catholic ladies of her household. The Duke of York remonstrated, but as this was intended for his especial annoyance, his complaints availed nothing. The Duchess took everything quietly, happy in a mother's first sweet cares, and loving her husband with the most passionate affection, she lived on terms of perfect amity with his daughters. Neither of these princesses ever accused Mary Beatrice of the slightest instance of unkindness to them, no, not even in justification of their subsequent ill treatment of her. Her conduct as a stepmother must, of course, have been irreproachable. The first serious annoyance that befell the Duchess of York was the attempt of a French felon, pretending to be a Protestant convert, and calling himself Lucency, to bring her name malignantly before the public, by deposing that Saint-Germain, a Roman Catholic priest, whom he termed the confessor of her Royal Highness, had come to his lodgings one morning, and holding a poignard to his breast, threatened to stab him unless he signed a recantation. This story was brought before the House of Commons by Lord William Russell, and was made the pretext of additional severities against papists. Lucency was examined before a committee of the House, where he stated, in addition to his marvelous tale, that he had learned from some French merchants that, in a short time, Protestant blood would flow through the streets of London, that the king was at heart a Catholic, and many other particulars calculated to alarm the timid and inflame the ignorant. This man was the precursor of Titus Oates, only not possessed of sufficient effrontery to stand his ground, after Du Marescay, a conscientious French Protestant minister, who was acquainted with the impostor's parentage and career of infamy in his own country, had the courage and honesty to expose him, which put an end to his credit with Parliament. Yet such was the blindness of party prejudice, that Compton, Bishop of London, sent the disgraced adventurer to Oxford, and although he involved himself in a swindling transaction while there, he ordained him as a priest of the Church of England, and made him a vicar of Dover Court in Essex. In the midst of the agitation and alarm caused by the false witness of the French impostor, Mary Beatrice was suddenly bereaved of her firstborn child, the little Princess Catherine, who died of a convulsive fit on the 3rd of October, 1675, having nearly attained the attractive age of 10 months. She was interred on the 5th of the same month, in the vault of Mary, Queen of Scots, in Westminster Abbey. Whatever might be the grief of the youthful mother for the loss of her infant, she was compelled to dry her tears and appear in public very soon after this afflicting event. She was present with her husband and his 2 daughters, the Princesses Mary and Anne, at the Lord Mayor's feast that year, which was also honored by the presence of the King and Queen. There is also mentioned in Evelyn of a very grand ball given by her Royal Highness on the 4th of December at St. James's Palace. The arrival of the Duchess of Mazarin in England this year was an inauspicious event for Mary Beatrice, of whom that errant lady and famous beauty, as she is styled by Evelyn, was a disreputable family connection on the maternal side. On account of her near relationship to the Duchess of Modena and some friendly reminiscences, perchance connected with the beautiful Hortense Mancini and his early days, James had the false complaisance to permit his consort to visit this dangerous intrigante, even when she became one of the avowed mistresses of the king his brother, and openly defied all restraints, both of religion and morality. The first great mortification that resulted to the Duke and Duchess of York from this ill-judged proceeding was an impudent remonstrance from the Duchess of Portsmouth to James, that his consort paid her no attention, to which she considered herself as much entitled as Madame Mazarin. There was certainly no other ground on which this bold, bad woman could have presumed even to intrude her name on a princess like Mary Beatrice. The result was, that, to avoid the inference of Charles's favourite sultana, that the Duke and Duchess of York patronized a rival mistress, because she was the cousin of her royal highness, and all the other coarse observations to which they had exposed themselves by their folly, James took his young innocent wife to pay Portsmouth a visit. They met the king at her apartments, who rewarded his sister-in-law for the reluctant concession she had made by saying 1,000 obliging things to her. The queen gave a grand ball that night, and the king thought proper to dress in the apartments of the Duchess of Portsmouth, where the Duke and Duchess of York left him. Some busy spy in the court hastened to whisper to her majesty the almost incredible tale that the Duchess of York had visited my lady of Portsmouth. The same evening, said Mary Beatrice, from whose lips this incident was chronicled, when I met her majesty in the dance, and made a profound curtsy to her, which was the custom on such occasions, instead of acknowledging it, she scornfully turned her back on me before the whole court. A very natural manifestation of her sense of the impropriety of which the young duchess had been guilty, yet her royal highness had no choice in the matter, being wholly under the guidance of a husband 25 years older than herself. The error committed by James in permitting his consort to have the slightest intercourse with Madame Mazarin was one of those apparently trivial causes which produced an evil influence on his destiny and that of his family. He stood at that period on broken ground. Every false step he made rendered his footing more difficult to maintain, and he had now incurred for himself and his duchess the enmity of the Duchess of Portsmouth and the displeasure of the queen. To have been the means of bringing his consort into collision with either of those ladies was very ill judged. The queen was the natural protectress of her young sister-in-law. They were members of the same church, and ought to have been firmly united in friendship. The Duchess of York would have been more respected by the virtuous matronage of England if she had steadfastly refused to countenance any of the titled courtesans whom Charles II, to his eternal disgrace, had forced into the presence of his queen. Her only safe and dignified course would have been to have appeared unconscious of their existence, and never to have permitted their names to be mentioned to her. But by countenancing one, and that one of her relation, she deprived herself of the power of saying that it was against her principles to receive or visit any woman of infamous life, and afforded grounds for the accusation of partiality and pride. The Duchess of Portsmouth was one of the most subtle and mischievous of all the tools employed by Shaftesbury and his coadjutors to effect the ruin of the Duke of York. If it had not been for her pernicious influence with the king, James might have defied their utmost malice, but she was the treacherous Delilah, who constantly wept before Samson, till he had confided to her the secret wherein his strength lay, and thus enabled his foes to bind and make sport of him. In other words, to paralyze the power of the crown, by possessing themselves, through this woman, of the political defenses of the king and the duke, and thus to frustrate all their measures. So great was her effrontery, that at the very time she was labouring to assist Shaftesbury and Russell in effecting the Duke of York's exclusion from the royal succession, she impudently demanded of his royal highness attentions and marks of respect from his consort, and it was found impossible to satisfy her presumptuous ideas of her own consequence with common conventual civilities. Nothing, in fact, is ever gained, even in a worldly point of view, by condescending to the really base. It is impossible ever to stoop low enough to please them, for persons who are conscious of deserving contempt will always despise those from whom they exact a reluctant civility, and in this they are right, since they must be aware of its insincerity. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 2, Part 3. On the 18th of August, 1676, the Duchess of York gave birth to a second daughter at St. James's Palace, 5 minutes before 8 in the morning, who was baptized by Dr. John North, Master of Trinity College, Cambridge, and Prebendary of Westminster, by the name of Isabella, after Isabella of Savoy, Duchess of Modena, the great-grandmother of Mary Beatrice, a lady greatly distinguished for her virtues and piety. The godmothers of the royal infant were the Duchess of Monmouth and the Countess of Peterborough. Her godfather was the Earl of Denbigh. She lived to be 5 years old. The Duchess of York was in hourly expectation of her third confinement, when the marriage of her stepdaughter, the Princess Mary, with the Prince of Orange, took place, November 4, 1677. She was present in the bedchamber of the princess in St. James's Palace, when those nuptials, so fatal to the fortunes of herself, her husband, and her descendants, were solemnized. King Charles, who was very facetious on this occasion, bade the Bishop of London make haste with the ceremony, lest his sister should be delivered of a son in the meantime, and so spoil the marriage. 3 days afterwards, the boy, whom his majesty had thus merrily anticipated, was born. Dr. Lake makes the following notice of this event in his manuscript diary. On Wednesday, 7th, at 9 in the evening, the Duchess was safely delivered of a prince, to the great joy of the whole court, except the Clarendon party. The child is but little, but sprightly, and likely to live. The newborn prince was christened the next evening, with great pomp, by Dr. Crewe, Bishop of Durham. King Charles acted as sponsor for his infant nephew on this occasion, assisted by his nephew, the Prince of Orange. The little Princess Isabella was the godmother. Being only 15 months old herself, she was represented by her governess, the Lady Frances Villiers. King Charles bestowed his own name on his nephew, and created him Duke of Cambridge, an ominous title which had successively been borne by 3 of the Duke of York's sons, by his first Duchess, who had all died in infancy. The smallpox broke out in St. James's Palace 3 days after the christening of the prince. The Princess Anne fell sick of it, and a great mortality took place among the members of her Royal Highness's household. Among the rest, the lady governess of the royal children, Lady Frances Villiers, died on the 23rd of November. The young Duchess of York, however, showed so little fear of the infection, either for herself or her infant son, that on the 3rd of December she received a visit from her stepdaughter, Anne, in her lying-in chamber, the first time that princess was permitted to leave her room. That visit, in all probability, brought the infection to the little prince, for an eruption, which was, doubtless, an indication of the same malady, appeared on his body and under his arm, and this being ignorantly repelled by his nurses, caused his death in a convulsive fit on the 12th of December. This day, notes Dr. Lake, between 11 and 12 o'clock, Charles, Duke of Cambridge, died at St. James's, not without suspicion of being ill-managed by Mrs. Chambers, who pretended to recover him. When he was opened, all his vital parts were found in a sound and healthy state, so that, in all appearance, he might have lived many years, had not Mrs. Chambers and Mrs. Manning, the dry nurse, struck in the humour which appeared, instead of putting on a coal leaf to draw it out. The whole court testified great concern at this event, and the Duke was never known to grieve so much at the death of any of his other children. The remains of this lamented babe were privately interred the day after his decease, in the evening, in Westminster Abbey, and like those of his sister, the Princess Catherine, were deposited in the vault of Mary Queen of Scots. The demise of the firstborn son of the Duke and Duchess of York was announced with formal ceremony to all the sovereigns of Europe by the British ambassadors resident at their respective courts. Letters of condolence were sent in return, and there is some reason to believe that a court mourning was worn for him. Waller's graceful little poem on the death of the infant Duke of Cambridge commences with an allusion to the immature age of the royal mother, to which he, with great probability, attributes the early deaths of her offspring, and from the same circumstance insinuates consoling expectations for the future. The failing blossoms which a young plant bears engage our hopes for the succeeding years. Heaven, as a first fruit, claimed that lovely boy, the next shall live to be the nation's joy. How deeply the Duke of York felt his bereavement may be perceived from the unaffected expression of parental anguish with which he alludes to it in his reply to a letter of condolence the Prince of Orange had addressed to him on the event, which, inasmuch as it replaced his newly wedded consort in her former position of prospective heiress to England, was doubtless a matter of rejoicing to himself. James, however, had the charity to give his son-in-law credit for sincerity. He says, "I will not defer letting you know I do easily believe the trouble you had for the loss of my son. I wish you may never have the like cause of trouble, nor know what it is to lose a son. I shall now say no more to you, because this bearer can inform you of all things here, as also that you shall always find me as kind as you can desire." This letter is superscribed, "For my son, the Prince of Orange." William was plotting against his unfortunate father-in-law at this very period, as the secret correspondence of the times will prove. The death of the infant hope of England soon ceased to trouble anyone save the sorrowing parents, by whom his loss was long and deeply mourned. While Mary Beatrice continued in a feverish, agitated state, her nerves weakened, both from recent childbirth and the grief which preyed upon her in consequence of the loss of her boy, which had been preceded by several deaths in St. James's Palace. She was one night terrified with a frightful vision connected with the decease of the governess of the princesses, Lady Frances Villiers, the particulars of which are thus related by Dr. Lake in his diary. "This day I heard an account of a dream which the Duchess had, and which greatly discomposed her, namely, that whilst she lay in bed, the Lady Frances Villiers appeared to her and told her that she was damned and was in the flames of hell. Whereto she answered, 'How can this be? I cannot believe it.' To which the lady replied, 'Madam, to convince you, feel my hand,' which seemed so extremely hot that it was impossible for the Duchess to endure it. Whereat she awoke, much affrighted, and told the dream to several of her visitants. The Earl of Suffolk, and other of the deceased lady's relations, seemed much concerned at the Duchess for relating it, and indeed it occasioned a deal of discourse, both in the town and the city." At a period when the probability of supernatural appearances was generally believed, we may imagine the sensation which the circulation of so awful a tale excited among the noble kindred of the deceased lady governess, and the bitter feelings of indignation which would be kindled in their hearts against her royal highness for mentioning a circumstance calculated to impress the superstitious with the notion that her ladyship's soul was in a state of perdition. The imprudence of the Duchess of York in relating such a dream was the greater, because she was of a different religion from the defunct. The only apology that can be offered for such folly is comprised in the unfortunate propensity of this princess for telling everything that occupied her mind, and the weak state of her health and spirits at this juncture. The incident itself is curious, from its similarity to several stories of comparatively modern date, which assume to be founded on family traditions. It is scarcely possible that their authors could have had access to a strictly private document, like Dr. Lake's journal, and it is certain that the dream of the Duchess of York was never before in print. The tangible proof which, to her inexpressible horror, the princess fancied the spirit of the departed Lady Frances Villiers gave her of its woeful condition, is in singular coincidence with the dialogue which the sister of Lord Tyrone has recorded that she held with the apparition of her brother, and the thrilling touch which branded her arm with the mark of his burning fingers. Everyone is familiar with the lines of Scott, in another version of the same story, the Baron of Smallholm, where the spectre says to the lady, in reply to an anxious question as to the state of his soul, "This awful sign receive, he laid his left hand on an oaken plank, his right on the lady's arm. The lady shrank and fainting sank, for the touch was fiery warm." The most marvellous gossips of the court of the second Charles did not, however, go the length of asserting that the fair arm of her royal highness bore the slightest marks the next morning of the scorching fingers of the ghostly visitant who had presented herself to her slumbering unrest in the visions of the night. If Lady Frances Villiers had been permitted to revisit the glimpses of the moon, it would have been more reasonable for her to have appeared to her own good-for-nothing daughter Elisabeth, to warn her of the sinfulness of her conduct with the newly wedded Prince of Orange, than to have needlessly affrighted the innocent Duchess of York in the midst of her affliction for the premature death of her son. The following brief letter of ceremony appears, by the date, to have been written by Mary of Modena, during the ephemeral existence of that little prince, though she does not mention him. It is one of the few that has been preserved of those penned by her when Duchess of York. The Duchess of York to King Louis XIV. London, 5th of December, 1677. Sir, I am infinitely obliged to your Majesty for the extraordinary marks of kindness I have received on your part from Monsieur Courtin, your ambassador. I leave it to him to express to you the grateful sense I have of it, and I have also prayed him to assure your Majesty of the profound respect with which I am, sir, your Majesty's very affectionate sister, cousin, and servant, Marie. A curious contemporary portrait of Mary Beatrice, supposed to be a lady, represents her decorated with an orange scarf. This she probably wore in compliment to the marriage of her royal stepdaughter with the Prince of Orange. Mary Beatrice always kept up a friendly correspondence with both. Before Mary of York had been married many months, reports that she was sick and sorrowful reaching the British court, the Duchess of York determined to pay her an incognito visit, accompanied by the Princess Anne, under the protection of the Queen's Lord Chamberlain, the Earl of Ossory, who was the husband of a Dutch lady. When Her Royal Highness had arranged her little plans, she confided her wish to King Charles, and obtained his permission to undertake the journey. The Duke of York, who was painfully anxious about his beloved daughter, gratefully acceded to his consort's desire of visiting her, and in a familiar letter, to his son, the Prince of Orange, he announces to him that the Duchess and the Princess Anne intend coming to The Hague very incognito, having sent Robert White on before to hire a house for them as near the palace of his daughter as possible, and that they would take Lord Ossory for their governor. The ostentatious manner in which the Duchess wished to make her visit to her stepdaughter, the Princess of Orange, proves that it was simply for the satisfaction of seeing her and giving her the comfort of her sister's society, unrestrained by any of the formal and fatiguing ceremonials which royal etiquette would have imposed upon all parties, if she had appeared in her own character. Considering the extreme youth of the three ladies, the affectionate terms on which they had always lived together, and the conjugal infelicity of the lately wedded Princess of Orange at that time, her sickness and dejection, it is more than probable that Mary Beatrice undertook this expedition with the Princess Anne, in consequence of some private communication from the pining invalid, expressive of her anxious desire to see them and confide to them some of the trials which weighed so heavily on her heart in that uncongenial land of strangers. Sir William Temple, the British resident, to whom the Duke of York had written to explain the desire of the Duchess to waive the public recognition of her rank in his daughter's court on this occasion, says in reply, "May it please your Royal Highness, I received yesterday morning, by Mr. White, the honour of a letter from your Highness, with a command which it will be very difficult to perform here. I mean that of helping her Highness to be incognito in this place. The prince being yet absent, and the pensioner too, I spoke of it to Monsieur Van Leeuwen, who was hard to be persuaded that the honours due to her Highness by the States upon such occasion should not be performed solemnly at her landing. But having acquainted him with the absoluteness of your Highness's commands, both by your letter and particularly by Mr. White, I prevailed with him to make no mention of it to the States till the prince's return, and this, I hope, may be tonight or tomorrow at farthest. For a house to receive her Highness and Lady Anne, with their attendants, there was no choice at all in it, and so the Princess Dowager's house is making ready for this purpose, and will, I doubt not, be in order by tomorrow. I could not persuade Sir Gabriel Silvis and Mr. White to allow me any other part in this care, besides leaving the whole house empty, which I did early this morning, and they, White and Silvius, with the prince's servants, in all the diligence that could be, of preparing it for her Highness's reception." Temple pleasantly adds that these, the worthy Dutch officials, who were thus actively exerting their national propensity to household purifications, in cleansing and trimming up the old court, as the Dowager Palace of the Hague was called, for the accommodation of the fair and illustrious travellers from England, would, besides the honor of such a piece of gallantry, have very great satisfaction in seeing there such a princess as in all kinds," continues his excellency, "I do believe is very hard to be seen anywhere else." He dismisses the subject with a wish that the weather were but as fair as the wind, and then the adventure might be very soon and very happily achieved. This letter is dated October 11th, New Style, being the first of that month according to the computation in England. Mary Beatrice and the Princess Anne arrived at The Hague almost as soon as it was written. Their visit appears to have put the whole of the British embassy to the rout, for Temple writes to Lawrence Hyde, "Her Highness's coming removed both your family and mine at a very short warning, and I got into the next house I could find. She was so resolved upon the incognito here, and in that design so afraid of an ambassador, that my part was chiefly not to trouble her or interrupt that design." The visit was a flying one. Temple, in the same letter, which is dated October 25th, says, "The Duchess went away on Monday morning with very fair weather and a reasonable good wind, but I doubt may have had but a loitering passage, as it has proved since." The Duchess and the Princess Anne had evidently enjoyed their expedition, and gave a very favorable report of their entertainment to James, who expresses his acknowledgments to William for the hospitality they had received in these friendly terms. London, October 18, 1678. We came hither on Wednesday from Newmarket, and the same night, presently after 11, the Duchess my wife arrived here, so satisfied with her journey and with you, as I never saw anybody, and I must give you 1,000 thanks from her and from myself for her kind usage by you. I shall say more on this subject, but I am very ill at compliments, and you care not for them. The letter contains also some confidential observations on the plot which had been concocted by his enemies, with the assistance of Oates, Tong, and their confederates, for the ruin of himself, the Queen, and other persons of their unpopular creed. When the Duchess of York returned from her visit to The Hague, she found her lord vainly attempting to grapple with the storm, which had been mysteriously conjured up by his subtle foes. In the course of a few weeks, the public mind became so greatly agitated against James that he was compelled to give up his seat at the council board, and the next demand of the triumphant faction was, that he should be excluded from the presence of his royal brother. His friends advised him, timid counsellors as they were, to retire to the continent with his family, but his proud spirit revolted from a proceeding that might be construed into guilt or cowardice. The king urged him to baffle the machinations of his enemies by returning to the communion of the Church of England, and to afford him a plausible excuse for doing so, sending the Archbishop of Canterbury and other prelates to argue with him on the grounds of his secession. James, whatever might be his defects as a theologian, was too honest to sacrifice his principles to his interest. His grandfather, Henry IV of France, had made no scruple of giving up his Protestantism to conciliate the majority of his subjects, facetiously observing, that the kingdom of France was worth a mass. James would rather have lost a world than dissembled an opinion, or acted in violation of his conscience. He was not like his ease-loving brother, Charles II, the supple reed that bent in accordance with the changes of the wind and rose again unbroken, but the proud and stubborn oak which would not bend before the coming storm, though it should uproot him. The king, thinking to purchase peace for himself by his brother's absence, urged him to go abroad before the meeting of Parliament. James replied, that he would only do so in obedience to his Majesty's written commands, or it would be pretended that he had fled on account of some misdemeanor. Charles conveyed the order for his absence in the form of an affectionate letter, concluding with these words: "You may easily believe with what trouble I write this to you, there being nothing I am more sensible of than the constant kindness you have ever had for me, and I hope you are so just to me as to be assured that no absence, or anything else, can ever change me from being truly and kindly yours, C.R." James requested to be permitted to take his beloved daughter, the Princess Anne, which was at first readily granted by the king, But a day or two before that fixed for their departure, His Majesty was compelled to rescind that permission. So great was the jealousy entertained by the people lest her father should attempt to shake her attachment to the Church of England. The Duchess, who, to use his own touching expression, was to bear a part in all his traverses and misfortunes, resolved to share his exile, although that determination involved a separation from her only surviving infant, for even the solace of the little Princess Isabella's company was denied to her parents, and this was a severe trial to both. Mary Beatrice was accustomed to say, that the first 5 years she spent in England were the happiest of her whole life. They embraced the halcyon period between 15 and 20, and were, as regarded her own position, years of festive splendor and great popularity, but they were saddened by the loss of children, and embittered by the infidelities of a husband, who was the first, last, and only object of her affection. The next 5 years were destined to be years of adversity to her and the Duke. She always said, that she considered their mutual misfortunes commenced with their banishment to Flanders, which she called their first exile. The troubles of the Duke of York began much earlier, and may be dated from the year 1672. The late king, my husband, says Mary Beatrice, in the days of her widowhood, to the abbess and nuns of Chaillot, was a great admiral of England when he was the Duke of York, and when he used to return in triumph after his victories over the Dutch, the people adored him. He understood both naval affairs and commerce. All his study was to promote the happiness of the people by relieving them from the burden of taxes, and at that time he was passionately beloved by all the maritime classes. James himself occasionally adverts, more in sorrow than in anger, to the change in popular opinion which took place in consequence of the change in his religious opinions. Before that time, the Duke was the darling of the nation, for having so often and so freely ventured his life for the honor and interest of the king and country, and for having been always active and industrious in carrying on everything, either as to trade or navigation, that might tend to their advantage. But no sooner was the alarm given of his having turned papist, than all these merits were blotted out from their memory, and he was set upon, on every side, as the common enemy. The letter from King Charles, enjoining his brother's absence from England, was written on the 28th of February. Their royal highnesses, being compelled to make hasty preparations for their voyage, were ready to embark on the 3rd of March. King Charles came on that day to bid them farewell. They were greatly afflicted at leaving their country and their children, but the king appeared like one overwhelmed with grief. The weather was very stormy, and His Majesty, who had perhaps some misgivings, seemed then as anxious to delay the moment of parting as he had been before to urge it. "The wind is contrary," said he to James. "You cannot go on board at present," and his eyes suffused with tears. Mary Beatrice, who considered that her husband had been sacrificed to the crooked policy of his royal brother's cabinet, and that Charles himself had acted with a selfish disregard of everything but his own ease, exclaimed reproachfully, "What, sir, are you grieved? You who send us into exile? Of course we must go, since you have ordained it." She afterwards blamed herself for this resentful burst of feeling. "I was wrong," she said, "to speak to His Majesty as I did. It was no fault of his. He was placed in a cruel strait, and was compelled to yield to the clamors of our enemies." On the 4th of March, the Duke and Duchess bade a sorrowful farewell to England and embarked for Holland. They must have had a long and stormy passage, for they did not land till the 12th. The Prince of Orange came to meet them, attended by many persons of rank, and conducted them to the Hague with every demonstration of respect. When they arrived there, the prince drew out all his guard, to the number of 3,000, before his father-in-law. And when the Duke passed them, the prince placed himself at the head of his gardes du corps, and saluted him with his sword in his hand, and as they filed off, he marched at their head, repeating the same courtesy, though the Duke endeavoured to prevent it. The States General, upon notice of their royal highnesses' arrival, desired to have rendered them those public honours which were due to their high rank, but James excused it, desiring to remain incognito. After a little while, their royal highnesses removed to Brussels, where they occupied the same house where Charles II had resided before his restoration. Scarcely were they settled in their new abode, when the reports of the dangerous illness of his daughter, the Princess of Orange, induced the duke, whose affection for her was very great, to go and visit her at the Hague. On the 25th of April, he writes to his brother-in-law, Lawrence Hyde, from that place: I am to go tomorrow morning to Amsterdam, and shall be back here on Friday, and next week I go to my house at Brussels, and take Buda in my way. James rejoined his Duchess at Brussels the first week of May. Soon after his departure from England, Lady Shaftesbury's butler gave information to the Select Committee, who, like the Venetian Council of Ten, had possessed themselves of a power in the state far more oppressive than regal despotism, that the Duke of York was coming back in June at the head of 60,000 men, furnished by the King of France, to assist the Catholics. The banished duke, meantime, was exerting his care and foresight in endeavouring to prevail on those who had the direction of the naval defences of England to guard the coast from the threatening armaments of France. In a letter dated May 6, 1679, in reply to two addressed to him by the Duke of York, the faithful Pepys says, I do with equal shame and grief observe how much your Highness's solicitude, even at this distance, for the security of this kingdom against the power of France, does exceed all that we ourselves have yet expressed upon that subject, otherwise than by a general but inactive restlessness under our apprehension of danger, but without any alteration made since your Royal Highness's departure in the state of our ships or coasts, other than what is consequential to their having lain so long neglected. After mentioning that his Majesty had, among his other great changes, put the Admiralty into the hands of commissioners who were by no means acquainted with naval affairs, he continues, For what concerns my own particular, your Highness was pleased to foretell me, at your going hence, what I was soon after to look for, and it is come to pass. For, whether I will or no, a Papist I must be, because favoured by your Royal Highness and found endeavouring, on all fitting occasions, to express in the best manner I can the duty and gratitude due to your Highness from me. But how injuriously soever some would make these just endeavours of mine towards your Highness inconsistent with Protestancy, neither they, nor any ill usage I can receive from them, shall, by the grace of God, make me any more quit the one, than I suspect your Royal Highness will ever take offence at my perseverance in the other. Pepys then states the desire of the faction, who had been the means of driving his Royal Highness into exile, of depriving him of the post of Secretary to the Admiralty after his 20 years' hard service, to the loss of health and almost of eyesight. James wrote a frank and manly letter in reply, enclosing an earnest recommendation for this old and faithful servant of the nation to the king, telling him that he hoped his Majesty would grant his request. I am sure, says he ought, and it will do more good to reward one old servant than to take off 20 mutineers. The Duke's letter found honest Pepys a prisoner in the Tower, upon no less charges than those of popery, felony, piracy, and treason. His attachment to his royal friend and benefactor having drawn this persecution upon him, as he himself assures the Duke. In conclusion he says, I pray God protect you and her Royal Highness. These prospects were anything but cheering. The bill of exclusion had been read twice in the House, and only prevented from passing by the king suddenly proroguing the Parliament, on which occasion Shaftesbury, who was the president of the Privy Council, had declared aloud, that whoever had advised the king to that measure should pay for that presumption with their heads. In July, the Duchess of Modena came from Italy to Brussels to visit her daughter, and Mary Beatrice, after a separation of upwards of 5 years, enjoyed the happiness of embracing her beloved mother once more. Their separation from their children was so painful to the Duke and Duchess of York that on the 8th of August, James wrote an urgent letter to the king, his brother, entreating him to permit them to join him and the Duchess at Brussels. Charles consented, and the two princesses, Anne and the infant Isabella, commenced their journey together on the 19th of the same month. Before the reunited family had been together many days, the Earl of Sunderland sent an express to James to apprise him of the alarming illness of the king, who had commanded him to request his royal highness to hasten to him in as private a manner as he could, bringing no more persons than were absolutely necessary, and therefore advised him to leave the Duchess behind. Even if this caution had not been given, Mary Beatrice could not, with any propriety, have left the two princesses alone in a foreign country. James acquainted no one but her with his journey, and taking with him only Lord Peterborough, Colonel Legge, and his favourite Churchill, and a barber, he set out from Brussels on the 8th of September. The first night he arrived at Armentières, the next at Calais, but the wind being contrary, he could not sail till the evening of the 10th, when, disguising himself in a black periwig, he crossed in a French shallop to Dover, where no one recognized him, except the postmaster, who was an honest man, and held his tongue. He took post from thence, leaving my lord Peterborough behind, who was unable to travel so fast, and arrived the same night in London. There he got into a hackney coach, and went first to Mr. Frand, the postmaster, to learn the news, where he found, to his great satisfaction, the king was much better. He slept at Sir Alan Apsley's house in St. James's Square, where he sent for his brother-in-law, Hyde, and Sidney Godolphin. They told him his coming was quite a secret, perfectly unsuspected by the Duke of Monmouth and his gang, and advised him to make all the haste he could to Windsor before it got abroad. Very little time did James devote to sleep that night. After a journey, which, without railroad facilities of volition, was performed at railroad speed, for he reached Windsor at 7 o'clock the next morning, September 12th, having, as before mentioned, left Brussels only on the 8th. The king was so much recovered that he was up and shaving when the royal exile entered, unannounced, and was the first to apprise him of his arrival. The suddenness of the thing surprised Charles at first. James, who had received a private message, telling him he must take the whole responsibility of his return on himself, as the king was fearful of acknowledging that he had sent for him, knelt and begged his majesty to pardon him for coming before he was recalled. This scene being over, the courtiers flocked about the duke to pay their compliments, his enemies as well as his friends, for his presence always commanded respect, even from those who were the worst affected to him. The loyal and virtuous among the gentlemen then at Windsor were sincerely glad to see the lawful heir of the crown once more by the sovereign's side. Evelyn, for one, mentions with some complacency that when he came to Windsor to congratulate the king on his recovery, he saw the Duke of York and kissed his hand. The king is said to have exclaimed, in his first transport at seeing the face of that fraternal friend once more, that nothing should part them again. The voice of nature was, however, speedily stifled, and the only real concession James obtained was permission to transfer his abode from Brussels to Scotland. James left London September 25th and rejoined his anxious consort at Brussels October 1st. The Duke of Villahermosa, in whose territories they had taken refuge, had paid Mary Beatrice and the Princess Anne courteous attention in the absence of his royal highness, and given a grand ball, out of compliment to them, which they, with the Duchess of Modena, honoured with their presence. The friendly relations which had subsisted between the Duchess of York and her stepdaughters had not been interrupted by anything like envy, jealousy, or disputes on their respective modes of faith. The leaven of party had not then infused its bitter spirit into the home circle of the unfortunate James, to rend asunder the holiest ties of nature under the sacred name of religion. Both he and his consort had carefully abstained from interfering with the conscience of the Princess Anne, as we find from the following testimony of one of her biographers, who had very good opportunities of information. At Brussels, the Princess Anne had her own chaplain allowed her, and a place assigned for the exercise of her devotions, according to the Church of England. Nor was she at all importuned to go, or ever went, to mass with her father, as I have been assured by her Protestant servants who attended her there, but the family lived in perfect harmony, as if there had been no manner of religious difference between them, which seems strange, if his royal highness, the Duke of York, was that zealous bigoted prince as he is represented to have been. For where could he have had greater opportunities of prevailing with his daughter to have come over to the Church of Rome than in a country where that religion is established. The Duke and Duchess of York left Brussels on the 3rd of October, accompanied by the Princesses Anne and Isabella and the Duchess of Modena, with the intention of visiting the Prince and Princess of Orange on the way. They had a tedious voyage, and their yacht, with the whole of the royal party on board, grounded near Dort, and remained aground for 18 hours, but at 7 the next morning arrived safely at Delft Haven. There they entered the Prince of Orange's barge, which was towed along by horses, and in this manner they reached the Hague at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 6th. William of Orange assigned the Dowager Palace, called the Old Court, for their residence, and treated them with much respect. On the evening of the 7th, the Duke and Duchess of York, the Princess Anne, and the Duchess of Modena supped in public with the Prince and Princess of Orange. While they were taking this meal, Mr. Carleton arrived with an express from King Charles to his brother, the Duke of York, recalling him and his family, directing them to embark for the Downs, and remain there till further orders. The Duke and Duchess were better pleased with this mandate than their wily son-in-law, William, as it appears by his remarks to Sidney. Mary Beatrice and her lord commenced their joyful preparations for their homeward voyage on the 8th. The Duchess of Modena felt severely the approaching separation from her beloved daughter, with whom she had now spent 2 months, and when they all appeared for the last time at the court of the Princess of Orange that evening, her countenance bore testimony to the sorrow that filled her heart. The Duke and Duchess of York, with the Princesses Anne and Isabella and their retinue, commenced their journey at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 9th. The Prince and Princess of Orange accompanied them as far as Maitland-Sluys, and there they parted on apparently affectionate terms. This was the last time James and his daughter Mary ever saw each other. He had had too much reason at different times to be aware of her husband's treacherous intrigues against him, but of her nothing could induce him to believe ill till the fact was forced upon him 9 years afterwards by her deeds. Such was the state of party excitement in England, and to so low an ebb was the power of the crown reduced, that though the king had promised his brother that he and his family should revisit London, it was necessary to keep this arrangement secret, and to feel the public pulse by the previous announcement of the intended change to Scotland, which appears in the Gazette. Newmarket, October 7th. His Royal Highness having represented to his Majesty that he conceives it in many respects more proper for him to be in his Majesty's dominions than in those of another prince, and made it his humble request to his Majesty to have his leave to go into Scotland, his Majesty hath granted it, and it is presumed that in a short time his Highness will proceed thither. The passage from Holland proved very stormy, and the Duchess suffered excessively from sea-sickness. The king had changed his mind about their coming to London, and ordered the Duke of Lauderdale to make arrangements for their reception in Scotland. 2 frigates met them in the Downs, with orders to convey their royal highnesses to Leith without delay. The Duchess was not in a state to hazard a farther voyage, neither dared the Duke bring her on shore without having a written permission from the king. Ill as she was, she remained in the yacht tossing in the Downs, while an express was sent to acquaint his Majesty with her distress, and praying that she might be allowed to finish her journey to Scotland by land. Her dangerous condition, for she was vomiting blood, prevented any one from raising an objection, and least of all King Charles, who had a great regard for his sister-in-law. They landed at Deal, and travelling post arrived unexpectedly at St. James's Palace on Sunday night, October 12th, to the surprise of some, the joy of others, and the annoyance of many. The king gave them an affectionate welcome, but assured his brother that he had no power to protect him from an impeachment and its consequences if he persisted in remaining in England. The Duchess of Monmouth was one of the great ladies who came to pay her compliments to Mary Beatrice, by whom she was very affectionately received. When Monmouth heard this, he was so angry with his wife that he would not see her. He affected to be personally jealous of the Duke, his uncle. About a week after their royal highnesses' arrival, Sunderland and Hyde came to acquaint the Duke that his Majesty thought it desirable that he should go to Scotland, though not to stay longer than the middle of January following. However irksome this mandate was to James, he replied that His Majesty's will was ever a law to him. Mary Beatrice, though greatly urged by King Charles to remain with the two princesses, Anne and Isabella, at St. James's Palace, determined as before to share the wayward fortunes of her wandering lord, though it involved the pangs of a second separation from her child. Her high sense of conjugal duty proved as before victorious over the strong impulses of maternal affection. How deeply this proof of the love and self-devotion of his beautiful young consort was appreciated by the banished prince may be perceived in the manner in which he has recorded her conduct on this occasion in his private journal. The passage shall be given in his own words. The Duchess, notwithstanding her late illness and vomiting blood at sea, the short time it was designed the Duke should stay in Scotland, and the King pressing her for that reason to remain at court, would nevertheless accompany him, and though she was not above 20 years old, chose rather, even with the hazard of her life, to be a constant companion of the Duke her husband's misfortunes and hardships, than to enjoy her ease in any part of the world without him. But it was a sensible trouble to his royal highness to see the Duchess thus obliged to undergo a sort of martyrdom for her affection to him, and he, to humour the peevish and timorous dispositions of some counsellors, to be sent a sort of vagabond upon the world. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 3, Part 1. Mary Beatrice, having taken a sorrowful leave of her only child, set out, with her persecuted lord, for Scotland, October 27, 1679, having been scarcely permitted to remain a fortnight in London. Brief as that time was, however, greater manifestations of a change in popular opinion towards James had been shown than was at all agreeable to the exclusionists. Their royal highnesses were attended at their departure by a cavalcade of coaches and a great concourse of people who brought them several miles on their journey with every manifestation of sympathy and respect. The sorrowful Duke and Duchess required a cordial like this to cheer them under their trials at the commencement of their long weary pilgrimage through roads always bad, but now, in consequence of a long continuance of heavy rains, almost impassable. The Princess Anne accompanied them as far as Hatfield, where they intended to sup and sleep the first night. Cold was the welcome that awaited the royal travellers there. James had signified his intention of honouring the Earl of Salisbury with a visit at Hatfield House, not imagining that the Earl, though politically opposed to his cause, could be guilty of a paltry manifestation of personal ill will to him on such an occasion. The event proved how greatly James had miscalculated the nature of the man to whom he was willing to owe a courtesy, for when he, with his sick and sorrowful consort and her ladies, arrived, at the close of a cold autumnal day, weary and out of spirits, they found Hatfield House dark and desolate, no other preparations having been made for their reception than the inhospitable ones of removing everything that might have conduced to the comfort of tired guests. The lord of the mansion had withdrawn himself to Quickshot, a place about 6 miles off, whence he sent his son to excuse his not coming to wait on his royal highness, for that he had been let blood 5 days before. The only provisions for the entertainment of the Duke and Duchess that appeared were 2 doughs on the hall table, 1 barrel of small beer in the cellar, and a pile of faggots. Comparisons, not more odious than correct, were, of course, freely made between the inhospitable Lord of Hatfield and Noble by the hungry followers of the Duke, when, like Michael Scott's man, they sought bread and gate nane. Fortunately for the whole party, they were near a town where food was to be obtained, not only for money but for love, and the humblest tradesman there would have scorned to deny it to the brother of his sovereign. If it had been otherwise, the Duchess and her ladies must have gone supperless to bed, and in the dark too, for there were neither candles nor candlesticks left in the palatial halls of Hatfield, so minutely careful had the earl been to remove every means of affording the slightest comfort to his self-invited guests. The duke's servants sent into the town to buy all things necessary, even to candles and candlesticks. The gentlemen of the neighbourhood were so charitable as to take the Lord Ossory and many others into their houses, where they were well entertained. Such is the account exultingly given by Algernon Sidney of the churlish treatment experienced by their royal highnesses from one of the peers of his party. The duchess and her ladies made no complaint. James indicated neither anger nor surprise, but probably reminded by conduct so unlike the munificent hospitality of the ancient nobility of England, that his titled host came not of gentle blood, retaliated his discourtesy with the lofty contempt it merited, by declaring his unwillingness to be burdensome to so poor a lord, and directed his comptroller, Sir John Worden, to pay for what had been consumed. The steward actually took money for the faggots, and received 8 shillings for the small beer. To such depths of littleness did the party who had succeeded in driving the Duke of York from his royal home at St. James's descend in their feelings of personal animosity, that even the incessant rains which rendered the northward progress particularly harassing and gloomy to him and his faithful consort, are mentioned with spiteful exultation by Algernon Sidney in his letters to his friend Seville. The state of the roads was, indeed, such as to compel their royal highnesses to travel at the funereal pace of only 10 miles a day in some parts of the country. They were, however, received well in all the towns through which they passed, except York. They did not reach that city till the 6th of November. James, who had resided there for nearly 2 months with his first Duchess Anne Hyde in the year 1666, expected to be received with the same honours and demonstrations of affection that had been lavished upon him 13 years ago, when he came fresh from his great naval victory over the Dutch, to hold his ducal court in regal splendour in the loyal town of York. The fickle tide of popular favour had strangely ebbed from the royal admiral since then. Falsehood had done its work successfully in alienating the hearts of the people from him. It was asserted that he had won his naval victories by cowardice, and though he had saved the city of London by his sagacity and personal exertions during the fire from being wholly consumed, he was accused of being the author of the conflagration. If anyone asked for what purpose he was suspected of having committed so enormous an act of folly, it was replied, for the advancement of popery, although the homes and properties of the Roman Catholic citizens had been blended in the same ruin with those of their Protestant neighbours. In short, there was nothing too absurd to be asserted and believed at that moment. Loyalty was no longer the fashion at York, and the city was in the hands of a factious mayor and corporation, who decided that no public marks of respect should be paid to the Duke and Duchess. The sheriffs, indeed, did their duty by riding to Tadcaster Bridge to meet the royal travellers, and conducted them to the house of Mr. George Ainslavey in the Minster Yard, where they were to take up their abode for 2 or 3 days, but otherwise their entry was only like that of a private family. James was changed in person as well as in fortune since his former entrance into York, in the flower of his age and the pride of manly beauty. His countenance was now marked by the ravages of the smallpox, and prematurely furrowed by care. His flowing ringlets were superseded by one of those disgusting structures called a periwig. In fine, it was no longer the gay and gallant prince to whom they had paid their flattering homage when he was the darling of the nation and its hope, but a melancholy, persecuted, and calumniated man, who had been driven from his brother's court as the preliminary step for worse usage. The Lord Mayor and aldermen, instead of giving their royal highnesses a public welcome, merely waited on the Duke in private at the house of Mr. Ainslavey, where James gave them audience in his presence chamber, and the deputy recorder addressed a compliment to him on his arrival, in the name of the town and corporation, but without the slightest allusion to his consort. Small proof did the Republican Corporation of York afford of their courtesy to royalty and beauty on this occasion, for they offered no mark of attention, either by deed or word, to Mary Beatrice during her sojourn in the city, from which she and her lord derived their title. It is possible, as her style of beauty was not of that character which suits a vulgar taste, that they might consider her vastly inferior to her plump, round-faced English predecessor, Anne Hyde, the Duchess of York, to whom they had been accustomed. Very different from this churlish reception was the welcome that was preparing for the Duke and Duchess of York in that hospitable land of warm hearts to which they were proceeding, the ancient realm of the royal Stuarts. The first order that was made in the good town of Edinburgh, anent the coming of their royal highnesses, was for the cleaning of the streets, doubtless a very necessary operation at that period, and they took plenty of time to do it effectually withal, since the order is dated as early as October 29th. Their next care, in contemplation of so important an event as the arrival of the heir of the crown, his consort, and the train of proud English nobles and gentles, who were expected to attend them, was for reducing the number of beggars, who are wont to trouble all persons who are bound there, to the great discredit of the place. Therefore it was earnestly recommended that Charles Charteris and Thomas Douglas, bailies, should take effectual means for ridding the good town of those sturdy nuisances. By the dint of indefatigable scourings and other severe measures, the magistrates succeeded in clearing the good town of the vagrant part of its population, in time to prevent any disparaging remarks being made on the poverty of the nation by the noble southern strangers, but it is to be feared that the persecuted beggars had no other resource left than taking to the hills and moors with the insurgent Cameronians. Meantime, their royal highnesses, passing through Newcastle, where they also rested, arrived at his majesty's town of Berwick-upon-Tweed on the 20th of November. Similar preparations, as regard a general purification of the town, had been made at the news of their approach, as the entries in the town records for cleansing and carrying away the dirt, when the Duke of York came, indicate. The Duke and Duchess spent one night at Berwick, and the following items in the corporation accounts show the expenses that were incurred for their entertainment. By month, pay at ye Duke of York's coming to town for charges of his treat. £27, 17 shillings, 9 pence. Mr. Aldman Jackson, for bottles and corks, to repay some he sent while ye Duke of York was here, 19 shillings. Mr. Samuel and Joseph Ellison, for banqueting while ye Duke of York came hither, £33, 2 shillings, 6 pence. The charges for sack are very moderate. There is another entry in which part of the charges for the entertainment previously given to his rival and enemy, the Duke of Monmouth, when he passed through Berwick a few weeks before, are oddly enough mingled with those for the banquet of the Duke of York. By month, pay Mr. Joseph Ellison, for banqueting and bringing home when his grace the Duke of Monmouth was here, £23, 19 shillings. This banquet, as well as that for the Duke of York, was probably ordered from Newcastle upon Tyne, as a wealthy family of the name of Ellison were then merchants there. The smallness of the sums expended denotes the economy of the corporation as well as its poverty, for they not only did to their utmost but beyond their means, as we find that Mr. John Luck, the mayor, advanced the money out of his own private purse to assist the town on this occasion. The next morning, November 21st, their royal highnesses departed from the poor but hospitable town of Berwick-on-Tweed, and were received and welcomed on the borders of Scotland with signal marks of affection and respect. 3 miles from Berwick, they were met by the Scotch guards, commanded by the Marquess of Montrose, and at a small distance further by the Lord Chancellor, 38 lords of the King's Council, accompanied by more than 60 noblemen, and the principal gentry of the southern shires, making a cavalcade of 2,000 horse. The lords of the council and the nobles were on foot, drawn up to receive their royal highnesses. When the Duke of York approached near enough, he was pleased to alight from his coach and advance to meet them. Then the Lord Chancellor and his noble company made their compliments to his royal highness and welcomed him into Scotland, which he returned with princely courtesy, standing uncovered until they had all kissed his hand. The greater number of them paid the like respect to the Duchess as she sat in her coach. The said company attended their royal highnesses on their journey as far as the Duke of Lauderdale's house at Lathington, where they and their retinue, and many of the nobility and gentry, were splendidly entertained. The Duke and Duchess remained at Lathington till they made their public entry into Edinburgh on the 4th of December, "which was so splendid," says a contemporary, who was probably a witness of the pageant, "that a greater triumph that city did never see, nor were the meanest of the Scotch nation wanting in expressing the joy they conceived on this occasion." From an item in the accounts of Magnus Prince, the town treasurer for that year, we find the sum of £56 Scots was expended by the good town of Edinburgh for a hogshead of wine to be drunk at the Cross at the Duke of York's arrival, and for bonfires that night, £34 Scots. In spite of all the calumnies that had been circulating against the Duke of York, and the prejudicial reports of his bigotry and the bigotry of his Italian consort, universal satisfaction was manifested by all ranks of people at the sight of both, and the idea of their having come to reside among them. Scotland, having suffered for upwards of 70 years from the evils of absenteeism, naturally looked with hope to the increase of national prosperity, which the establishment of a vice-regal court was likely to cause. James came, however, in a strictly private capacity on this his first visit to the land of his fathers, and he wisely resolved to avoid exciting the jealousy of his watchful foes in his brother's privy council by any assumption of state beyond that to which his birth entitled him. His first letter from Edinburgh is addressed to his son-in-law, the Prince of Orange, to whom he says, in his usual laconic style, "I arrived here on Monday, and was received here, as well as on the borders of the kingdom, as well as I could expect, and truly I have great reason to be satisfied with my reception in this country." Mary Beatrice was attended by the Countess of Peterborough, the Countess of Roscommon, and several other ladies of the highest rank, who had been in her service ever since her marriage. What idea she and her ladies had formed of Scotland may be supposed, when even the Duchess of Monmouth, who was the territorial lady of so many fair dominions in that realm, when she was preparing to visit her own country, wrote to a gentleman that she had been told "that the ladies sent to England for their clothes, and there were no silk stuffs fit to be worn in Scotland. Pray," continues she, "ask your lady if this be true, for if it is, we will furnish ourselves here, but if it is not, we will buy as many as we want when we come there, and be dressed like other good ladies, and break none of your acts of parliament." Unfortunately, the season of the year was not calculated to impress one who had been born in the sunny land of Italy, and accustomed to the genial temperature of that voluptuous clime, with a favourable idea of the northern metropolis of Great Britain, surpassing all others, as it does, in the beauty and grandeur of its situation, and abounding in historical antiquities. There was a lack of the domestic luxuries to which the Duchess had been accustomed in her royal home of St. James's Palace. She found Holyrood Abbey not only destitute of furniture, but in a state of ruinous dilapidation, not having undergone any effectual repairs since Cromwell had used that ancient abode of the monarchs of Scotland as a barrack for his troops, who had plundered and destroyed all its furniture and decorations. The only apartments that were habitable were in the occupation of the Duke of Hamilton, and though some arrangements had been made for her reception and that of his Royal Highness, they were exposed to much inconvenience and discomfort. Mary Beatrice took these things patiently, for the sake of him by whose side she cheerfully encountered every trial and hardship. But however perfect her conduct was as a wife, she was not without her faults as a woman, and of these, her natural inclination to fancy herself too far above her fellow creatures was the most injurious, and, had it not subjected her to a salutary check, might have alienated the affection with which the old Scotch cavaliers were prepared to regard her. One day James invited the famous general Dalziel to dine privately with him. The character of this devoted adherent of Charles I is familiar to our readers from the brilliant sketch drawn by Sir Walter Scott in Old Mortality. The Duchess of York, seeing 3 covers laid at table, asked her husband who was to dine with them, and when informed, she greatly objected to dine with a private gentleman. Dalziel entered at the moment, and heard the subject of the dispute before the duchess was aware of the presence of her guest, and with a spirit still haughtier than her own, thus addressed her: "Madam, I have dined at a table where your father stood behind my back." He alluded to the time when, as a general in the imperial service, he had dined in state with the emperor, for whom the Duc de Modena, as one of the vassals of the empire, performed personal service. Instead of testifying any resentment at this well-merited reproof, Mary Beatrice turned playfully to her husband and said, "Never offend the pride of proud men." It was not James's custom so to do. His conduct in Scotland was such as to conciliate all ranks of men, and as far as it was possible, all parties. In one of his letters from Edinburgh, dated December 14th, he says, "I live here as cautiously as I can, and am very careful to give offense to none, and to have no partialities, and to preach to them, laying aside all private animosities, and serving the king his own way. None shall have reason to complain of me, and though some of either party here might have hoped I should have showed my partiality for them, and some of my friends have been of opinion it had been best for me to have done so, and by it to have secured one side to me, yet I am convinced it was not fit for me to do it, it being no way good for his majesty's service, which I can make out by many reasons which would be too long for a letter." The loyal corporation of Edinburgh, being anxious at once to do honour to the illustrious visitants, and to exercise the prevailing virtue of the nation, hospitality, convened in a special conclave on the 19th of December, the object of which appears in the following entry in the minute book of the town council. The said day the council did unanimously accord that his royal highness and his duchess be complimented with a handsome treat, and therefore grants were sent to the town treasurer to provide the said treat, according as the magistrates shall direct. The 29th of the same month was the day appointed for this banquet. Some junketing with the duke's cooks, and treating them and other of the officials in the culinary department of his royal highness's establishment at Holyrood Palace, took place previously, it appears, probably for the purpose of obtaining a few hints from them, tending to enlighten the Scottish operatives as to the modes of cookery and sauces in vogue at St. James's and Whitehall. Charges there are in the corporation accounts for wine and quenelle, or cinnamon water, drunk with those worthies in the back shop of Robert Mean, munchkins of quenelle water, wafers and wine, and rough almonds. And there is to ain coach with the duke's cooks, £2, and spirits with them in Patrick Steele's, £1 12s. For all which the corporation pays without grudge or grumble, also for £12 of confections, which Sir John Worden, his highness's comptroller, condescends to be treated with at Mrs. Cadell's, and 4 pints of wine and ain coach, for which £34 16s. Is disbursed by the corporation, a startling sum to southern eyes, were it not for the remembrance that the pounds were only pounds Scots, which the gentle reader will be pleased to reckon at the rate of 20d. instead of 20s. A few items in the bill of Maester R. Pollock, pastryman, Baxter, and Burgess of Edinburgh, for articles furnished by him, for ain treat to his highness the Duke of Albany, affords satisfactory proof that the science of good eating was pretty well understood in the good town in the 17th century. No lack was there for dainties, although the barbaric grandeur of gilded salmon pasties and dishes garnished with gold fringed savoured rather of oriental than northern taste, and may astonish the refined gastronomes of the present day. There was a large turkey pie, all over gilded ruby, with bone veal and bone turkey furnished, for which £12 Scots are charged, just £1 sterling, a very reasonable charge for such a dish, emblazoned, as it certainly was, with the royal arms of Scotland, and all correctly done by a professional withal. Witness the item in another bill of £20 paid to George Porteous, the herald, for gold, gilding, and painting. Then there is a large ham pie, with a batten of gold, £16, a large salmon pie, gilded, and a potazel pie. Of what this dainty was composed we confess our ignorance, but it was decorated with a gold fringe. A lamb's pie à la mode. We should suspect the Duke's cooks had a finger in this dish, and perhaps in the next, which, from its Italian name, was doubtless provided for her highness's especial eating, namely, a Florentine with a gilded cover, for which the charge is £12 Scots. A shrimp pie with vermilion color also figures at this feast. A venison pasty of our own venison, that is to say, venison furnished by the good town, but first, it should seem, presented to them by his royal highness, by the token that, in another bill, £26 Scots is allowed for the drinking money to those who brought 3 venisons. 3 large venison pasties are charged by Richard Pollock in this bill, by which we understand the paste and other ingredients, £16 and £12 Scots. There are also 3 trotter pies gilt, a dish that appears to have found favor in the sight of the royal guests, for they had trotter pies at their coronation banquet in Westminster Hall. Then there were diet pies, furnished with all sorts of confections, and a la mode tierces, and dishes of large minced pies, and panterets, no less than 30 dozen of French bread for the table, and other things, amounting to £440 13 shillings, after which appears the supplicatory appeal, "Remember the drink money." This is only a specimen of the pastryman's labors for the good town's treat. Some idea of the meats furnished forth on this occasion may be gathered from Mrs. Cadell's bill, whereof the first article is cockle-like, meaning no other than the favorite dish of bonny King Jamie, immortalized by Sir Walter Scott in Fortunes of Nigel, under the scarcely more intelligible orthography of cockyellachie, a compound of which a full-grown fowl forms the basis. The next item is plum potag, porridge we presume, then a first-course dish, it should seem. No lack was there, however, of the substantial fare, roast beef and roast mutton, geese, ducks, hens, rabbits, tongue, and lard, and other good things. As for the dessert, there were oranges in plenty, and even orange trees, pippins, rennets, almonds, raisins, dates, and musk plums, barberries, olives, no less than 60 pounds of comfits, and 567 pounds of confections. The tables were decorated with large gilded crowns, the castle, the king's arms, and the arms of the good town. In short, it was a feast to convince the southern strangers that there were other things to be got in Edinburgh besides sheep's heads. The spices, fruit, confections, and condiments of all sorts for this feast are furnished by a merchant of the name of Mean, who appears to have dealt in everything, from ambergris and cochineal to glass and pewter. A list of breakage, which is included in his bill, is rather awful on this occasion. 39 glass trenchers at one fell swoop, 12 jelly glasses, and 16 stocked glass plates, and 8 fine crystal glasses. A great deal of glass appears to have been used at this banquet. £12 is charged. For the loan of Dr. Irving's 2 silver salts, and £5 6 shillings 8 pence Scots, for 2 knives of my Lord Provost's, mounted and twisted with silver, which were lost. One of the most remarkable items in the bill for confections, as it is endorsed, of that man of many callings, Merchant Mean, is 13 and 4 pence for writing 3 copies of an account of the treat, which were sent to London, and it is to be hoped they were printed, both for the honour of the hospitable town of Edinburgh, and to prove that the persecuted heir to the crown was not at discount in the realm of his royal ancestors. If the said documents could be found, they would probably supply a most quaint and racy narrative of the proceedings of James and his fair duchess at the civic feast, the largest they gave, and the gracious acknowledgments they were pleased to make for the many gratifying proofs of regard they had already received in Auld Reekie. The minute books of the town chamber bear record that on the 26th of December, 1679, they had duly admitted his royal highness the Duke of Albany and York as a burgess and guild brother of the good town, with a great many of his servants. Among these are Colonel John Churchill, master of the robes to his royal highness, afterwards the great Duke of Marlborough, and Colonel Worden, comptroller of his household. Of those in the household of the Duchess are Lord Roscommon, her master of the horse; Hieronymo Nofo, Esquire, her secretary; Charles Leyburn, her carver; Thomas Vaughan, her cupbearer; 2 Nevilles, her pages of honour; Cornelius Donovan, page of the back stairs; Nicholas Lapointe, yeoman of the mouth of her royal highness; and Claude Formount, her master cook. All the duke's cooks were also complimented with the freedom of the city, so also was the yeoman of his wine cellar, the yeoman of the bear cellar, as it is called, several of their coachmen and footmen, and a functionary called the silver scourer. A deputation of the corporation waited on his royal highness, and presented the freedom with great solemnity in a massive gold box. The presence of the heir of the crown, and the prudent and conciliating conduct of himself and his consort, had a most beneficial effect in Scotland, and did more towards calming the effervescence of the conflicting parties there, than if an army had been sent over the border by King Charles. The Duke of York came, however, strictly in a private capacity, and in reality as a banished man. His right to a seat in the Privy Council was at first contested, not only by the adverse faction, but even by the Marquess of Montrose, the Lord President. James, with an equal mixture of firmness and mildness, asserted his rights, and carried his point. That he bore no resentment against Montrose is apparent from the circumstance that he afterwards preserved his life at the imminent peril of his own, by pulling him with his own hand into the little boat in which he was leaving the foundering ship at the time of the disastrous loss of the Gloucester. A noble action on the part of James, which no one but the faithful Pepys who witnessed it has had the honesty to record. The king had promised the Duke and Duchess of York that they should return to England early in the new year, and he was as good as his word. Moderate men and well-wishers to their country, those, for instance, who had nothing to gain by a system of anarchy and confusion, had been long disgusted with the proceedings of the party in power, and alarmed at the wild changes they were driving at. The cavaliers, the gentlemen of England, the churchmen, and the merchants came forward with loyal addresses to the crown, and expressed their affection to the sovereign, and their abhorrence to the practices of the factious demagogues by whom he was enthralled. The gentlemen of Norfolk even ventured to offer thanks to the king for the recall of the heir of the crown from Flanders. Thus encouraged, the king roused himself from the mental paralysis in which he had suffered himself to remain for the last 18 months, and entering his council chamber, he informed the astonished conclave there, that he had derived little benefit from the absence of his brother, that as the rights of that prince had been assailed, and probably would again at the meeting of Parliament, he thought it only agreeable to reason and justice that he should be present at the approaching session in order to make his own defence. He had, therefore, commanded his royal highness to quit Edinburgh and return to his former residence at St. James's Palace. This declaration, which was made January 28, 1680, was followed by the proffered resignation of Shaftesbury, Russell, Cavendish, Capel, and Powell. James replied that he accepted it with all his heart. Greatly rejoiced as the Duke and Duchess of York were with this auspicious change of affairs, the affectionate and respectful manner in which they had been treated by the Scotch caused them to leave the friendly northern metropolis with regret, which James expressed with manly eloquence in his farewell speech to the Lords of the Council. He also told them that he would acquaint his majesty that he had in Scotland a brave and loyal nobility and gentry, a wise privy council, and a learned and upright judicature. The Lords of the Council responded with the warmest protestations of affection and respect, and wrote a dutiful letter to the king, thanking him for the honour he had done them in sending the duke to visit Scotland, and expressing the highest commendations of the wise and prudent conduct of that prince. Though the season of the year was improper for a sea voyage, yet the Duchess, who, to use James's own words, was now inured to hardships as well as himself, counted that for nothing. So anxious was she to embrace her only child again, from whom she had now been separated for 4 long months, that rather than submit to the delay of an overland journey, she determined to return by sea. "If you were a seaman," wrote James to his brother-in-law, I could soon make you understand that it is better going from Scotland to London by sea in winter than back thither at this time of the year. There will be a light moon at the time I name, and both the Duchess and I have a great mind to go back by sea, having been extremely tired by our land journey to Edinburgh." Mary Beatrice cheerfully embarked with her beloved consort in the yacht, commanded by Captain Gunman, which the king had kindly sent for their transit, and arrived at Deptford, February 24th. There they left the yacht and went up the river to Whitehall in a barge. They were saluted by the guns from the ships and from the Tower, and at their landing at the Privy Stairs, they were received by King Charles in the most affectionate manner. His Majesty led the Duchess to the Queen's apartment, and from thence to her own, whither many of the nobility and persons of quality immediately repaired to compliment their royal highnesses on their safe return, and to kiss their hands. That night the city was illuminated and blazed with bonfires. 2 days after, the Lord Mayor, Aldermen, and Common Council came to pay their respects to the Duke and Duchess. The recorder delivered a congratulatory address to the Duke on his safe arrival, and expressed the prayers of the city for his health and prosperity. The civic powers, having kissed his Royal Highness's hand, were conducted into the apartment of the Duchess, to whom the recorder also made a complimentary speech, assuring her of the affection of the city of London, and their joy at her return. They then kissed her hand and withdrew, highly satisfied with their reception. The next day, Sir Robert Clayton, the Lord Mayor, feasted the royal brothers with a magnificent supper. The Lady Mayoress sat next the king, all over scarlet and ermine, and half over diamonds. The aldermen drank the king's health over and over on their knees, and in their uproarious state of loyal excitement, wished every one hanged and consigned to a state of perdition that would not serve him with their lives and fortunes. They would not trust the royal brothers with no better escort than his Majesty's guards, who were all visibly the worse for their powerful potations, but insisted on escorting them back to Whitehall themselves at 2 o'clock in the morning, where they reduced themselves to, at least, as improper a state as the guards, by a carouse in the king's cellar. The next day they all came in a body to return thanks to the king and the duke for the honour they had done them. The Duke of York accompanied the king to the spring races at Newmarket, but Mary Beatrice remained at St. James's with the Princess Anne and her own little Isabella. The Duke made a journey from Newmarket to London on purpose to visit her, and returned the next day, which, considering there were no such locomotive facilities for travelling as in these times, may be regarded as almost a lover-like mark of attention. The virtues and conjugal devotion of this princess were gradually winning a greater empire over the heart of James than had been gained by her beauty in its early bloom when she came to England as his bride. It was not till she had been his wife 6 years that James appears to have been fully sensible of the value of the prize he had drawn in the matrimonial lottery, and that she was possessed of qualifications more worthy of admiration than those external graces which had been celebrated by the most distinguished poets of the age. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 3, Part 2. Mary Beatrice endeavored to keep up an interest for her husband with the gay world, by giving brilliant balls and entertainments, and appearing often in public. The irreproachable purity of her life, and her amiable conduct as a stepmother, entitled her to universal respect, and notwithstanding her religion, she stood too high in public opinion for anyone to mix her name up with the popish plot accusations, although Coleman, one of its earliest victims, had been her secretary. The Duke of York himself began to recover his proper position in the court, and his levees at St. James's Palace were well attended again. But when the king was suddenly attacked with a fever towards the latter end of May, they were thronged with the time-serving courtiers. The king recovered, and the exclusionists, considering they had gone too far in their proceedings against James ever to be forgiven, determined, by a bold stroke, to rid him of the company of his fair-weather followers, to intimidate even his true-hearted friends, and, if possible, to drive him out of England again. Accordingly, Shaftesbury, with Russell, Cavendish, Titus Oates, and some others of the party, proceeded to Westminster Hall on the 26th of June, and represented to the grand jury the benefit that would accrue to the nation if the Duke of York were presented for recusancy, which would involve the forfeiture of 2/3 of his estates, as the laws against popery then stood. But the judges discharged the jury as soon as they understood that Shaftesbury and his coadjutors were practicing with them. Shaftesbury had also recommended the grand jury of Middlesex to indict the Duchess of Portsmouth as a common nuisance. Such indeed she was, and no mistake. But it was by no means a part of Shaftesbury's design to effect a reformation in her conduct, but to terrify her into becoming his absolute tool with the king, for effecting the ruin of the Duke of York. If Burnet may be credited, Montague offered her £600,000 in the name of the exclusionists, if she would induce Charles to pass the bill. Gladly would she have earned the bribe, but the king was inflexible on that point. Yet it was her influence which prevailed on his majesty to send his brother back to Scotland. The cause assigned by her for her hostility to his royal highness was the old story. That the Duchess of York paid her no attention, and was not so kind to her as to the Duchess of Mazarine, and that, during the king's late illness, James had made no professions of service to her. Mary Beatrice was at this momentous period an object of watchful observation to the enemies of her lord. On the 8th of July, Lady Sunderland writes to Lord Halifax, "The Duchess of York is not with child. She prays all day almost. She is very melancholy. Her women will have it on account of Mrs. Sedley. She looks farther than that, if she has much wit as is thought by some." Her Royal Highness visited Cambridge the latter end of September, and while there gave a grand ball to propitiate the university. From Cambridge she came to Newmarket to join the Duke, who was there with their majesties for the October races. In the midst of those gay festive sports, Mary Beatrice and her lord bore anxious, aching hearts, for it was at that time the question of his Royal Highness's banishment from the court was daily debated in council. James was desirous of being permitted to defend himself from the attack which he knew would be made upon him at the approaching meeting of the Parliament, and the ministers were driving him beyond seas again. Charles temporized as usual by taking a middle course, which was, to send his brother back to Scotland, but with all possible marks of respect, as his representative in the government of that realm, where, indeed, the presence of the Duke had been recently attended with beneficial results in tranquilizing the conflicting parties there. The day after their return to London, his Majesty caused his pleasure to be notified to his Royal Highness, and on the same day, October 18, 1680, addressed letters to his Privy Council and Lords of the Treasury of Scotland, wherein he says, "Whereas now, upon considerations of great importance to our service, we have thought fit to send our most dear brother, the Duke of Albany and York, into that ancient kingdom, we have signified our command to the Duke of Hamilton, keeper of our palace of Holyrood, for voiding all the lodgings and removing all the goods and furniture now therein, to the end that our palace, with all the offices and conveniences thereunto belonging, may be left entirely for the use and accommodation of our said most dear brother, and of our dearest sister the Duchess, with their retinues, allowing nevertheless our Chancellor to continue in his lodgings as formerly. It is therefore our will and pleasure, and we do hereby require you to take particular care that our said order be punctually and speedily obeyed, and cause the rooms to be put in as good a condition as is possible for that purpose." This document is dated October 18, 1680, the same day the king's pleasure was communicated to the Duke of York, with directions for him to embark for Scotland on the 20th. His fair and faithful consort was, as usual, ready to share his adverse fortunes. She gave her farewell levee at St. James's Palace on the 19th, and received the adieu of all the friends who came to take leave of her in bed. Mary Beatrice had once more to sustain the painful trial of parting with her child, whom she was not permitted to take to Scotland with her, and she never saw her again. James, perceiving that those who had succeeded in driving him a third time into banishment did not intend to stop there, requested the king to give him a pardon under the Great Seal, including, as is usual in that sort of protective document, every offense of which it is possible for any person to be accused. Charles considered it derogatory to his brother's high rank and injurious to his honor to have such an instrument drawn up in connection with his name, and James, in the bitterness of his spirit, regarded the refusal as an intimation that he was to be sacrificed to the malice of his foes. For 1/2 hour of his life, he appeared ready to fall into the snares of the Machiavellian ambassador of France, for he exclaimed, in the climax of his indignation, that if he were pushed to extremity and saw himself likely to be entirely ruined by his enemies, he would find means to make them repent it, nay, that he would throw himself into the arms of Louis XIV for protection. Barillon, who was in hopes that the sense of intolerable wrong which was burning in the bosom of the unfortunate prince might be fanned into an open flame, so as to induce him to take up arms against the king his brother, or at least to excite seditions in Scotland, made him unlimited offers of money and every other facility for raising an insurrection. James's disaffection evaporated in that burst of passion which Fox and many other writers have endeavored to torture into the blackest treason, although the sole evidence that he felt his injuries is confined to that one unguarded sally, which, after all, only implied that he did not mean to fall without a struggle. If James had suffered himself to be drawn into the plots of Barillon, he would have been startled at finding himself mixed up in a strange and most degrading fellowship with Buckingham, Sunderland, Montague, Hampden, Harbord, Algernon Sidney, and the Duchess of Portsmouth, his deadliest enemies, who were at that period the bribed tools of France. Keenly, however, as the Duke of York felt the ingratitude with which his services to his king and country had been requited, he complied with his majesty's commands by embarking with his duchess on the appointed day. Charles, who knew how severe a struggle it had cost his brother to yield obedience to his mandate, and that both he and Mary Beatrice were overwhelmed with grief at being separated from their children, endeavored to soothe their wounded feelings by paying them the affectionate attention of accompanying them, with some of his nobles, as far down the river as Woolwich, or, according to Barillon, to Lee, where they parted. The king gave them fair words, observes the sarcastic diplomatist, but the Duke of York betrayed the greatest signs of misery, believing himself abandoned by all the world, and that he would not be permitted to remain even in Scotland long. The following elegant lines on the subject of the embarkation of the Duke and his beautiful consort appeared soon after in the second part of Dryden's Absalon and Achitophel. Go, injured hero, while propitious gales, soft as thy consort's breath, inspire thy sails. Well may she trust her beauties on a flood, where thy triumphant fleets so oft have rode. Safe on thy breast reclined, her rest be deep, rocked like a Nereid by the waves asleep, where happiest dreams her fancy entertain, and to Elysian fields convert the main. Go, injured hero, while the shores of Tyre at thy approach so silent shall admire, who on thy thunder shall their thoughts employ, and greet thy landing with a trembling joy. A cordial it assuredly must have been to the sad hearts of the royal exiles, could they have understood half the pleasure with which their arrival was anticipated on the friendly shores of Scotland. They had, as usual, a long and dangerous passage, for they encountered a terrible storm at sea, and were beating about for nearly 5 days and nights in the rough October gales before they could make Kirkcaldy Bay. One of their suite writes to a friend in London, "We have been in great difficulties at sea, insomuch that though we serve the best of masters, we begin to wish that there were no such thing as popery in the world, or that all mankind would come into it. For we, you know, have no such zeal for anything as our own ease, and do complain more than ever to be thus tossed about. And it is with admiration that we behold the great spirit of our master stooping to this coarse usage." It was on Monday, October 25th, that the Duke and Duchess arrived with the evening's tide in Kirkcaldy Roads about 10 o'clock at night. The Duke of Rothes, Lord Chancellor of Scotland, who had kept a vigil lookout for their long-expected sails, instantly dispatched his nephew, Mr. Francis Montgomery, to compliment their royal highnesses on their arrival. But sick as Mary Beatrice was of her stormy voyage, it was not judged prudent for her to come on shore that night. The next morning, his grace sent the Lord Justice Clerk to inquire his royal highness's pleasure concerning his disembarkation. The Duke and Duchess landed that morning at 11 o'clock, and were received by the Duke of Rothes, some of the lords of the council, and most of the nobility and gentry of the adjacent shires, who kissed their royal highnesses' hands on the shore, which was crowded with a mixed multitude who came to congratulate them on their safe arrival in Scotland. The Duke of Rothes having offered their royal highnesses the hospitality of his house at Leslie, about 9 miles distant, they proceeded thither, escorted by a troop of his majesty's Scotch guards, attended by a noble train of coaches, and many of the nobility and gentry on horseback. So gallant a company had perhaps never swept through the long straggling street of Kirkcaldy since the days when an independent sovereign of Scotland kept court in the kingdom of Fife. Leslie House is seated in a richly wooded park, on a picturesque eminence, between the river Leven and the water of Lowtree, which unite their sparkling streams in a romantic glen in the pleasaunce. The present mansion occupies only the frontage of the site of the palace, where the Duke of Rothes feasted the Duke and Duchess of York with their retinue and all the aristocracy of the district. The former edifice was built on the model of Holyrood House, and in rival splendor to that ancient seat of royalty, having a gallery 3 feet longer than that at Holyrood, hung with fine historical portraits on either side, and richly furnished. The ducal palace at Leslie was destroyed by fire in the year 1763, but the stately garden terraces, leading down by successive flights of broad stone steps, with carved balustrades, to the shrubberies and the vale in whose bosom the bright waters meet, are the same which Mary of Modena and her ladies paced in jewelled pride, and listened to the music of the mountain stream rushing to his bride, in the depth of the wooded ravine below. Those woods were then tinted with bright autumnal hues, and even to eyes accustomed to Italian scenery, the spot was calculated to convey a favourable impression of the natural beauties of Scotland. Of these, Mary Beatrice had, as yet, only seen the bold and rugged features of a wintry landscape, with snow-clad hills and swollen torrents, her first visit to Scotland having been made at an ungenial season of the year. At Leslie, everything wore a festive and smiling aspect, and proffered comfort and repose to the royal exiles after their stormy voyage, and a yet more harassing contention with evil days in England. Nor was Leslie devoid of classic interest, for the village fane occupies the site of one of a more ancient date, celebrated by the poet king of Scotland, James I, as Christ Kirk on the Green. There is a tree on that green called King Jemmy's tree, which village tradition boldly affirms to have been planted by the royal bard, a fond conceit, since the tree, a stunted oak, has not assuredly seen 2 centuries, and is scarcely old enough to favour the more probable notion that it is a memorial of the last and most unfortunate of all the Scottish monarchs, who bore the fated name of James Stuart, planted by him during his visit with his consort, Mary d'Este, at Leslie House, in the autumn of 1680. Tradition has also made some blunders in confusing relics and memorials of the consort of James II with those of Scotland's fair and fatally celebrated sovereign, Mary Stuart, whose name hallows many gloves, fans, watches, étuis, and cabinets, with other toys not older than the close of the 17th century. The long white glove, embroidered with black silk, for instance, now exhibited in the Museum of the Antiquarian Society of Edinburgh, is the veritable glove of Mary Queen of Scots, if it ever did belong to a royal Mary Stuart, pertained to her who was entitled to that name only in virtue of her marriage with James Stuart, Duke of York, and was possibly worn by her when in mourning for her little daughter, the Princess Isabella. The mistake has naturally arisen from the fact that when James succeeded to the crown of the Britannic Empire, his consort bore the title of Queen Mary in Scotland as well as England, and in Scotland Her name was dear to a generation who had known her when she dwelt among them. But when that generation passed away, and the descendants of old Cavalier and Jacobite families found among the hoards of grand dame and ancient aunt trifles that had been treasured as memorials of Queen Mary, they forgot the intermediate queen consort so called, and invested all such heirlooms with the distinction of relics of her whose name, in spite of Knox or Buchanan, will be superior in interest to any other, while a spark of chivalry lingers in a Scottish bosom. The Duke and Duchess of York were splendidly entertained for 3 days and nights at Leslie House by their magnificent host and his kind-hearted Duchess, days of unbounded hospitality, which was extended to all the loyal aristocracy of the district, who came to pay their compliments to the heir of the crown and his young and lovely consort. There is an exquisite portrait of Mary Beatrice by Lely in the collection of the Earl of Roth's at Leslie House, representing her such as she was at that period of her life, and in the costume which she had then wore. Her hair is arranged in its natural beauty, clustering in full curls round the brow and descending in flowing ringlets on the bosom, a style far more in unison with the classic outline of her features and the expressive softness of her melting eyes than the lofty coiffure which she often wore. Her dress is scarlet, embroidered and fringed with gold, her tucker and loose sleeves of delicate cambric. A rich and ample scarf of royal blue, fringed with gold and edged with pearls, crosses one shoulder and falls over the lap in magnificent drapery to the ground. She is sitting in a garden by a pillar. Her left hand clasps the neck of a beautiful white Italian greyhound. A tree that overshadows her is wreathed with honeysuckles and roses. Her age was under 22 when this portrait was painted. It was one of Lely's last and finest works of art. He died that same year, so Mary Beatrice must have sat for the portrait before she quitted London, for the express purpose of presenting it to the Duke of Roth's, but like many other pictures of royal and noble personages, it is wrongly dated. On Friday, the 29th of October, their royal highnesses departed from Leslie House, and were attended by their courteous host, the Lord Chancellor of Scotland, and many of the greatest nobles, to Burntisland, their train still increasing as they advanced. At Burntisland they were received with shooting of great guns, ringing of bells, acclamations of the people, and all the expressions of joy imaginable, which continued till their royal highnesses went on board the Charlotte yacht. With them went his Grace of Roth's and the persons of the highest rank. The other yachts, with several other boats, and all the boats about Burntisland, were filled with the nobility and gentry of the train, forming a grand aquatic pageant, with their pennons and gala dresses. In their passage to Leith, they were saluted by the great guns from his Majesty's Castle of Edinburgh, from the bastions at Leith, and the men of war and other ships, both in the road and harbour of Leith. The shore was so thronged, says our authority, with persons of all ranks, that the noise of the cannon, trumpets, kettle drums, and drums were almost drowned with the loud and reiterated acclamations of the people for the safe arrival of their royal highnesses, which was about 5 in the afternoon. One of the gentlemen of the duke's household complains that they arrived in the dusk of the evening, by which, pursues he, the glory of our entry was much eclipsed. This person insinuates that sufficient attention was not paid to their royal highnesses on this occasion, but from the following account by an eyewitness of the animating scene, we should imagine that their reception must have been most gratifying and complete. At their landing at Leith, their royal highnesses were met by the lords of his Majesty's Privy Council, ushered by their macers. Several ladies were also attending on the shore to offer their service to the Duchess. Their royal highnesses were received by the Earl of Linlithgow, colonel of his Majesty's regiment of guards, at the head of several companies of the regiment, and were attended by the sheriffs and most of the gentlemen of the 3 Lothians, and next adjacent shires, who made a lane on both sides of the street through the whole town of Leith. After the king's troop of guards marched the nobility and gentry that were on horseback, and after them a great train of coaches, filled with the council and nobility, and their royal highnesses had made choice of the Lord Justice Clerk's coach to proceed in from Leith to the Watergate at the Abbey of Holyrood House. Their royal highnesses were guarded by the trained bands and militia regiment of this city, consisting of 44 companies, who made a lane for their royal highnesses and their train to pass betwixt Leith and Edinburgh. All the while they were upon the way, the great guns from the castle and other places, prepared on purpose, saluted them, the whole body of the people universally shouting with great joy and cheerfulness, Lord preserve his majesty and their royal highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Albany. Being come to the Watergate, near the Palace Royal, they were met by the Lord Provost, magistrates, and City Council of Edinburgh in their best formalities, where the Lord Provost, kneeling, and having kissed his royal highness's hand, delivered to him the silver keys of the city, and heartily welcomed him, in the name of the whole of the citizens, to his majesty's good town of Edinburgh. From this to the palace, their royal highnesses were guarded by 200 or 300 of the best citizens with gilded partisans, and in the outer court were received by several other companies of his majesty's guards. In the guard hall they were received by their graces, the lords archbishops of St. Andrews and Glasgow, and several other lords of the clergy, where his grace the Lord Primate complimented their royal highnesses in the name of the orthodox clergy. There the lieutenant governor of the castle of Edinburgh delivered to his royal highnesses the keys of the castle. All the bells of the city continued ringing most of the night, and all the streets of the city were filled with great bonfires, whither many of the citizens repaired to drink their majesties and royal highnesses' health, nor was anything to be seen but a universal joy in the countenance of all here. An evil omen occurred amidst the rejoicings for the arrival of the royal pair, for the celebrated great gun, called Mons Meg, being fired, in honour of this event, by an English cannoneer, was in the firing ribbon. This the Scots resented extremely. Says Sir John Lauder of Fountain Hall, thinking the English might of malice have done it purposely, they having no cannon as big as she. Saturday, the 1st of November, the Lord Bishop of Edinburgh, with all the clergy in and about this city, in their canonical habits, kissed his royal highness's hand. The Bishop of Edinburgh expressed the general satisfaction of the orthodox clergy for his royal highness's safe arrival, and assured him of their fervent prayers for his sacred majesty and the royal line. Tuesday, the 2nd of November, being the first day of sessions, the senators of the College of Justice, with all the other members thereof, in a great body, in their gowns, ushered by their macers, went to the palace, where, having kissed his royal highness's hand, the Lord President of the session, in the name of the lawyers of this kingdom, complimented him upon his arrival, as did the Lord Justice Clerk, in the name of the Lords Commissioners of his Majesty's Justiciary, who, in their scarlet gowns, attended by the members of their court, and ushered by their macers, waited likewise upon his royal highness, and kissed his hand. Nor indeed was there anything wanting to express the general joy of all here for the happy arrival of so excellent a prince, and so dear to this kingdom. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 3, Part 3. Holyrood Palace had been repaired, and a royal suite of apartments fitted up and furnished for the accommodation of the Duke and Duchess of York and the retinue. There can be little doubt that the state beds, at present pointed out by guidebooks and guides as the beds of Mary Queen of Scots and Charles I, were a part of this arrangement, all the ancient royal furniture at that palace having been plundered or destroyed by Cromwell's troopers. The crimson damask state bed, which was preserved from the conflagration at Leslie House, is very similar to the bed now shown at Holyrood as that of Mary Stuart, and certainly both are 100 years too modern for beds of the 16th century. If the Duchess of York occupied the crimson bed at Holyrood, it would, of course, be styled Queen Mary's bed, after her consort succeeded to the regal office, and retaining her name after she was forgotten by the vulgar, has probably thus been added to the numerous posthumous goods and chattels with which tradition has fondly endowed Mary of Scotland. It is a curious fact that James II and Mary d'Este had in their French palace of Saint-Germain a room furnished with a bed, carved ebony chairs, and other movables, that once pertained to James's royal grandmother, Mary Queen of Scots, which the Marquis de Crequy declares they brought from England with them. They were much more readily obtained in France, from Fontainebleau or Amboise, as a gift from Louis XIV. James and his consort appear to have been better contented with their Scottish palace than some of their followers. One of the gentlemen in their household writes to his friend in London: "We are not so well accommodated as at St. James's, and yet, whatever the matter is, we do rather dread than desire to return to you, so that sometimes I fear things are worse than we are persuaded to believe, and that we shall not see you whilst the Parliament sits. I was willing to tell you thus much, because I believe you will not be told it in your Gazette. Let me know what the terrible men at Westminster are acting, and what you think of our case, and pray believe that whatever I am, I will be, dear sir, your beadsman." Edinburgh, October 30th, 1680. The English Parliament, or rather the prevailing faction that had succeeded in driving the Duke of York from court, was following up the success already achieved, by pushing on the bill for excluding him from the crown. The popish plot was the two-edged sword with which the leaders of the faction fought, since it furnished both the pretext against him and deprived him of effectual assistance from every one of his own religion, by the terror of the executions that had been perpetrated on innocent persons accused of being engaged in it. The Commons passed the bill for excluding the Duke of York from the succession, and, when Lord Russell brought it up to the Lords, he said, "If his own father were to vote against it, he would accuse him of high treason." Words which implied the most unconstitutional threat against every senator who should presume to exercise the parliamentary privilege of voting according to his own conscience. The bill was, however, rejected by a majority of 63. The bishops stood in the gap and saved the crown for the rightful heir, although they were opposed to his creed. They, at any rate, acted like honest and courageous men, and by their votes that day ought to have won everlasting confidence and gratitude from James, for with the exception of Compton, they were his best friends. Well did his foes, and the agitators who made zeal for the Protestant religion the pretense for faction and persecution, know it. An attempt was immediately made by that party to excite popular fury against the whole bench. A lampoon song was compounded and sung about the streets for this purpose, called "The Bishops and the Bill," of which every verse ends with this line: the bishops have thrown out the bill." In conclusion, it daringly exhorts the crowd to throw out the bishops who threw out the bill. It was in this Parliament that the project, so bitter to a parent's heart, was first started, of making James's own children supplant him in the succession, or rather to invest the Prince and Princess of Orange with the power of the crown, under the name of regents for him, whom it was proposed to banish 500 miles from his own dominions, and if his consort, who was then only 22 years of age, should bear a son, the prince was to be taken from his parents and placed under the guardianship of the princesses, his sisters. James bore these aggravating proceedings with less irritation than could have been supposed, nor did they cause the slightest change in his affection for his daughters, whom he did not, at that period, imagine capable of entering into the confederacy against him. Meantime, he and his fair and faithful consort endeavoured, not successfully, to conciliate the regard of those with whom their present lot was cast. A brilliant court was kept at Holyrood, to which resorted the principal nobility and gentry of the land, and Mary Beatrice soon succeeded, by her gracious and prudent deportment, in winning the hearts of the generous aristocracy of Scotland. If her religion were unpopular, the purity of her mind and manners was impeachable. Young, beautiful, innocent, and desirous of pleasing, cold, indeed, must have been the hearts that could have hardened themselves against her gentle influence, and it is certain that the interest she excited at that period in Scotland operated long in favour both of her husband and her son, and was even felt to the third generation. The Scotch ladies were at first greatly astonished at the novel refreshment of tea, which her Royal Highness dispensed at her evening parties, that beverage having never before been tasted in Scotland. but the fashion was quickly imitated and soon became general. An interesting testimony to the popular conduct of this princess during her residence in Scotland is rendered by a learned author of that nation, who wrote the history of the House of Este under her patronage. In his dedicatory epistle to her, he says, "At first your coming among us, our loyalty to our sovereign and our duty to his only brother, disposed us to everything in our power that might be acceptable to so great a princess. But your royal highness condescending to the simplicity in which we live, your affable deportment towards all that have the honor to come near your person, and your seeming pleased with our weak endeavors to serve you, do justly challenge that respect as due now to yourself, which we must, however, have paid to your quality. When we reflected how long we had been strangers to a court, we could not think ourselves ill fitted to receive a princess born and bred in the paradise of the world. Only as we then knew your royal highness came prepared to bear with the plainness of our northern climate, so we since find that you are in some measure delighted with it, and begin to flatter ourselves that the happiness of so illustrious a guest, which was procured to us at first by your obedience, is now continued to us by your choice." The green strip at the foot of the hill, behind the Abbey of Holyrood, is still called the Duke's Walk, from the Duke of York having delighted in walking there, it being then shaded with stately oaks, which, like the Stuart dynasty, have all been swept away. The game of the golf and tennis were the favorite amusements of the gentry of those times. The Duke of York was frequently seen in the golfing party on the links of Leith with some of the nobility and gentry. "I remember in my youth," says the learned titler of Woodhouseley, "to have often conversed with an old man named Andrew Dixon, a golf club maker, who said that, when a boy, he used to carry the Duke's golf clubs and to run before him and announce where the balls fell." The sailor prince, being a friend to ancient customs, encouraged the citizens and mechanics of the good town to take a share in these manly sports and pastimes, and for this end he always chose his partner at golf from those classes. His example was generally imitated, and thus the public games became a bond of good fellowship between high and low, the object for which they were originally instituted. The oral traditions of Edinburgh record the following instance of the frank and gracious conduct of the Duke of York to one of his humble allies at the golf. His Royal Highness and the Duke of Lauderdale, who were both expert golfers, generally engaged on opposite sides, and one day they determined to play for an unusually high stake. James called a working shoemaker, named John Paterson, to second him, and after a very hard contest, defeated his antagonist. When the Duke of Lauderdale paid the stake, which is said to have been some hundreds of broad pieces, his Royal Highness handed the gold to Paterson with these words: "Through your skill I have won this game, and you are, therefore, entitled to the reward of the victory." The princely courtesy of the compliment being a trait of more refined generosity than the princely munificence of the gift, and dear, we may be sure, were both to the heart of the bonny Scot, who had seconded the brother of his sovereign so stoutly on the links of Leith that day. Notwithstanding his popery, James was at that period one of the finest gentlemen in Europe. The following anecdote is worthy of the grandson of Henry of Navarre. When Lochiel, a brave Highland cavalier, who had formerly rendered signal services to the loyal cause, was presented to James at Holyrood, he received him with marks of great distinction, and in full court honoured him with his conversation, and put many pleasant questions to him, touching the adventures of his youth. Finally, he asked him for his sword. Lochiel having delivered it, his Royal Highness attempted to draw it, but in vain, for it was somewhat rusty, being a walking or dress sword, which the Highlanders never made use of in their own country. The Duke, after a second attempt, gave it back to Lochiel with this compliment: "That his sword never used to be so uneasy to draw when the crown wanted its service." Lochiel, who was modest, even to excess, was so confounded that he could make no return to so high a compliment, and knowing nothing of the Duke's intention, he drew the sword, and returned it to his Royal Highness, who, addressing himself to those about him, "You see, my lords," said he, smiling, Lochiel's sword gives obedience to no hand but his own," and thereupon was pleased to knight him. James has been unsparingly accused by modern historians of countenancing all the cruelties that were practiced on the insurgent Cameronians and other nonconformists in Scotland, by presiding in council when the torture of the boot was applied. There is not the slightest proof that he ever was. Woodrow, indeed, asserts that James was present on one occasion, when Sproul, a wild fanatic, who was suspected of a design to blow up the palace of Holyrood with the Duke and Duchess of York in it, was thus examined, and he quotes the almost inaccessible records of the Scottish Privy Council as his authority. Sir John Dalrymple, one of the most faithful and industrious of documentary historians, honestly avowed that he had been unable to find any such entry in the council books. But even if Woodrow were an entirely faithful witness of things which touched the passions and prejudices of his party so closely, he has only mentioned, not verified, a solitary instance of the kind, which certainly does not warrant later writers in representing this unfortunate prince as having been in the constant habit of amusing himself with those revolting exhibitions. The fact is that the dreadful scenes referred to took place under the auspices of the brutal Lauderdale, before James came and after his departure, and as both are indiscriminately styled the Duke in the records, the mistake was very easily made by persons who were not very careful in testing their authority by the simple but unerring guide of dates. James and his Duchess arrived in Edinburgh in perilous times, and in the midst of the sanguinary executions that followed an insurrection, in which great outrages had been committed on the lives and properties of the Episcopalian party. The Duke did his utmost to calm the jarring elements which were ready to break out into fresh tumults. The council, breathing blood, were for going to the rigour of the law. James offered pardon to the condemned on the easy terms of crying, "God save the king." The council talked of death and tortures. His Royal Highness recommended madhouses and hard labour or banishment, and his suggestions proved more efficacious than the barbarous proceedings of Lauderdale and his colleagues. He succeeded in a great measure in tranquilizing Scotland. He gained the esteem and respect of the gentry, and he won the affections of the people by his gracious acknowledgment of the marks of respect they paid him. If he had governed England half as wisely for himself as he did Scotland for his brother, or observed the same moderation in regard to his religion after he became king, which he did when Duke of York, history would have told a different tale of the close of his career. "Letters from Scotland," says Bulstrode, "tell us that affairs go there according to wish, that the Parliament there has written a letter of thanks to the king for sending the Duke of York, which we hope will break the measures of those who flatter themselves with support from that kingdom, which has not been in many ages more united than it is at present under the prudent conduct of his Royal Highness." The letters add, "that the Duke is highly esteemed and beloved of all sorts of people, and that there is a constant and great court of lords and ladies." James showed on some occasions a tenderness for human life that goes far to disprove the cruelty with which he is generally charged. In February 1681, we are told by Fountainhall, "that a sentinel at the gates of the Abbey of Holyrood, being found asleep on his post, when the Duke of York passed, was brought to a court-martial, and sentenced by General Dalziel to die, for that breach of military discipline. In pursuance of this sentence, he was carried to Leith Links for execution, but when all was ready, the Duke of York interceded for his life, and obtained it." The Duke and Duchess of York, though generally popular, were exposed to some mortifications on account of their religion. On Christmas Day, the scholars of King's College thought proper to entertain them with the obnoxious pageant of burning the Pope in effigy in the court of Holyrood under their windows. "This," says Sir John Lauder, "was highly resented as an inhospitable affront to the Duke of York, though it was only to his religion." Their Royal Highnesses were wise enough to pass it over in silence, as the wild frolic of young people. It was, besides, intended as a reprisal for the Westminster scholars, having dressed up as Jack Presbyter, and treated the said Jack with sundry indignities, Such was the turbulent state of the times that children took a warm part in the political and polemic disputes which convulsed both kingdoms. While in Scotland, Mary Beatrice met with a frightful accident, which had nearly cost her her life, in consequence of being thrown from her horse with great violence, but fortunately for her, on a sandy plain. If it had been on a rocky ground, she must have been killed, for her long riding dress got entangled in some part of her saddle, and she was dragged a considerable distance with her face on the sand, and received several kicks from the infuriated horse before she could be extricated from her perilous situation. When she was taken up, she was covered with dust and blood, blackened with bruises, and perfectly insensible. Everyone thought she was dead. Surgical aid being procured, she was bled and put into bed. She only suffered from the bruises and recovered without any injury to her person. It does not appear that the Duke was with her on this occasion. He had a very great objection to ladies riding on horseback, and when Mary Beatrice was first married to him, he was accustomed to tell her that it was for many reasons a dangerous and improper position for women. She was, however, passionately fond of equestrian exercise, and her importunities had prevailed over his extreme reluctance to allowing her to ride. She always said that his indulgence to her was so great that it was the only constraint he had ever attempted to place on her inclination, and she regarded it as a proof of his complaisance that he had withdrawn his prohibition against her taking this dangerous pleasure. So devoted was she to her favorite exercise that as soon as she was recovered from the effects of her accident, she had sufficient courage to mount her horse again. James, who was too courteous a husband to interpose his marital authority to prevent his youthful consort from exercising her wilful inclinations, on finding his persuasions unavailing, had in the meantime given so terrible an account of the narrow escape she had had to the Duchess of Modena, that princess wrote, in an agony of maternal alarm, to her daughter, telling her that she should die of grief if she thought she would ever be rash enough to put herself into such peril again, and that she should never receive a letter from England without expecting it to contain the news of her death. She also reminded Mary Beatrice that she was frequently in a situation that rendered such exercises highly inexpedient as well as dangerous. In consequence of these urgent letters from her mother, Mary Beatrice gave a solemn promise never to mount a horse again, a privation which, in consequence of the bad roads in Scotland, at that time almost impracticable for coaches, was of course very great. Her only resource after this was the then usual conveyance of a horse litter, if she wished to accompany the Duke in any of his Highland expeditions, but she appears to have been generally stationary with her court at Holyrood Abbey. The Duke of York, her husband, was at that time, to use the expression of a contemporary writer, caressed not only by the grandees of the nation, but likewise gracious in the eyes of the vulgar, even to admiration, no people ever demonstrating more lively expressions of joy as well as love for his royal person. Yet their royal highnesses were impatient of their exile. Their servants, whom the Earl of Arlington always emphatically designated a senseless pack, were ever importuning James to solicit the king for his recall, and representing to him how materially his interests were suffering from the proceedings of Monmouth, who drove on his ambitious schemes openly, with a headlong violence that was only less dangerous than the masked treachery of the Prince of Orange, whose mining operations, like those of the unseen mole in the dark, might be detected by the occasional traces of his works appearing on the surface. Another plot was devised as a pretext for prolonging the Duke's banishment from the court, of which the leading instrument was an Irish papist named Fitzharris, and in this there was a covert attempt to involve the Duchess, by the absurd pretence that Montecuculi, the late Modenese envoy, had offered him £10,000 to kill the king, which he, Fitzharris, had refused, though Montecuculi had assured him that it might easily be done at Madame Mazarine's by poison, adding that the Duke of York was privy to the design, that a great army was to come from Flanders and France to place him on the throne, and the Duchess of Modena had raised large sums of money to support the enterprise, and that a great many Parliament men were to be boiled alive to make a cent en poule or oil. not very holy, one would think, if composed of such ingredients, to anoint him and all succeeding kings of England at their coronations. Such a tale being seriously deposed on oath before 2 secretaries of state, and eagerly taken up by the Whig leaders of the prevailing party in Parliament, is at once a picture of the excited state of the public mind, and of the want of common principles on the part of those by whom it was supported. Charles defeated the designs of this party by proceeding against Fitzharris for high treason in the Court of King's Bench. After his condemnation, Fitzharris confessed that he had been suborned by Shaftesbury and others to accuse the Queen and the Duke of York, and that the libel was compounded by the Lord Howard of Esstrick, at that time the unprincipled ally of the exclusionists, and one of their tools. The long winter passed wearily over the banished duke. The coldness of the season was severely felt in the northern metropolis by his Italian duchess from the sweet south, but she bore everything with uncomplaining patience for his sake. The spring brought them heavy tidings. Their little daughter, the Princess Isabella, a very lovely and promising child, in her 5th year, died at St. James's Palace on the 4th of March, and King James sent Mr. Griffin express to break this distressing news to the bereaved parents. It was the more afflicting to both, as James pathetically observes, because they had not the satisfaction of seeing and assisting her in her sickness, but those hardships were the unavoidable sequels of their uneasy banishment and cruel persecution. There is a scarce mezzotinto engraving of this royal infant from a painting which was, perhaps, burnt either at Whitehall or St. James's Palace. She is represented with a chaplet of flowers on her head, and her left hand on the forehead of a lamb. She was the last surviving of the 3 living children which had been born of the marriage of Mary of Modena with the Duke of York, and was buried in Westminster Abbey, as her brother and sister had been, in the vault of Mary Queen of Scots. James, flattering himself that some little sympathy would be felt for him and his consort by his brother's counsel under so great a sorrow, sent his favourite, Colonel Churchill, to the king, with letters from both, beseeching him to accord permission for the Duchess to come either to Tunbridge Wells or Bath for the benefit of her health, which had been much impaired by her residence in a climate so different from that of which she was a native, as well as by her affliction for the loss of her only child. For himself, the Duke added, he should be well content to reside at Audley End, or anywhere his Majesty might think fit, so that it was but in England. Churchill, however, informed his master in reply that there was little hopes of success, for the impression was generally expressed by the king in his cabinet that his return would be the signal for a rebellion. Charles wrote to his brother that the present time was not favourable for their return, and advised him to exercise the very necessary virtue of patience, of which he confessed that he was himself in great need at that juncture. One favour was, however, accorded to James after 3 or 4 months of deliberation and suspense, namely, the company of his daughter, the Princess Anne, who came in one of the royal yachts at Leith, where she landed July 17th, and was received with all the honours due her rank. On the 28th, the Parliament of Scotland met with great pomp. The Duke, as Lord High Commissioner from his brother, King Charles, rode in state from Holyrood Palace to the Parliament House, and opened it in person, the Duchess, the Princess Anne, and all their ladies being present. The appearance of so unwonted galaxy of royal and noble beauties in jewelled pomp added grace and glory to the scene, and was calculated to soften the combative spirit in which the Scottish peers and chieftains had, from time immemorial, been accustomed to meet. Many a deadly debate between feudal foes and their retainers had been fought out on such occasions with dirk and dag, while the rival cries of "Clear the causeway!" announced the collision of hostile magnates and their followers, in streets too narrow to admit of anything like a courteous passage, even between persons who were not eagerly seeking a pretext for deciding old grudges with blows. The Duke of York, who had taken infinite pains to effect a general reconciliation among the Highland chiefs and other great families, who were all at open war with each other, when he first arrived in Scotland, had shown good judgment in bringing the ladies to assist him, by the influence of their bright eyes, in keeping the peace at the first public assembly of those lately discordant elements, after the suppression of a recent civil war. The presence of these fair and gentle spectators was, however, censured by the sour fanatics of the day as uncommon and indecorous, a proof that civilization had not advanced a single step in the northern metropolis since the days when John Knox quenched the star of chivalry in Gaul and Wormwood. The Duke of York did his best to keep everyone in good humour by giving a grand banquet to the whole Parliament, the Lords by themselves and the Commons by themselves at separate tables, where everything was so discreetly arranged as to give general satisfaction. Then the good town of Edinburgh, being emulous of such princely hospitality, voted another trait to their royal highnesses. The Duke and Duchess of York, the Lady Anne, afterwards Queen of Great Britain, and the whole court of Scotland were present at this entertainment. It was given in the Parliament House, but to accommodate the company it was found necessary to pull down the partition which divided, and where a new wall still divides, the outer Parliament House from the place where the booksellers' stalls are kept. The expense of the entertainment exceeded £1,400 sterling. The auspicious tide of affairs in Scotland, as well as the arrival of Princess Anne, had a cheering effect on the spirits both of the Duke and Duchess of York. The lately sorrowful court of Holyrood emerged from tears and mourning into such a series of gaieties as enchanted the lively, astonished the sober-minded, and offended the puritanical portion of society. Such doings in Scotland had never been witnessed within the walls of the royal abbey since the ill-omened night when the beautiful and unfortunate Mary Stuart honoured the bridal feet of Bastion with her presence. Balls, plays, and masques were introduced. These last, however, were soon laid aside, the taste of the times being opposed to such ungodly innovations. The masque was styled promiscuous dancing, in which all sorts of people meet together in disguise. The vulgar gave it a ribald name, and this profane entertainment was, therefore, soon given up, and the more elegant pastimes of poetic and dramatic masques and pastorals were substituted, in which the Princess Anne, with other young ladies of quality, represented some of the ancient heathen mythological characters. These were called masques, a sort of musical drama, such as the Comus of Milton, and similar pieces by Ben Jonson, Shirley, Davenant, and other dramatic poets of the last century. These interludes were accompanied by music, and set off with splendid dresses and decorations. Our fathers of the last age, observes the first learned antiquarian, Tytler of Woodhousley, used to talk with delight of the gaiety and brilliancy of the court of Holyrood House. The princesses were easy and affable, and the duke then studied to make himself popular among all classes of men. On the 14th of October was the Duke of York's birthday keeped at Edinburgh, notes Sir John Lauder, with more solemnities and more bonfires than the king's. That of the Duchess, in the beginning of October, was also observed with great pomp at the Abbey in the same month. The birthday of Queen Catherine, on the 15th of November, was kept by our court of Holyrood House with great solemnity. Pursues our diarist. Such as bonfires, shooting off cannon, and acting a comedy, called Mithridates King of Pontus, before their royal highnesses, wherein the Lady Anne, the Duke's daughter, and the ladies of honour were the only actors. He adds a bitter philippic against all such amusements. A lively detail of the proceedings of the illustrious performers would have been more agreeable. If the private theatricals of the court of the elegant and pure-minded Duchess of York were subjected to stern censures from a man like Sir John Lauder, who was far from going to the extremes of fanaticism, it can scarcely be supposed that the coarse and oft-times profane representations of the public performers of the stage were tolerated. The Duke of York's company had dutifully followed their royal highnesses to Edinburgh, but found it an uncongenial atmosphere. Playhouses and players were constantly anathematized by the clergy, and regarded by their congregations with scarcely less abhorrence than if they had been monks and nuns. The Duchess of York was passionately fond of music, but had strong moral objections to the coarse comedies of the era. She even entertained doubts of the propriety of appearing at operas, though Italian singers were patronized by her. She was wont to say, that there was no sin, she believed, in going to theatres, provided the pieces that were represented were not of an objectionable character, but that the stage might and ought to be rendered a medium of conveying moral instructions to the public, instead of flattering and inculcating vice. Among the traces of the residence of the Duke and Duchess of York at Holyrood may be reckoned the decoration of the gallery of that palace with the portraits of the kings of Scotland, for although they were not completed till the year 1685, the order was given by the Duke, who engaged John de Witt, a Dutch artist, to paint the whole, 120 in number, according to the best style of his art, in 2 years, receiving for his reward £150 per annum. It must be confessed that more than one of the beaux ideals of the primitive sovereigns of Caledonian fame bears a brotherly likeness to the Saracen's Head on Snow Hill. While in Scotland, James applied himself zealously to business, and with his usual regard for economy, detected and put a stop to many of the peculations and abuses of the Duke of Lauderdale's creatures, whereby he incurred the ill will of that corrupt statesman and his duchess, and many of their connections. He bestowed his attention on the maritime and commercial interests of Scotland, all of which were materially improved during his residence in that nation. He made several progresses to visit the principal towns and all the ancient palaces of Scotland. The greatest marks of respect were paid to him at Glasgow, Linlithgow, and Stirling, and whatever county he entered, he was met on the boundary by the principal nobility and gentry of the shire, and was attended by them as if he had been the sovereign. But the irrefragable proof of the affection with which James was then regarded in Scotland is the Act of Parliament which declared his rights as the heir of the crown nearest in blood to be immutable, and that neither difference in religion nor any future Act of Parliament could alter or divert the said right of succession and lineal descent of the crown from the nearest heir. Such were the feelings which the resident and popular government of the Duke of York had excited in the kindred land of his forefathers, that there can be little doubt, if he had been rejected by England, but that he would have been instantly proclaimed and crowned in Scotland, and for this contingency the Parliament had assuredly provided. It is not to be supposed, however, that a country so divided in politics and religion, as Scotland was at that time, was unanimous in affection for the persecuted heir of the Britannic Empire. Far from it. A considerable faction not only cherished, but professed republican principles. The same party that had driven him from England was busily intriguing against him in the sister realm, but so preponderant was the balance in his favour that the power of Argyle, who, by his territorial possessions, his heritable offices in the state, his natural rights, and extensive usurpations of the rights of others, might be regarded as sovereign of 2/3 of the Scotlands, broke like a reed before him. The arrest of that nobleman and the proceedings against him are foreign to the subject of this volume, and are only mentioned because Mary Beatrice wrote a letter to King Charles in favour of his son, Lord Lorne, a letter that is probably still in existence, though hitherto inaccessible. The Earl of Argyle escaped from prison by changing clothes with his daughter Lady Sophia Lindsay's footman, when she came to visit him, and went out in that disguise, bearing up her train. Some of the members of the council were unmanly enough to propose that this filial heroine should be publicly whipped through Edinburgh. The Duke of York prevented it, observing, that they were not accustomed to deal so cruelly with ladies in his country. Mary Beatrice bore her voluntary absence from the splendid circle of Whitehall with infinitely more patience than her lord did his enforced banishment. His anxiety to leave the generous friends in the north who had done so much for him, and were willing to serve him with their lives and fortunes, to return to the stormy vortex of his brother's court, seems strange. But the game was closely played there, and the crown of a mighty empire was the stake. James finally owed his recall to the avarice of the Duchess of Portsmouth, who, designing to appropriate £5,000 a year out of his revenue from the post office, caused her modest wish to be made known to him by the king, who had the weakness to propose it to his brother, promising to give him an equivalent in some other way if he would oblige him. The transfer could not be effected without James's presence in London. Hard, as it appeared to him, to be recalled for such a purpose, when he had vainly made the most earnest representations of the perilous state of his wife's health, and the necessity of removing her into a milder temperature, he agreed to come, though unaccompanied by his duchess, for he had no leave to bring her. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 3, Part 4. Mary Beatrice was, after a lapse of nearly 5 years, once more about to become a mother, to the extreme joy of the Scotch, who were desirous that the royal babe should be born among them, fondly anticipating that it would be a boy and their future sovereign. King Charles, however, determined that his sister-in-law should lie in London, and this resolution, after all, seems to have been the true and natural cause of his recalling both her and his brother to court. The weather being stormy, the Duke was contented to leave his consort and his daughter Anne with their ladies at Holyrood. On the 6th of March, His Royal Highness embarked at Leith in his own yacht, attended by the Earl of Peterborough, Churchill, and many persons of rank of both nations. After a stormy passage, he landed at Yarmouth on the 10th of March, and was received with what Lord Peterborough calls the applause and duties of that town and the adjacent counties, and entertained with as noble a dinner as could be provided on so short a notice. A reaction of popular feeling having taken place in James's favor, he was greeted with acclamations wherever he came. Charles detained him 8 weeks, and then sent him back, with a little fleet, to convoy his Duchess and the Princess Anne to London. Mary Beatrice had borne the absence of her husband heavily, according to her own account of her feelings on that occasion, in her confidential conversations with the nuns of Chaillot. Some additional particulars, connected with the loss of Gloucester, were at the same time recorded from her own lips. Speaking of James, she says, "The seamen loved him passionately, and we had a great proof of their attachment, as well as that of the nobility, while we were at Edinburgh. The Duke of York having been sent for on business by King Charles, I was left in an advanced stage of pregnancy at Edinburgh. I felt myself so greatly depressed in his absence, that, unable to struggle against the melancholy that oppressed me, I wrote at last to tell him so, on which he determined to come by sea to fetch me." It is necessary to leave the simple narrative of James's consort to collate it with the particulars of the voyage from the letters of the survivors. At 9 o'clock in the morning of May 4th, the Duke embarked in Margate Roads on board the Gloucester frigate, which had been got ready hastily, too hastily perhaps, for sea. A little after 11 the whole squadron got under way. The weather was wet and foggy, and the passage slow. It was not till 1:30 at noon the following day that they came in sight of Dunwich steeples on the Suffolk coast. Well did the Royal Admiral know that coast, where he had twice defeated the fleets of Holland. His nautical skill and experience of the track led him to warn the pilot that the course he was taking was attended with danger, and to order him to stand farther out to sea. If James had guided the helm himself, the vessel would have been saved, but no sooner had he retired to rest than the obstinate and self-conceited pilot tacked again, and at 5:30 on the morning of Sunday, May 6th, grounded the ship on the dangerous sand called the Lemon and Oar, about 12 leagues past Yarmouth. The Duke awoke with the knocks of the foundering vessel, and, as soon as he could get his clothes on, hurried on deck to inquire how matters were. A terrible blow had just struck off the rudder. 8 feet water were in the hold. Sir John Barry, the captain, urged the Duke to have his barge hoisted, to preserve his royal person. "His Highness," continues Sir John, "being unwilling to have any boat hoisted, hoping, as I did, that the ship might be saved, but the water increasing, and no manner of hope left but the ship must be lost, I did again request his Royal Highness to go away in his boat to the yacht. The boat was hoisted out, and his Highness took as many persons of quality in the boat with him as she could carry." The conduct of the Royal Admiral on this occasion has, it is now well known, been strangely misrepresented by Burnet, and many other writers who have copied his statement, that the Duke got into a boat and took care of his dogs and some unknown persons, who were taken, from that earnest care of his, to be his priests. The long boat went off with few, though she might have carried above 80 more than she did. Though Burnet is the textbook of a party, by whom any attempt to contradict his erroneous assertions is considered a strong symptom of popery, it is only proper to correct the unauthenticated story of one who was not present, by the evidence of several efficient witnesses who were. It is worthy of attention how closely the simple verbal narrative of the wife of James agrees with the statements of Sir John Barry, Lord Dartmouth, and the Earl of Peterborough, but not surprising, since she had it from the lips of her husband and those very persons. In the passage, says Mary Beatrice, the ship struck upon a sandbank, foundered, and began to fill with water. The Duke of York was instantly called upon, from all sides, to save himself in his shallop, which would take him to one of the yachts. He refused, wishing not to forsake the perishing bark, but more than 6 feet of water being in the hold, they compelled him to leave her to preserve himself. The respect and attachment they had for him was such, that not one of those who were in the vessel thought of taking care of his own life till that of the Duke was in security. The first that began to leave the ship were those he called to him. These were not priests, as we have good evidence. The only priest, whose name has yet been discovered among the passengers of the fatal Gloucester, who escaped a watery grave, was Père Ronchet, the almoner of the Duchess of York, who saved himself by embracing a plank, as his royal mistress told the nuns of Chaillot, and as she, of course, formed a very different estimate of the value of the lives of the ecclesiastics of her own church, from what Dr. Burnet did, she would, in all probability, have recorded it as a great merit in her dear lord, if he had manifested any particular solicitude for their preservation. The Duke's boat held but 6 persons, besides the rowers, including himself. The first person he called was his favourite Churchill, no priest certainly, and if Burnet meant to class him among the dogs, he forgot that gratitude and fidelity were inherent values of the canine race. James called for the Earl of Roxburgh and Lord O'Brien, but neither obeyed the friendly summons. The Earl of Winton and 2 bedchamber men were in the boat. The Earl of Aberdeen, then Lord Haddo, says Fountainhall, shared the danger and escape of James upon the Lemon and Oar, 5th of May, 1682. The Duke of York was so anxious for his safety that he called out, "Save my Lord Chancellor," which was the first public annunciation of his appointment to that high office. The government of the ship being lost, proceeds Sir John Barry, and every one crying for help. Yet amidst all this disorder and confusion, I could not but observe the great duty the poor seaman had for the preservation of his Royal Highness's person. When the barge was hoisted out and lowered down into the water, not one man so much as proffered to run into her, but in the midst of all their affliction and dying condition, did rejoice and thank God his Royal Highness was preserved. There were as many in the shallop as she could, without danger, contain, and Colonel Churchill took upon himself the task of guarding her from the intrusion of supernumeraries, a caution not in vain. For an overloaded boat was upset close by that in which the Duke and his little company were. When his Royal Highness saw the Marquess of Montrose struggling with the waves, he insisted that he should be received into the shallop. It was objected against, as attended with peril of life to all, but regardless of selfish considerations, he pulled him in with his own hand. Nor was this the only instance of humanity by which James distinguished himself on that occasion. A violin player swam so close to the boat as to grasp the side, imploring them, for God's sake, to save his life. The Duke ordered that he should be taken into the boat. His companions protested that it was already overloaded, and would have had the wretched suppliant beaten off with the oars. "Fie!" exclaimed the Duke, who knew him. "He is but a poor fiddler. Let us try to save him." The savage instincts of self-preservation, which had prompted the crew of that frail bark to reject the agonizing prayer of a perishing fellow-creature, yielded to the manly appeal of the Duke in his behalf. The dripping musician was admitted at once to share, and by his presence to diminish, the chances of the escape of the heir of the crown. the future victor of Blenheim, and their companions in peril. They reached the Mary yacht in safety, when the duke, commanding her to anchor, sent out all her boats, and those of the Happy Return, to save the men in the foundering ship. But before any service could be done, his Royal Highness and the rest, to their inexpressible grief, saw her sink. As for the person whom James, at the imminent risk of his own life, and the lives of the gentlemen who were with him, had preserved from a watery grave, he who, while he clung to the boat's side, had heard the momentous parley between the Duke of York and those who were bent on excluding him, had taken umbrage, forsooth, at the terms in which his royal preserver had succeeded in moving their compassion. Only a poor fiddler! The service was not sufficient to excuse the use of an epithet which vulgar pride construed into a contempt. James, feeling a regard for one whose life he had preserved, continued to patronize him, but the insect bore him deadly malice, repaid his benefits with the basest ingratitude. He leagued himself with his political libellers, became a spy and a calumniator, and on the landing of the Prince of Orange was one of the first who offered his services, such as they were, to that potentate. As to Burnet's assertion touching the dogs, which has been repeated by so many subsequent writers, Lord Dartmouth says, "I believe his reflection upon the Duke, for the care of his dogs, to be as ill grounded, for I remember a story which was in everyone's mouth at that time, of a struggle that happened for a plank between Sir Charles Scarborough and the Duke's dog Mumper, which convinces me that dogs were left to take care of themselves, as he did, if there were any more on board, which I never heard, till the Bishop's story-book was published." The Duke of York performed the rest of his voyage in the Happy Return, and landed at Leith the next day, Sunday, May 7th, at 8 o'clock in the evening. "And came once again," says Lord Peterborough, "into the arms of his incomparable Duchess, who was half dead, though she saw him alive, at the fears of that which, though it was now past, she had heard was once so near." It appears, however, from the following interesting particulars, which were recorded from her own lips, that Mary Beatrice was not aware of the peril in which her husband had been involved till informed of it by himself. "The Duke," she said, "though almost beside himself with grief at the calamity which had been attended with the loss of so many lives, had nevertheless sufficient presence of mind to prevent any of his followers from preceding him to Holyrood Abbey, lest the news of the fatal catastrophe of the Gloucester should be told too suddenly to her, so as to alarm and agitate her, which might have been attended with dangerous results in her present situation. The approach of the little fleet had, of course, been observed from the heights above Edinburgh, and she was in momentary expectation of his arrival. He hastened to her instantly, on landing, but for fear of surprising her, made his equerry, Mr. Griffin, enter first, to prepare her for his appearance. The Duchess, seeing that gentleman alone, exclaimed in great consternation, "Where is the Duke?" "He is in the antechamber, madam," replied Griffin. The next moment James entered, and announced his own arrival. Mary Beatrice was so overpowered at the thoughts of the dreadful peril from which her lord had narrowly escaped, that she could not restrain her tears, and for years afterwards she wept and shuddered whenever she thought of it. The great rejoicings, accompanied by bonfires and illuminations, took place in Edinburgh on account of his Royal Highness's escape, and several spirited popular songs and congratulatory poems were published on the occasion. In some of those there were allusions to the hopes which the situation of the Duchess was calculated to excite among the numerous party, who were anxious to see the royal line and name of Stuart continued by a male heir. The following verse, from a song by Matt Taubman, called "York and Albany," contains a graceful compliment to the Duchess. The wandering dove that was sent forth to find some landing near, when England's ark was tossed on floods of jealousy and fear, returns with olive branch of joy to set the nation free from the Whiggish rage that would destroy great York and Albany. Great persuasions were used to deter Mary Beatrice from undertaking a journey to England at all, under these circumstances, and more especially to dissuade her from a sea voyage. But notwithstanding the terror which the calamitous loss of nearly 200 lives in the fatal Gloucester had excited among her ladies, She declared her determination to accompany her lord, who wished to adhere to the original plan of returning to England by sea. She would neither consent to remain in Scotland for her accouchement without him, nor listen to any arrangement for a long overland journey by herself. Whatever dangers he might be exposed to, she said, it was her wish to share them, and that she should esteem herself happier in danger or trouble with him than in ease and security without him. The Duke of York took a solemn leave of the lords of his Majesty's council, and also of the authorities of the good town of Edinburgh. On the 12th of May, a few days after, he, with his faithful Duchess and the Princess Anne, proceeded in state to Leith, and embarked in the Happy Return. They were attended to the water's edge by a great concourse of people of all degrees, and no little wonder was expressed at the courage of their royal highnesses in venturing to go by sea, after the duke's recent peril and narrow escape from a watery grave. It was to facilitate the embarkation of the Duchess of York, whose situation rendered James very solicitous for her safety, that the plan of the accommodation chair and pulley, now so general for ladies, was first devised. In this simple machine, which she described minutely to her cloistered friends at Chaillot, Mary Beatrice was drawn up the side of the vessel and carried into her cabin. Her principal lady in waiting, Penelope, Countess of Peterborough, whose nephew, Lord O'Brien, had perished in the Gloucester, was so greatly terrified at the idea of the voyage that she begged to go in another ship, lest she should infect her royal highness with her fears and agitate her with her tears and cries. For my part, said Mary Beatrice, when relating these particulars in the days of her widowhood and exile, I feared nothing. I saw the king, and I seemed to have power to confront every peril. Alas, added she, sighing, I often stand self-condemned before God for my want of love and confidence in him when I think of my feelings toward the king, my husband. He was, pursued she, the most intrepid of men, and looked on danger with perfect coolness, as was said of him by Monsieur le Prince de Condé and Monsieur de Turenne. The voyage was safely performed. On the 26th, they arrived at the buoy in the gun fleet, of which their majesties, who were at Windsor, being informed by express, they came with all the loyal part of their court to Putney, where they took barge and went down the river to meet and welcome their royal highnesses. At Erith, the joyful encounter took place, where his majesty's barge, being laid alongside the auspiciously named vessel in which the royal exiles had returned from Scotland, were received on board amidst the thunders of artillery, and the joyful gratulations with which the duke was greeted by his royal brother and all present, in consequence of his almost miraculous escape in his recent peril at sea. The king also expressed his love and esteem for the duchess, for whom he always had a great regard, and on the present occasion considered her worthy of more sympathy than her lord. He knew how much she had suffered by her residence in a northern climate, and honoured her for her conjugal devotion, as well as for her conjugal patience under some grievances, which were too well known to the whole court. The royal brothers, with their consorts, proceeded, in a sort of triumph, on their pleasant homeward progress up the Thames to Whitehall, where they landed amidst the acclamations of the crowded shores, having been saluted all the way up the river by the ships in the roads and the guns from the Tower. They proceeded next to Arlington House in the Park, where they were entertained by the Earl and Countess with a magnificent banquet. The Lord Mayor and aldermen, with many worthy citizens, came the same day to offer their congratulations to their royal highnesses on their happy return. In the evening, the city blazed with illuminations and bonfires, the bells rang, and all the tokens of popular rejoicing were expressed. These rejoicings were echoed in Edinburgh as soon as the news of the safe arrival of the Duke and Duchess were received, in the good town, of which the following traces have recently been discovered among the Exchequer records by Alexander MacDonald, Esquire. Paid to Robert Kennedy £10 sterling for 2 bonfires, 29th of May, and the 1st of June, upon the news of their royal highnesses' safe arrival in London. More £44 Scots for wine and glasses as within. Then following the vouchers for their outlay, from which we find that the glasses were broken by the loyal topers, and that the bonfires were kindled in the Abbey Close and on Arthur's Seat, the grandest station for such a beacon of joy that the three realms could boast. The first thing that occupied James's attention after his return to England was the condition of the widows of the officers and seamen who had perished in the wreck of the Gloucester. To those of the common seamen he ordered 11 months' pay to be disbursed, and that those of the officers should be pensioned as if their husbands had died in battle, besides presenting each with a donation from his private property, which was received, says a contemporary biographer, by the poor women with many thanks and reiterated prayers for his Royal Highness's long life, health, and prosperity. James and Mary Beatrice were now established in their own royal house at St. James's Palace once more, and their prospects wore a flattering brightness for a time. Mary Beatrice had always been a favorite with the people, to which her beauty and purity of conduct contributed not a little. She was now only 24, and the charms of her early youth had ripened into matron dignity and grace. Her first appearance at the theatre with the Duke drew forth the most rapturous applause, and was celebrated by the poetry of Otway and Dryden in the prologue and epilogue of the play that was performed on that occasion. A few days afterwards, the laureate addressed the following elegant lines to her Royal Highness on her return. When factious rage to cruel exile drove the Queen of Beauty and the Court of Love, the Muses droop with their forsaken arts, and the sad Cupids broke their useless darts. Love could no longer after beauty stay, but wandered northward to the verge of day. But now the illustrious nymph, returned again, brings every grace triumphant in her train. The wondering Nereids, though they raised no storm, followed her passage to behold her form. Far from her side flew faction, strife, and pride, and envy did but look on her, and died. 3 gloomy years against this day were set, but this one mighty song hath cleared the debt. For her the weeping heavens became serene, for her the ground is clad in cheerful green, for her the nightingales are taught to sing, and nature has for her delayed the spring. The muse resumes her long forgotten lays, and love restored his ancient realm surveys, recalls our beauties and revives our plays. His waste dominions peoples once again, and from her presence dates his second reign. But awful charms on her fair forehead sit, dispensing what she never will admit, pleasing yet cold, like Cynthia's silver beam, the people's wonder and the poet's theme. Distempered zeal, sedition, cankered hate, no more shall vex the church or tear the state. No more shall faction civil discords move, or only discords of too tender love, discords that only this dispute shall bring, who best shall love the Duke or serve the King. The manifestation of popular favor with which the royal exiles were greeted on their return to England was only like a burst of sunshine through dark clouds when the thunder growls ominously in the distance. The exclusionists were defeated, but not conquered. They were outnumbered, but they continued to wage their war with the base weapons of libels and political squibs. Hitherto the Duchess had been spared from open attacks, though more than one oblique shaft had been aimed in her direction. But now her situation was to furnish the grounds of a false accusation. As her last child had been a boy, it was confidently hoped by the Yorkists that she would bring the Duke a son. The Orange party, exasperated at the idea of these sanguine anticipations being realized, circulated malicious reports that a plot was in preparation to deprive the Protestant heiress of the crown of her place in the succession by the imposition of a spurious child. In Scotland, these injurious rumors were indignantly noticed by a now forgotten lyricist of that period in the following elegant stanzas, with which he concludes a series of mythological compliments to York's lovely Duchess. See, led by her great admiral, she is come, laden with such a blessing home as doth surmount our joy. And with a happy omen speaks the princely boy, heaven grant him live, our wonted peace and glory to retrieve, and, by a just renown, within its lawful centre fix the crown. Then smile, Great Britain's genius, once again, the music's daughters lofty numbers sing, and every beauteous nymph and loyal swain their grateful tribute bring, and only impious men that happy birth contemn. Mary Beatrice felt, however, more than usual apprehension as her hour drew nigh, and entreated King Charles to permit her to have the comfort and support of her mother's presence. The king, ever indulgent to his fair sister-in-law, not only acceded to her wish, but wrote with his own hand to the Duchess of Modena, acquainting her with her daughter's desire for her company, and inviting her to his court. The Duchess of Modena, being then in Flanders, came in great haste, to avoid all troublesome ceremonies which might create delay. No sooner was it known that she was in London than the party that had formed a base confederacy to stigmatize the birth of the infant in case it proved to be a son, endeavored to poison the minds of the people by circulating a report that the Duchess of Modena only came to facilitate the popish design of introducing a boy to supplant the female heirs of the crown, in the event of the Duchess of York giving birth to a daughter, thus imputing to the Duchess of Modena the absurd intention of depriving her own grandchild of the dignity of a princess of Great Britain and the next place in the regal succession after her two elder sisters, for the sake of substituting a boy, whom they pretended she had brought from Holland for that purpose. So early was the determination betrayed of impugning any male issue that might be born of the marriage of James II and Mary of Modena, by the faction which, 6 years afterwards, succeeded in some degree in stigmatizing the birth of their second son. It is also remarkable that circumstances favor the projected calumny, for Mary Beatrice, who did not expect her accouchement till the end of August, was unexpectedly brought to bed on the 15th of that month, only 3 days after the arrival of the Duchess of Modena. She had so quick a time that very few of the witnesses whose presence was deemed necessary to verify the birth of the infant could be summoned, but as it proved a girl, nothing more was said about the Dutch boy or the fictitious pregnancy of the royal mother. Great rejoicings were made in Edinburgh for the safety of the Duchess, of which the following amusing document, lately discovered among the Exchequer records of Scotland, is one of the vestiges. At Edinburgh, 22nd of August, 1682. Received from Sir William Sharp, his Majesty's cash keeper, the sum of £5 sterling, and that for the bonfires set up in the Abbey Close and on Arthur's Seat, on account of her Royal Highness being safely brought to bed. I say received by me. Robert Kennedy. Also received for wine and glasses spent at the said bonfire, the sum of £3 sterling. I say received by me. Robert Kennedy. The appearance of a comet, the day of the infant's birth, was supposed to prognosticate a great and glorious destiny for the little princess, who was baptized by Henry Compton, Bishop of London, by the names of Charlotte Maria. Her sponsors were the Duke of Ormond and the Countesses of Clarendon and Arundel. The maternal joy of Mary Beatrice was as usual doomed to be succeeded by maternal grief. The babe, whose birth had been so eagerly anticipated, after an ephemeral existence of about 8 weeks, died suddenly in a convulsive fit. She was interred in the vault of Mary Queen of Scots. The Prince of Orange wrote a letter to his uncle, the Duke of York, expressive of his sympathy, which, however deceitful, appears to have been very gratifying to the bereaved parent, unless James uses the following expressions in bitter sarcasm, well aware as he was of William's treacherous practices against him. He says, I had yours of the 23rd at Newmarket before I came thence, but could not answer it sooner than now. I see by it you were sensibly touched with the loss I had of my little daughter, which is but what I had reason to expect from you that are so concerned at all that happens to me. No important event in the personal history of Mary Beatrice occurred between the death of the Princess Charlotte and the accession of her lord to the throne of England. It is certain that she never interfered in political intrigues when Duchess of York, and for that reason her name is a blank in public history, during the first 12 years of her residence in England. Her court at St. James's Palace was always magnificent, and far more orderly than that at Whitehall. Gregorio Leti, the historiographer to Charles II, gives the following list of the English ladies of whom her household was composed in the year 1683. Penelope O'Brien, Countess of Peterborough, speaks French well. Salary, 1,600 crowns. This lady had been with her ever since her marriage. Susanna Armine, Lady Bellasis. The reader will remember that this lady had been honourably wooed by the Duke of York for his wife, soon after the death of his first duchess, and as he could not obtain his brother's consent to the marriage, he had vindicated her character from all aspersion by making her lady of the bedchamber to his young consort, Mary Beatrice d'Este, who never expressed the slightest jealousy of her. The Countess of Roscommon was another of the ladies of her bedchamber. Her 6 maids of honour were Frances Walsingham, Catherine Fraser, Anne Killigrew, Anne Kingsmill, Catherine Wallers, and Catherine Sedley, the last with a salary of £800. She was an object of great uneasiness to her royal highness on account of her illicit tie with the duke. Lady Harrison held the office of mother of the maids. Lady Jones was chamber keeper. Her bedchamber women were Mrs. Margaret Dawson, who had been in the service of Anne Hyde, Duchess of York, with a salary of 600 crowns. Lady Bromley, ditto. Lady Wentworth, Lady Boucher, and Lady Turner. The household of Mary Beatrice had much higher salaries than those of her royal sister-in-law, Queen Catherine, but the duke's economy enabled his consort to be generous, and it is doubtful if her ladies had any perquisites. Early in the year 1684, the Duke of York was reinstated in his post of Lord Admiral, on which occasion the first Jacobite song was written and set to music. It was entitled, The Royal Admiral. Let Titus and Patience stir up a commotion. Their plotting and swearing shall prosper no more. Now gallant old Jamie commands on the ocean, and mighty Charles keeps them in awe on the shore. Jamie the valiant, the champion royal, his own and the monarch's rival withstood, the bane and the terror of those, the disloyal, who slew his loved father, and thirst for his blood. York, the great admiral, ocean's defender, the joy of our navy, the dread of its foes, the lawful successor, what upstart pretender shall dare, in our isle, the true heir to oppose? Jamie, who quelled the proud foe on the ocean, and rode the sole conqueror over the main, to this gallant hero let all pay devotion, for England, her admiral, sees him again. Mary Beatrice was attacked with a sudden alarming illness in the latter end of May the same year, in the absence of her lord, who had been summoned by the king to attend a council at Windsor. As soon as the duke heard of her illness, he hastened to her, but the danger was over by the time he arrived. In a letter dated May 30th, James relates the symptoms of her malady to the Prince of Orange, adding, "But now, God be thanked, she is quite well of that, and free from a feverish distemper which came with it, and I hope will be well enough to go to Windsor by the end of next week." It was during this sojourn at Windsor that the Duke of York wrote the following letter to his daughter, Henrietta, Lady Waldegrave. Windsor, June 9, 1684. Till the Duchess came to this place, I did not know that Sir Charles Waldegrave was dead, or else I had written sooner to you, to have told you I was sorry to hear of it. And now that Sir Henry is come to the estate, I must recommend to you both to be good managers, and to be sure to live within what you have, and be sure to have a care not to run it first. Now that the Duchess is here, I shall seldom go to London. When I do, I shall be sure to let you know it, that you may meet me there. Tomorrow I go a-hunting, and on Friday to Hampton Court, and at any time when you do come hither, take care that it be not when I am abroad, that you may not miss me. Let me hear from you, and be assured I shall always be very kind to you. James. From the preceding letters of James to this young lady, there is reason to think that his Duchess would not, at that time, allow any public countenance to be given to his illegitimate offspring, though she evinced no jealousy of the 2 princesses. She afterwards took Lady Waldegrave into her household. After spending about 3 weeks with the court at Windsor, the Duke and Duchess of York returned for a few days to their own palace at St. James's. Up to that period, the friendly relations between Mary Beatrice and her stepdaughter, the Princess Anne, who had now been married several months to Prince George of Denmark, had not been interrupted. Evidence of the regard which subsisted between them at this time appears in the following casual communication in a letter from James to the Prince of Orange, dated June 26, 1684. The Duchess intends for Tunbridge on Monday. My daughter, the Princess of Denmark, designs to go there also, to keep her company, but not to take the waters. A season of peace and national prosperity had succeeded the crisis of the Rye House plot. The Duke of York appeared firmly planted beside the throne, and his influence guided the helm of state, but his knowledge of business and love of economy suited not the views of the corrupt and selfish statesmen of whom his brother's cabinet was composed. In the beginning of the year 1685, a secret cabal was formed against him, of which the leading members were the Earls of Sunderland and Halifax, Lord Godolphin and the Duchess of Portsmouth, for the purpose of recalling the Duke of Monmouth and driving him and his consort into exile. But before their plans were matured, the unexpected death of the sovereign placed the rightful heir of the crown in a position to make them tremble. "They were trying to send us into banishment again," says Mary Beatrice, "just before we became King and Queen of England." This event occurred on February 6, 1685. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 4, Part 1. Mary Beatrice was an attendant on the deathbed of her royal brother-in-law, Charles II, and the only person in that room to whom Queen Catherine ventured to speak a word in confidence on his spiritual affairs. No one lamented more sincerely for the fatal termination of the illness of that monarch, although it was an event that elevated her consort and herself to a throne. "The queen that is now," writes an eyewitness of the last moments of Charles II, "was a most passionate mourner, and so tender-hearted as to think a crown dearly bought with the loss of such a brother." Mary Beatrice herself, when alluding to her feelings on this occasion, long years afterwards, said, "I confess that I took no pleasure in the envied name of a queen. I was so greatly afflicted for the death of King Charles, that I dared not give free vent to my grief, lest I should be suspected of hypocrisy or grimace. I had loved him very dearly, and with reason, for he was very amiable, and had shown me much kindness." The same moment that certified the fact that Charles II had ceased to breathe, saw every knee bend in homage to the calumniated Duke of York, while every voice united in crying, "God save King James II." The crown had taken away all defects, and he was instantaneously beset on every side with compliments and congratulations. Exhausted with grief and watching, beholding in the lifeless form before him a solemn lesson on the frailty of earthly grandeur, and sickening, perhaps, at the shameless adulation of the time-serving courtiers, the new sovereign withdrew to his closet to commune with his own heart in silence. After a brief pause, James met his council, and was recognized as the lawful monarch of the realm without a dissentient voice. He expressed his passionate sorrow for his brother's death, and signified his intention of governing by the established laws and supporting the Church of England, concluding his address with those words, "I have often ventured my life in defense of this nation, and will go as far as any man in preserving its just privileges." This declaration was received with unanimous applause. He was immediately proclaimed at the gates of Whitehall, and afterwards in the city, amidst the acclamations of the populace. Evelyn, who assisted at this ceremony, returned with the state officers and the heralds to Whitehall, and was introduced into the presence of the new king and queen, tells us that the king, tired out as he was with grief and fatigue, had been compelled meantime to take a little repose on his bed, but was now risen and in his undress. The queen was still in bed, but the deputation being introduced into her apartment, queens had neither rest nor privacy allowed them in those days of royal slavery. "She put forth her hand, seeming to be much afflicted, as I believe she was," pursues Evelyn, "having deported herself so decently upon all occasions since she came into England, which made her universally beloved." The following Sunday, their majesties went publicly to mass in the Queen's Chapel in St. James's Palace, leaving the Chapel Royal at Whitehall for the use of the Princess Anne of Denmark and the Protestant portion of their household. That Sunday, almost every pulpit in the metropolis echoed with the praises of the new sovereign, and with prayers that he and his consort might enjoy a long and happy reign. The first few days after their accession to the throne, the new king and queen were chiefly occupied in receiving the compliments and condolences of the ambassadors of all the sovereigns in Europe. Mary Beatrice received and entertained her court, seated under a mourning canopy of state, with a black foot cloth. She performed her part with the grace and dignity that were natural to her, but she took no pleasure in her new honors. She was a childless mother, and though she was only 27, her enemies began to insinuate the improbability of her bringing heirs to the throne. James had 4 illegitimate children by Arabella Churchill, and 2 by his present mistress, Catherine Sedley. His Majesty, however, being bent on effecting a moral reform in his court, persuaded Mrs. Sedley to absent herself, to the great satisfaction of those who had feared that she would act the same part in the reign of James as the Duchess of Cleveland had done in that of Charles. James was a person of better intentions than his brother. He expressed publicly his abhorrence of drinking and swearing. On Sunday last, writes a contemporary, the king, going to mass, told his attendants he had been informed that since his declaration against the disorder of the household, some had the impudence to appear drunk in the queen's presence. 'Tis thought he reflected on the Duke of A, but he advised them at their peril to observe his orders, which he would see obeyed. James also discouraged the practice of dueling, which was one of the prevailing sins of the age, and had caused several frightful tragedies in his brother's court. Among other things he said, "I know a man who has fought 9 duels, and yet is a very coward, having manifestly shown himself so during an engagement at sea." The king attended closely to business, and a great change for the better appeared in the manners of the courtiers. Profane and licentious speeches were no longer tolerated. The first use Mary Beatrice made of her new power and dignity as Queen of England was an attempt to compel her brother, the Duke of Modena, who had perversely remained a bachelor till he was 25, to enter the holy pale of wedlock with a consort of her providing. The young lady whom she was desirous of making Duchess of Modena was Mademoiselle de Bouillon, one of the greatest heiresses in France, nearly related to themselves also, for her mother was one of the fair Mancini sisters. Perhaps the Duke of Modena disliked the connection, or preferred choosing a wife for himself, for he coldly declined the alliance. Mary Beatrice, who appears to have taken an infinity of pains in gaining the consent of the lady and of the King of France, under the idea that she was rendering her brother a great service, was exceedingly offended at this contumacity, which she attributed to the evil counsels of his prime minister and favourite, Prince César, a kinsman of the family. The records in the Archives des Affaires étrangères de France, connected with this business, prove that she behaved with petulance towards her brother and his minister. In her letter of the 26th of February, there are marks of great anger on the part of the Queen of England against Prince César, observes our authority. And she seems disposed to carry matters with a high hand, as she says he is the cause of preventing the marriage she has proposed, for which marriage she testifies the most ardent wish. In another letter, written by her on the 5th of March, she manifests the same disposition. The king, her husband, has told the Abbé Rizzini that of all the matches that had been proposed for the duke, that with Mademoiselle de Bouillon was the most advantageous for him, and that he thought he ought not to hesitate any longer about accepting it, since the King of France had expressed a wish for it, and it was the only means by which he could reinstate himself in the good graces of that prince, and that for the future he must not reckon on the good offices either of the queen or himself, unless he resolved to follow their advice. Mary Beatrice went so far as to express her opinion that Prince César had suppressed her former letters to the duke her brother, saying that she had some thoughts of sending the Abbé Rizzini to Modena, that he might communicate all she felt on the subject, and it was her wish that the abbé should pass through Paris, that he might see Mademoiselle de Bouillon, in order to give the duke a description of her shape and person, and to afford that lady any information she might desire. This, it appears, she did, and at the same time wrote a passionate letter to her brother, complaining of his conduct, which, she said, she entirely attributed to the evil influence of Prince Cesar, and that, if he did not alter his determination and consent to this advantageous match which she had proposed for him, she should be compelled to add her resentment to that of the King of France. She even threatened the minister with her vengeance. In a letter to the King of France, she positively declared that she never would desist from this design till she had brought it to pass, the King of England and she having set their hearts upon it, and that it could not fail of being accomplished, provided the King of France continued in the same mind. Nevertheless, added she, I see plainly that Prince Cesar will not allow the Duke of Modena to marry, that he may retain his influence over him, and continue to govern him as he has hitherto done. She begged that Louis would communicate with her privately on this matter, as she did not wish to discuss it with his ambassador Barillon. The Duke of Modena wrote to his sister, that he had some thoughts of coming to England to explain to her in person the reasons that prevented him from accepting her proposition. When she had read this letter, she exclaimed with great vehemence, unless he has vowed himself a monk, I see no good reason why he should not marry. And if he does marry, why should he not accept the proposition that I have made to him? On the 12th of March, Mary Beatrice wrote to the King of France, if the last letters I have written to my brother, together with the change in my condition, do not incline him to allow me to conclude the marriage I have proposed for him, we must suppose there is nothing more to be done, unless the resolutions that the king may take against Prince Cesar may lead him to accommodate the matter by inducing the Duke of Modena to bestow his hand in this marriage. In a letter of the 15th, her Majesty wrote, that she thought of requesting the king, her husband, to write a letter to the Duke of Modena, representing to him how wrong he was to demur giving his hand where she had advised, as the most advantageous marriage he could make, since it would wholly reinstate him in the good graces of the King of France, with whom he was at variance. Therefore he ought to consider it as the greatest good she could procure for him. She added, that she considered Prince Cesar had been the cause of all the false steps the Duke, her brother, had taken, and that if she could only get the Duke to come to England, she had every hope that she should be able to induce him to enter into this alliance. Only she much doubted that Prince Cesar would ever permit him to come, for fear such a journey should be prejudicial to his design of continuing to govern the Duke and country of Modena as tyrannically as he had hitherto done, so that she foresees he will prevent it, and she is quite sure that he has suppressed most of the letters that she has written to her brother. The dangerous position of the Duke of Modena's affairs, in consequence of his rash quarrel with Louis XIV, and the pains Mary Beatrice had taken to effect a reconciliation by means of the proposed marriage between him and Mademoiselle de Bouillon, cannot excuse the imperious manner in which she attempted to overrule his reluctance. Little had she learned of the combative nature of mankind during her 12 years of matrimony. It seems that James allowed her to say what she pleased in any matter of dispute, but acted according to his own pleasure. In many respects, he acted much wiser and better if he had followed her advice. She was greatly opposed to his allowing Father Pitre any share in his counsels. She disliked the man, and perceived that he would lead his Majesty into unpopular courses. Of a far more courteous character than her correspondence with the Duke of Modena, her brother, was the letter which Mary Beatrice wrote to the Prince of Orange, in reply to the congratulations he had addressed to her by his ambassador. Whitehall, March 16, 1685. The lines you sent me by Mr. Overkay, or Overkirk, and the compliments be made me from you, were so obliging, that I know not how to thank you half enough for it. But I hope you believe that all the marks you give me of your friendship are very agreeable to me, and so must desire the continuance of it, which I am sure I shall always deserve from you, for nothing can ever alter me from being, with all sincerity and without compliments, yours truly, M.R. Pray follow my example, and write to me without any ceremony, for it is not to be minded between such friends as we are. Though all things wore a smiling aspect at the beginning of her consort's reign, the fickle multitude evincing the enthusiastic loyalty which is generally manifested towards a new sovereign, Mary Beatrice was neither well in body nor tranquil in mind. The health of the Queen of England, writes Barillon to Louis XIV, is not in a good state. Those who are about her person believe she will not live long. Her malady is a species of inflammation in the chest, with violent attacks of colic, which frequently return. She believes herself in danger. In another letter, His Excellency speaks of Her Majesty having become very thin and pale. Up to that period, Mary Beatrice had never used art to heighten her complexion. She had a great objection to rouge, not only as a matter of taste, but from a religious scruple. It was, however, the fashion for the ladies of her court to paint, and the king told her he wished her to do the same, more out of complaisance probably to the opinion of others, than because he imagined that artificial opaque tints of red could harmonize better with the classic dignity of her features than her own marble-like complexion. The queen, willing to please her lord at any rate, at length complied with the fashion by putting on the rouge. Father Seraphim, a Capuchin friar of great sanctity, seemed surprised when he saw her thus, and in reply to some remark about the paleness that seemed to render it necessary, bluntly exclaimed, "Madam, I would rather see your majesty yellow, or even green, than rouged." This being in the presence of the king, the queen was infinitely amused at the uncourtier-like sincerity of the old ecclesiastic, and could never think of his rejoinder without laughing. The cause that robbed the cheek of the young and beautiful consort of James II. Of bloom preyed on her spirits, and occasionally ruffled the equanimity of her temper, was her inability to induce him to dismiss his bold, audacious paramour, Catherine Sedley, from her household. This woman, after James's accession to the throne, aspired to become a recognized state mistress, and to enjoy the same power that she had seen the Duchess of Portsmouth exercise in the late reign. Unfortunately, those who call themselves James's best friends, the Earl of Rochester, for instance, and other gentlemen who dreaded the effects of his blind zeal for Romanism, which they attributed to the influence of his Catholic consort, thought it would be as well if that influence were counterbalanced by the fascinations of her rival. Catherine Sedley piqued herself on being a good Protestant, which goodness consisted not, of course, in the purity and holiness of life enjoined by the Reformed religion, but in hostility to that of Rome, and she was accustomed to amuse James with the most cutting raillery on the ceremonies and dogmas of his faith. It was devoutly hoped by Rochester, Clarendon, and others, that her powers of ridicule would, in time, destroy his majesty's unpopular veneration for the Church of Rome, and they very improperly encouraged him in his unprincipled violation of his conjugal duties. The queen, when she learned that her audacious rival was supported by the king's brother-in-law, treated them and their ladies with the disdain which such conduct was calculated to excite in her bosom. This was, in turn, resented and revenged in various ways, and the result was that Sunderland, who was politically opposed to the Earl of Rochester, and affected to pay great court to the queen, worked his way into a preponderance of power in the cabinet, not through her favour, for she always distrusted him, but in consequence of her hostility to the allies of Catherine Sedley. Sad indeed it is when the virtuous affections of a pure and sensitive heart are rendered instrumental in the selfish interests of cold, calculating politicians. Yet the jealousy of Mary Beatrice was not the coarse feeling that belongs to vulgar-minded women. Long after the death of her lord, when she alluded to her affection for him, she once averted to her wrongs in these words: "I will not say that he had no other attachment or passion. The king was ready to sacrifice his crown to his faith, but had no power to banish a mistress. I said to him once, 'Sir, is it possible that you would, for the sake of one passion, lose the merit of all your sacrifices?'" On another occasion, her majesty confessed that she had suffered herself to be so far transported by her indignant feelings as to say to the king, "Give her my dower, make her queen of England, but let me never see her more." Mary Beatrice considered, however, that she had been guilty of a great fault in speaking thus to her lord. The remonstrances of the priests and the Catholic lords, who made common cause with her majesty, induced James to expunge Mrs. Sedley's name from the list of the ladies of his injured consort's household, and he made a strong effort to break the distasteful tie, by enjoining her departure from the court. Such intimacies are much easier contracted than broken, as all princes find to their cost. Catherine left town for a little while, but retained her apartments at Whitehall. The result will be shown anon. It can scarcely be imagined that James really preferred a coarse-minded, unchaste, ugly woman to his virtuous, loving, and beautiful wife. The empire of Catherine Sedley was that of habit, maintained by violence and effrontery. She was the mother at that time of a grown-up daughter, whom he had married to the Earl of Annesley. There are many proofs, notwithstanding his infidelities, that James regarded his consort with feelings of respect, amounting to veneration. His admiration for her personal charms is testified by the device he chose for the reverse of her coronation medal, in which her graceful figure, clothed in flowing draperies, is seated on a rock in the attitude of a Britannia, with an inscription from Aeneas's address to Venus, O dia curte. The proclamations were issued for the coronation of the king and queen, to take place April 23, being St. George's Day. Circulars were on this occasion issued to the peeresses to attend, in scarlet robes and coronets, on the queen at that ceremonial. One of the Scotch judges, Sir John Louder of Fountain Hall, makes a singular observation in his diary on the intimation that Mary Beatrice was to be crowned. What the coronation of the queen imports is doubted, if it will make her regent after his death. A massy crown of gold is making for her. Our commons, continues he, took up a jealousy that the Scotch crown was to be sent down to Windsor, that the king might be crowned with it. No queen consort had been crowned in England, with the single exception of Anne of Denmark, since Ann Boulais, and great interest was excited at the expectation of Mary of Modena taking her proper place in this imposing spectacle, which her great beauty and majestic figure were eminently calculated to adorn. So many ancient claims were revived for the performance of various services, which, in the olden times, were required of the manorial nobility of England by the sovereign, but which had in later years fallen into disuse, that a court was empowered to sit at Westminster for the purpose of deciding them previous to the coronation. This court was opened on the 30th of March. Many of these claims, being founded on oral tradition, were judged obsolete. The lord of the manor of Bardolph, in Addington, Surrey, claimed to find a man to make a dish of grout for their majesties' table, and therefore prayed that the king's master cook might perform that service, which was granted. The lord of the manor of Finegrith, Essex, claimed to be the chamberlain to the queen for that day, and to have the queen's bed and furniture, basins, etc., belonging to the office, and to have a clerk in the exchequer to demand and receive the queen's gold. This claim was disallowed, because not made out as regarded the movables. As for the ancient immunity of the queen gold, or aurum reginae, it was never either claimed or received by Mary Beatrice. King James, with his usual regard to economy, curtailed some of the expensive details connected with his inauguration, especially the cavalcade from the Tower, by which he effected a retrenchment of upwards of £60,000. In consequence of the plunder of the crown jewels by the Roundheads during the Civil War, every article of the queen's regalia had to be supplied out of the fund voted for the coronation in this reign. No parsimony, however, was shown by James in regard to the circlet, crowns, and other regal ornaments, which were made expressly for the use of his consort, for they appear to have been of unparalleled magnificence. The price of the diamonds, pearls, and other gems, with which her imperial diadem was set, amounted to £100,658 sterling, according to Evelyn, who saw the bills attested by the goldsmith and jeweller who set them. When completed, however, it was valued at £111,900. The coronation was in the Easter week. King James, on the Maundy Thursday previous, performed in person the ancient ceremonial observance of the sovereigns of England, by washing the feet of 52 poor men, according to the number of his own years, and touched several for the king's evil. The night before the coronation, the queen slept at St. James's Palace, her former abode when Duchess of York, and always preferred by her to the royal palace at Whitehall. The next morning, having performed her devotions there, she was attired by her ladies of the bedchamber, assisted by her women, in her royal robes of purple velvet, furred with ermine, and looped with ropes and tassels of pearls, her kirtle being of rich white and silver brocade, ornamented with pearls and precious stones, with a stomacher very elaborately set with jewels. On her head was a cap of purple velvet, turned up with ermine, powdered with gems, and a circlet of gold very richly adorned with large diamonds, curiously set, a row of pearls round the upper edge. She then went privately in her chair to Whitehall, and thence through Privy Gardens into Channel Row, and across New Palace Yard to Westminster Hall, where the court of wards had been fitted up for her majesty to repose herself in with her ladies, while the ceremonial of the procession was set in order in the hall. At the same time, the king entered Westminster Hall. Her majesty, attended by her lord chamberlain and her other officers and ladies, came out of the court of wards by a private door at the southwest corner of the hall, and went to her chair of state under her canopy at the upper end of the hall, and stood before it until the king was seated. The seats of the royal pair were under separate canopies, that of the queen being somewhat lower and smaller than that of the king, but both exceedingly rich. After the regalia had been delivered to the king, and placed, with ceremonies too elaborate to recapitulate here, on the table at which their majesties were to dine that day, the said table being covered with a large fine carpet of Turkey or Persian work, the queen's crown, scepter, and the ivory rod with the dove, were, in like manner, delivered and placed on the table before her majesty at the king's left hand, and were distributed by the lord great chamberlain to the noblemen appointed to carry them. The queen's procession, headed by her vice chamberlain, Mr. Robert Strickland, preceded that of the king in the following manner: the Earl of Dorset carrying the ivory rod, the Earl of Rutland the scepter, and the Duke of Beaufort the crown. After them followed the queen herself, supported by the bishops of London and Winchester, under a rich canopy, supported by 16 barons of the Cinque Ports. Her train was borne by the young Duchess of Norfolk, assisted by 4 daughters of earls, namely, Lady Jane Noel, daughter of the Earl of Gainsborough, Lady Anne Herbert, daughter of the Earl of Pembroke, Lady Anne Spencer, daughter of the Earl of Sunderland, and Lady Essex Roberts. The Countess of Peterborough, the groom of the stole, as she was called, with 2 ladies of the bedchamber, Lady Sophia Bulkeley and Frances, Countess of Bantry, and Mrs. E. Bromley and Mrs. Margaret Dawson, her majesty's bedchamber women, were in close attendance on her person. The king's procession, in which the venerable Sir William Dugdale walked in his 82nd year as Garter King of Arms, followed in solemn state. Their majesties walked in this order from Westminster Hall through New Palace Yard into King Street, and so through the great sanctuary to the west door of the Abbey, the passage being railed in on both sides, from the north door of the hall to the entrance into the choir, guarded by his majesty's guards, horse and foot. 2 breadths of blue cloth were spread for their majesties to walk on, all the way from the stone steps in the hall to the foot of the steps in the Abbey choir, amounting in all 1,220 yards. The ancient and most picturesque custom of strewing flowers before the royal procession, being revived on this occasion, was performed by Mrs. Mary Dowell, hereditary herb woman to the king, assisted by 6 young ladies, all wearing hoods, as represented in the plate illustrative of the flower strewing in Sandford's book of the coronation of James II and Mary Beatrice. The herb strewers appear there in the full dress costume of the period, deep pointed bodices with open robes, looped back to show rich petticoats. They wear long gloves and very deep ruffles, falling from the elbows nearly to the wrists. Baskets containing 2 bushels of flowers and sweet herbs each were carried. No light burden for the fair strewers. 2 women to every basket, and 9 baskets full were strewn. As it was April, we may presume that violets, primroses, cowslips, pansies, bluebells, and jonquils, with stores of sweetbriar sprigs and other herbs of grace, formed the staple commodity, over which the gold-broidered slippers of the beautiful Italian queen and her noble attendants trod daintily on that proud day, as they proceeded from the hall to the western entrance of the abbey, the drums beating a march, the trumpets sounding levees, and the choir singing, all the way to the church, the well-known anthem commencing, "O Lord, grant the king a long life," etc. Both James and his consort were greeted with reiterated acclamations from the crowded spectators, who forgot, at least for one day, all differences of creeds in the delight occasioned by the royal pageant. The people were, indeed, prepared to look upon the queen with pleasure, for she had hallowed the day of her consecration with a deed of tender and munificent charity, by releasing all the prisoners who were in jail for small debts, taking the payment upon herself of all sums not exceeding £5. 80 prisoners were discharged from Newgate alone, through the gracious compassion of Mary Beatrice, which was extended to all the small debtors in confinement throughout the realm. Hundreds and thousands, therefore, had reason to remember that anniversary, and to bless her name, when, of all the glories of royalty that surrounded her that day, nothing remained to her but the empty name of queen, and the sweet recollection that she had caused many to rejoice in her joy, by doing good when she had it in her power. When the queen reached the entrance of the choir, she left her canopy and its supporters, and, preceded by her vice-chamberlain and regalia bearers, and followed by her ladies in attendance, ascended the steps of the raised platform, or theatre, between her 2 bishops, and so, going to the chair of state prepared for her, on the east side of the sacrarium, she stood beside it to await the king's coming. It has been said that this royal ceremonial derived its greatest luster from the presence of so beautiful a queen, whose graceful figure and majestic carriage were so well fitted to adorn the external pomp with which royalty is surrounded on such an occasion. Sandford's prints of this coronation represent Mary Beatrice with her hair dressed very low, a style that well became her classic outline, and with a profusion of long ringlets falling on either side of her face and floating on her bosom. Another contemporary quaintly observes, "The jewels she had on were reckoned worth 1,000,000, which made her shine like an angel." While she stood by her chair of state, Westminster scholars greeted her with shouts of "Vivat Regina Maria," a compliment never paid before to any but a sovereign. This salutation, or short prayer, as it is termed, they continued to reiterate till the arrival of the king, to whom they knelt, saluting him, in like manner, by shouting "Vivat Rex," as he ascended the steps of the choir to the theatre. Their majesties, having knelt at their fald stools, remained in private devotion for a few moments, arose, and seated themselves in their chairs of state. The queen's officers, and the noble bearers of her regalia, her train-bearer, and the ladies her assistants, the 2 supporting bishops standing on either side of her majesty, her lord chamberlain also on her right hand, and vice-chamberlain on her left, and her ladies behind her chair. At the recognition, the people signified their willingness and joy with loud acclamations of "God save King James." After the offering of the pall of cloth of gold had been made by the king, the queen was brought up from her seat to the altar, to perform the like ceremony, her regalia being borne before her. Mary Beatrice joined in the service of the Church of England, not only without hesitation, but with edifying piety. Indeed, the devout behaviour of the queen, and the earnestness with which she made her responses, were generally noticed. The Bishop of London had presented her with a small book of the prayers which were appointed to be used on that occasion, and she read from it with the greatest reverence and attention during the whole of the ceremony. Mary Beatrice probably felt in that moment that the differences between Christian churches were not great enough to prevent those who agreed in the truths of Scripture from uniting together in an act of prayer. The sermon was preached by Turner, Bishop of Ely, at 1:30, while the hymn Veni Creator was singing. In preparation for the consecration, the queen knelt by the king's side near the altar. The entire service of anointing, crowning, investing, and enthroning the king, and the homage from bishops and peers, were performed before the consecration of the queen took place, she having remained seated in her chair of state on the south side of the area, a spectress of the inauguration of her royal lord, till the last verse of the anthem, His seat also will I make to endure forever, and his throne as the days of heaven, had been sung, followed by flourish of trumpets, beat of drum, and shouts of God save the king, from those who were so soon to transfer their oaths of allegiance and shouts of gratulation to another. King James had bestowed much care on his consort's regalia, but none on his own. The crown had been made for Charles II, whose phrenological organization was broadly and powerfully developed. Consequently, it was too wide in the circlet, and not lofty enough in the arch, to fit James II, for the heads of the royal brothers were as unlike as their characters. When Sancroft placed this diadem on James's head, it tottered. Henry Sidney put forth his hand and kept it from falling, saying as he did so, This is not the first time, your majesty, that my family have supported the crown. A brilliant bon mot, if it had been based on facts, but a vain boast from a member of a republican family, and who, at the very time he was complimenting himself for this small crown service, was engaged in a treasonable correspondence with the Prince of Orange, for the purpose of undermining the throne of his unsuspecting sovereign. It is well known that this trifling incident, which a little foresight on the part of James might have prevented, was regarded by the superstition of many present as an evil omen. Few are aware that the circumstance was noted with dismay by the anxious queen, who was, of course, the most deeply interested person there. She mentioned it herself many years after the Revolution in these words: There was a presage that struck us, and every one who observed it. They could not make the crown keep firm on the king's head. It appeared always on the point of falling, and it required some care to hold it steady. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 4, Part 2. When the ceremony of anointing the queen took place, the Duchess of Norfolk took off her rich cap of state, and the archbishop pronounced the prayer as she knelt before him, and poured the oil on her head in the form of a cross. The ladies then opened her majesty's dress on the bosom, and he anointed her on the breast with the same ceremonies. The Duchess of Norfolk dried the place where the oil had been poured with fine cotton wool, and placed a fine linen coif on her majesty's head. Then the archbishop put the coronation ring, set with a fair ruby and 16 smaller ones round the hoop, on her fourth finger, and this ring Mary Beatrice wore to her dying day, and nothing could ever induce her to part with it. When Sancroft placed the crown on her head, the cries of "Long live the Queen!" resounded through the abbey, and many times redoubled and prolonged. Then all the peeresses put on their coronets, and the choir sang that appropriate anthem from the 45th Psalm. My heart is inditing of a good matter. I speak of the things I have made unto the king. At his right hand shall stand the queen, etc. While this anthem was singing, her majesty rose and was conducted to her throne, which was placed at the king's left hand, and many steps lower than his. She made a very low reverence to his majesty as she passed before him to take her seat on her throne, where she reposed herself till the end of the anthem, while the peeresses, which was an unusual token of respect, came up to render her complimentary marks of homage. The queen's coronation medals, bearing her effigies, were thrown about at the same time. In consequence of the unfortunate difference in the religious opinions of the sovereign and his consort from those of the great majority of their subjects, and of that church of which James, in virtue of his regal office, was the nominal head and defender, they did not receive the sacrament. At the coronation, says Bishop Patrick, I observed a vast difference between the king's behavior and the queen's. At the reading of the litany, they both came to kneel before the altar, and she answered at all the responses, but he never moved his lips. She expressed great devotion, but he little or none, often looking about as unconcerned. When she was anointed and crowned, I never saw greater devotion in any countenance. The motions of her body and hands were very becoming, and she answered Amen to every prayer with much humility. There was not the least sign of pleasure or transport, but all seriousness and composure of spirit. The prayers being ended, the king and queen descended from their thrones and proceeded in state to St. Edward's Chapel, where they delivered their crowns and scepters to the Archbishop of Canterbury, by whom they were placed on the altar there. Then their majesties retired each into a separate retiring room, or traverse, where the queen reposed herself and hers till his majesty was revested in his imperial robes of purple velvet. Then coming forth and standing before the altar there, the archbishop placed other crowns on their heads, with caps of purple velvet. That which had been made expressly for the queen was of exceeding richness and elegance of form. During the recess, Mary Beatrice departed from the solemn rigor of royal etiquette by going in her state crown into the private box, where the Princess Anne and Prince George of Denmark sat incognito to see the ceremonial, and chatted affectionately with them for some time. Her majesty returned from St. Edward's Chapel, preceding the king, holding her scepter with the cross in her right hand, and the ivory rod with the dove in her left. Her train borne as before, and, passing through the choir, she was again received under her canopy of cloth of gold by 16 barons of the Cinque Ports, and thus guarded on either side by the band of gentlemen pensioners. She left the church, followed immediately by King James in his regalia, with the swords of state borne before him. As the royal procession passed from the Abbey to Westminster Hall, the drums and trumpets sounded, and a vast concourse of spectators rent the air with acclamations and cries of "Long live the King and Queen!" Many fountains played with jets of wine, according to the custom of the good old times. When their majesties returned to Westminster Hall, they reposed themselves in their separate retiring rooms in the Court of Wards, till all the company had taken their places at the 7 tables, which were laid for the privileged or invited guests at the banquet. Then the king, preceded by his great state officers, made his entry, with his crown on his head, his scepter and orb in either hand, and seated himself in his chair of state at the head of the royal table. Immediately after, the queen, wearing her crown and bearing the scepter and the ivory rod with the dove, her train borne by her ladies, came forth from her retirement in the Court of Wards, and took her seat in her chair of state at the king's left hand. Most of the ancient ceremonies observed at the coronation banquets of the Anglo-Norman and Plantagenet services were revived by James on this occasion. The lords, who claimed the office of sewers that day, went to the dresser of the kitchen to receive the dishes. The master of the horse officiated as sergeant of the silver scullery, and went in person to the kitchen bar to take assay of the king's meat, which was thus performed. Having called for a dish of meat, he wiped the bottom of the dish, and also the cover, within and without, tasted it, covered it, and caused it to be conveyed to the royal table, and attended by the procession of all the great officers of the household, including the Earl Marshal with his rod, the Lord High Steward with his white staff, the Lord High Constable with his constable's staff, rode up the hall on horseback, preceding the first course. 32 dishes of hot meat were brought up by the Knights of the Bath, bareheaded, followed by a supply of other dishes by private gentlemen. Then the lord of the manor of Addington had the satisfaction of placing the mess of Dillagroot before their majesties, and was afterwards knighted for his pains. Dinner being placed on the table by the king and queen's carvers, with the help of the Earl Stewards and their assistants, the Lord Great Chamberlain, with his majesty's cupbearers and assistants, went to the king's cupboard, and washed before they presumed to tender their services to the sovereign. Then the Lord Great Chamberlain, preceded by the usher of the black rod, assisted by the cupbearer, and followed by the officials before mentioned, brought up the great basin and ewer for his majesty to wash. James, rising, delivered the scepter with the cross to the nobleman appointed to hold it, and the orb to the Bishop of Bath and Wells. Then the cupbearer poured water on his hands, and the lord of the manor of Hayden in Essex held the towel to his majesty. At the queen's washing, water was appointed to be poured on her majesty's hands by the Earl of Devonshire, her cup-bearer, and the Earl of Bridgewater was to offer her the towel. But she only used a wet napkin, which was presented to her by the Earl of Devonshire on his knee. Grace was then said by the Dean of the Chapel Royal, and their majesties sat down to dinner. The banquet consisted of upwards of 1,000 dishes, among which were many Scotch dainties, appearing for the first time, puzzled southern gastronomes with their hard names and novel forms, and delighted the northern magnates by testifying their majesties' remembrance of the hospitalities they had received in Scotland. Before the second course, Sir Charles Dymoke, the king's champion, clad in one of the king's best suits of white armor, having a helmet on his head, with a great plume of feathers, white, red, and blue, mounted a fine white charger, rode into the hall, preceded by the trumpeters, and attended by his 2 esquires, richly dressed, one bearing his lance erect, the other his target. The Earl Marshal and the Lord Constable, both on horseback, bringing him up to the royal table, where the herald-at-arms proclaimed his challenge, and the champion flung down his gauntlet. Not entirely a needless ceremony, as Monmouth was taking measures to contest the crown. This being thrice repeated, and no objection offered, the champion made a low obeisance to the king, who drank to him from a gilt bowl, and then sent the bowl of wine with its cover to him. The champion, with a low obeisance, pledged his majesty again, and then, having performed his service, rode out of the hall, taking the bowl and cover as his fee. Then Garter and the 2 provincial kings of arms, with the other heralds and poursuivants, came, and with the accustomed ceremonials cried, "Largess!" to the king, and having received his majesty's gift, proclaimed his style and titles in Latin, in French, and English, and cried, "Largess!" thrice. While the second course was carrying up, the Mayor of Oxford and the Lord Mayor of London were brought up to the king as assistants in the butlery, and kneeling, presented to the king wine in gilded bowls, and received them as their fees. Then the Lord of the Manor of Leiston in Essex brought up a charge of wafers to the royal table, and at the end of the dinner, while the king and queen were eating their wafers, came the Lord Mayor of London again, with 12 of the principal citizens, and presented wine to the king in a gold cup, and the king, having drunk thereof, presented the cup to the Lord Mayor as his fee, which service being performed, the 12 citizens retired to dine at the lower end of the second table, where room had been made for them below the aldermen. Dinner being ended, and grace said, their majesties performed their ablutions with the same ceremonies as before dinner, and then the king, resuming his orb and scepter, the queen her scepter and ivory rod, with the dove, they withdrew with their officers of state, their trains borne as before, the queen attended by her ladies, into the court of wards, about 7 in the evening. And having delivered their regalia to the Dean of Westminster and the master of the Jewel House, they departed in the same manner as they came. In the days of her exile and sorrowful widowhood, Mary Beatrice declared that she had never taken any pleasure in the envied name of a queen. Yet she sometimes spoke of the glories of her coronation, and descanted with true feminine delight on the magnificence of the regalia that had been prepared for her. "My dress and royal mantle," said she, "were covered with precious stones, and it took all the jewels that all the goldsmiths of London could procure to decorate my crown. Of these, nothing was lost except one small diamond, worth about 40 shillings." She told the nuns of Chaillot that no coronation of any preceding king of England had been so well conducted, and that all the arrangements had been made under the especial superintendence of King James, who ordered a book to be made of it. There is a splendid original portrait of Mary Beatrice in her crown and coronation robes in the collection of His Grace the Duke of Buccleuch at Dalkeith Palace. She is seated on her throne with an orb in one hand and the ivory rod in the other. It has been, by some mistake, lettered A.R., and is, in consequence, shown as the coronation portrait of Queen Anne, to whose exuberant charms it bears about the same resemblance as a Provence rose to a full-blown red peony. The English coronation oath, observes the shrewd Scotch lawyer, Sir John Lauder of Fountainhall, is not very special as to the Protestant or Popish religion, but runs somewhat in general terms. The oath, in fact, was the same that was taken in the days of Edward the Confessor, no alteration having been made in it at the time of the Reformation. A stringent clause, for the protection of the Church of England, as by law established, ought, in common prudence, to have been introduced at the inauguration of James II, but it was not. And he endeavored to take advantage of the omission by adhering to the original meaning of the pledge, not to the new interpretation of it. Almost the first use made by James II of his royal prerogative was to release several thousand Roman Catholics and Protestant dissenters who had been imprisoned for nonconformity. Among these victims of legalized bigotry were 1,500 members of the amiable and inoffensive society, vulgarly styled Quakers. He also put a stop to the revolting trade then too much practiced by base individuals of informing against others under pretenses of religious differences, for the sake of gratifying private revenge or sharing the fines. James had suffered too much annoyance in his own person from the existence of the iniquitous statutes by which such crimes were sanctioned, not to wish to ameliorate the case of others who stood in the same predicament, but in his zeal to exercise the paternal prerogative of mercy and justice towards an oppressed portion of his subjects, he rushed single-handed against the threefold barrier of the penal laws, the Test Act, and popular opinion. The first two were destined to fall, but not by the assault of regal power. They fell gradually before the progressive march of reason and moral justice, but not till nearly a century and a half after the abortive attempts of James II to do away with them had involved him in ruin, for they were then supported by the third, that capricious giant, public opinion, against which princes can seldom contend with impunity. The ostentatious parade with which James thought proper to practice the ceremonials of his church gave great offense to many of his subjects. He was no longer contented with accompanying his consort to her chapel, but opened a Catholic chapel in Whitehall, to which he insisted on their both going in state to receive the sacrament, attended by the great officers of their household. His brother-in-law, the Earl of Rochester, who held the office of Lord Treasurer, absented himself under the pretence of indisposition. The Lord of Norfolk, bearing the sword of state, stopped at the door of the chapel. "My Lord of Norfolk, your father would have gone farther," said James. "Your Majesty's father would not have gone so far," said the Duke. But he soon after made up his mind to attend the king as far as the gallery. The Duke of Somerset refused to attend. The Queen's Lord Chamberlain, Lord Godolphin, was more compliant. It was his duty to lead her by the hand into the royal closet, and to conduct her to the steps of the altar when she thought proper to receive the sacrament, and also to lead her back to her own apartment when mass was over, privileges which no Protestant scruple could induce Godolphin to forego. There were no other terms, he was aware, on which any man might hope to touch the hand of a princess to whom these lines of Lord Falkland were peculiarly applicable. Such beauty, that from all hearts love must flow, such dignity, that none durst tell her so. Godolphin had been an active member of the exclusionist faction. James, on his accession to the throne, generously forgave him, and preferred him to the office of Lord Chamberlain to the Queen. The heart of the Whig statesman was not proof against the personal charms and graceful manners of his royal mistress. His passion was hopeless, but it influenced his political conduct, and he became what, in the angry parlance of the times, was called a trimmer, a term peculiarly applicable to this nobleman, who, being a double-minded man, was, of course, unstable in his ways. Mary Beatrice was present at the opening of the new parliament, May 22, 1685. She and the Princess Anne of Denmark came into the House of Lords together, without state, some time before the arrival of the king, and stood next above the archbishops, on the right hand of the throne. Her Majesty remained standing while the prayers were read, and even while several of the lords took the test and the usual oaths. So that, says Evelyn, she heard the Pope and the worship of the Virgin renounced very decently. Then came in the king in his robes, wearing his crown, and being seated, the commons were introduced, and he delivered his speech, at every period whereof the house gave loud shouts. He finished with announcing that morning's news of Argyle's landing in the West Highlands of Scotland from Holland, and expressing his conviction of the zeal and readiness of his parliament to assist him as he required. At which, pursues Evelyn, there followed another Vive le Roi, and so his majesty retired. It does not appear that a special seat was provided for the accommodation of the queen, or that her presence was in any way recognized. The Commons voted the usual revenue to his majesty. The rebellion of Argyle in Scotland and of Monmouth in England strengthened rather than shook the throne of James II, in consequence of the celerity with which both were put down. Monmouth landed on the 11th of June, 1685, at Lyme in Dorsetshire, set up his standard, and issued a proclamation in which he denounced the king as a usurper, a murderer, a traitor, and a tyrant, accusing him in the most intemperate language of burning the city of London, murdering Sir Edmundbury Godfrey, cutting the throat of the Earl of Essex, and poisoning the late king, his brother. Public opinion was at that time in favour of James II. Both houses of Parliament united in an address to his majesty, offering to assist him with their lives and fortunes in putting down the rebellion. An act of attainder passed against Monmouth 3 days after the news of his landing was received. In the course of a week, Monmouth's forces amounted to 10,000 men. The enthusiastic welcome he received at Taunton encouraged him, in an evil hour, to proclaim himself king by the title of James II, and to set a price on the head of the usurper James Duke of York, as he now termed the lawful sovereign. The news of the defeat and capture of Argyle in Scotland was followed by the overthrow of Monmouth's cause at Sedgemoor, July 6. He was taken 2 days after, concealed in a ditch near Ringwood. The agonizing love of life prompted him to write a humble letter of supplication to the king, expressive of his remorse for what he had done, and imploring his mercy, and above all, to be permitted to see him, and to speak only one word to him, as he had that to reveal to him which he dare not commit to paper. He also wrote both to the queen and the queen dowager, begging them to intercede for him with his majesty to grant him an interview. Thus urged, James very improperly consented to see him. Monmouth threw himself at his feet and implored for mercy in the most passionate terms. The king had forgiven him very bitter injuries and intolerable provocations when Duke of York, on a personal humiliation, scarcely 20 months before, and the unfortunate prisoner must have deluded himself with the hope that he had only to reiterate his penitentiary protestations and promises, with submissions proportioned to the aggravation of his offense, to receive the like grace. But the case was altered. James had sterner duties to perform than the forgiveness of personal wrongs. He was now a king, invested with the responsible office of maintaining the laws that provided for the peace and security of his people. 2 kingdoms had been plunged into the horrors of civil war, and more than 3,000 of his subjects had already perished in consequence of this attempt, and it behooved him to take proper measures to prevent the repetition of such scenes. The full particulars of what passed at this interview are not distinctly known. I have been told, says Sir John Bramston, that the king asked him how he can expect pardon that had used him so, to make me a murderer and poisoner of my dear brother, besides all the other villainies you charge me with in your declaration. To which Monmouth replied, Ferguson drew it and made me sign it before I ever read it. That so angered the king that he said, This is trifling. Would you sign a paper of such consequence and not read it? So he turned from him and bade him prepare to die. Lord Dartmouth affirms that James told Monmouth that he had put it out of his power to pardon him by proclaiming himself king. Monmouth insinuated a desire of returning to the Church of Rome, in which he had been educated. It was, perhaps, with a view of assailing James on his weak point, his spirit of proselytizing, that Monmouth had so earnestly implored to be admitted to his presence, and this might be the mysterious one word that he wished to speak to him, for it is certain he made no political disclosures. If he had any such to make, he was unhappily deterred by the presence of the treacherous Sunderland, whom James, with his usual want of tact, had brought with him as one of the witnesses of this ill-judged interview. Sunderland, whom he knew, had been deeply implicated in all Monmouth's former plots, and had afterwards good reason to believe was his confidant in the late rebellion. Kennet endeavours to throw a most odious imputation on the consort of James II in the following passage, for which no other authority is given than the proverbially unfaithful evidence of hearsay. The queen is said to have insulted him, that is Monmouth, in a very arrogant and unmerciful manner, so that when the duke saw there was nothing designed by this interview but to satisfy the queen's revenge, he rose up from his majesty's feet with a new air of bravery and was carried to the Tower. Mary Beatrice could not insult the unfortunate duke in his distress, for she was not present. The interview took place in Chaffinch's apartments, whither the king came accompanied only by his two secretaries of state, the Earls of Middleton and Sunderland. If instead of the latter it had been possible for the queen to have been present, the result might have been very different. But neither the etiquette of business or royalty permitted her to witness this secret conference in the apartments of one of the menial officers of the palace. James, who, if we may trust the memoirs compiled by the historiographer of George IV., had some difficulty in overcoming his natural inclination to spare the unhappy culprit when he begged so hard for life, did not, of course, expose himself to the additional trial of bringing a tender-hearted, excitable female like Mary Beatrice to be a witness of a scene which it was not in a woman's nature to behold without tears and intercessions in his behalf. Monmouth, who had better means of knowing the disposition of this princess than those writers with whom it became a matter of business, after the Revolution, to blacken the widow of James II and the mother of the Pretender, calculated on her compassion in that dreadful crisis of his fate. He had, as soon as he was taken, written to entreat her to unite her good offices with those of the queen dowager to obtain for him an audience of the king, which audience would scarcely have been granted if she had been his enemy, and after it had proved ineffectual, he was told he must prepare for death. He again wrote to both queens, to implore them to intercede for his life with the king. Would he have done this if he had thought Mary Beatrice capable of hardening her husband's heart against him, much less if she had already insulted him in his agony? Fox, whom no one can suspect of a favourable bias towards James's consort, expressly declares this story to be wholly unworthy of credit, without more certain evidence. It must be remarked also, says that author, that Burnet, whose general prejudices would not lead him to doubt any imputations against the queen, does not mention her majesty's being present. Burnet, in fact, never misses an opportunity of reviling this princess, whom he calls a revengeful Italian lady. That Mary of Modena was a native of Italy cannot be denied, but it is a strong presumption of the innocence of her life when party malignity was reduced to the imbecility of using that circumstance as an epithet of reproach, and appealed to the prejudices of the vulgar, disgraceful to a man who held the office of a Christian prelate and called himself a historian. If such a tale had been in circulation, Burnet would have been only too happy to have quoted it as an instance of the unamiable disposition which he imputes to her. It has been assumed by some historians that James was cognizant of all Geoffrey's merciless proceedings, because there was a constant correspondence between the latter and Sunderland's letters contain assurances that the king approved and thanked Jeffreys for his zeal in his service. But this appears only one of the links in Sunderland's extensive chain of treachery. He and his friend Jeffreys played into each other's hands and amassed enormous sums by the sale of pardons to the wealthy, a species of traffic of which Rochester and Father Pitre are also accused. It is a notorious fact that Jeffreys, who was always in a state of exasperation of temper from bodily torture and the irritability caused by habitual intemperance, scrupled not to set the king's authority at naught by hanging out old Major Holmes, notwithstanding the royal grace had been extended to him. Jeffreys pretended that it was an accident. So, according to Queen Elizabeth, was the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots. The barbarities of Jeffreys were lamented by the king, when the whole truth was made known to him, by two courageous and noble-minded men, Sir Thomas Cutler, the commanding officer at Wells, and the good Bishop Ken, who made a personal appeal to the monarch himself in behalf of some of the victims. James not only listened to their representations, but thanked Sir Thomas Cutler publicly for what he had done, and expressed a wish that others had imitated his humanity. Among the prisoners, whose case came under the personal attention of the king, was the popular orator, Story, who had endeavored to excite the indignation of the people against his majesty by repeating in very inflammatory language all the libelous accusations that had been set forth in Monmouth's proclamation. The incident being recorded by a violent nonconformist, Edmund Calamy, is not liable to suspicion of over-partiality to the unfortunate sovereign. When Story, taken and imprisoned for assisting Monmouth, was ordered before the king and privy council of a sudden, the keeper declared his orders were to bring him immediately, which he did in a coach, without giving him any time to prepare himself in any manner, only cautioning him to give a plain and direct answer to the questions King James might put to him. When brought before the privy council, Story made so sad and sorrowful a figure that all present were surprised and frighted at his haggard and squalid appearance. When King James first cast his eyes upon him, he cried out, "Is that a man, or what is it?" His Majesty was told it was the rebel Story. "Oh, Story," said the king. "I remember him. That is a rare fellow indeed." Then turning towards him, "Pray, Story," says he, "you were in Monmouth's army in the West, were you not?" He, according to the advice given him, made answer presently, "Yes, an't please your Majesty." "Pray," said the king to him, "you were a commissary there, were you not?" Again Story replied, "Yes, an't please your Majesty." "And you," said King James, "made a speech before great crowds of people, did you not?" He again very readily answered, "Yes, and please your Majesty." "Pray," said King James, "if you have not forgotten what you said, let us have some taste of your fine speech. Let us have some specimen of some of the flowers of your rhetoric." Whereupon, resumes Edmund Calamy, Story told us that he readily made answer, "I told them, an't please your Majesty, that it was you that fired the city of London." "A rare rogue, upon my word," said the king. "And pray, what else did you tell them?" "I told them," he said, "an't please your Majesty, that you poisoned your brother." "Impudence in the utmost height of it," said King James. "Pray, let us have something further, if your memory serves you." "I further told them," said Mr. Story, "that your Majesty appeared to be fully determined to make the nation both papist and slaves." By this time the king seemed to have heard enough of the prisoner's speech, and therefore crying out, "A rogue with a witness!" and cutting off short, the king rejoined, "To all this I doubt not, but 1,000 other villainous things were added. But what would you say, Story, if, after all this, I were to grant you your life?" To which he, without any demur, made answer, "That he would pray for his Majesty as long as he lived." "Why then," said the king, "I freely pardon all that is past, and hope that you will not, for the future, represent your king as inexorable." One well-authenticated good deed ought to counterbalance a great deal of reviling, and is certainly of more weight than 50 pages of unsupported praise. Other instances of James's clemency towards those who had personally injured him are recorded. Ferguson, who had drawn up Monmouth's libelous proclamation, he freely pardoned. Also Hooke, who had been confederate with some others to assassinate him, by shooting him in the back, coming from Somerset House. The cruelties practiced to the Protestants in France, after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, had a prejudicial effect on the affairs of James II, by exciting a popular feeling of resentment against all members of the Church of Rome whatsoever. Yet James greatly condemned the measure as both unchristian and impolitic. He did more. He was very kind to the refugees. He was liberal to many of them. He ordered a brief for a charitable collection for them all over the nation. The king also ordered them to be denizened without paying fees, and gave them great immunities, so that in all there came over, first and last, between 40 and 50,000 of them. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 9, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 4, Part 3. In the latter end of June, the Queen's maternal grandmother, Madame de Martinozzi, died at Rome of the personal injuries she received by falling downstairs. Her property was inherited by her daughter, the Duchess of Modena. This event, together with her own delicate state of health, might be the reason why Mary Beatrice appeared very little in public this summer. On the 18th of July, she went with the king to see the regiments that had lately returned from Holland, exercised on Blackheath. She spent the rest of the summer and autumn at Windsor. In September, the king made a progress to Winchester, Portsmouth, and Southampton, and took great pleasure in inspecting his shipping and naval fortifications. While at Winchester, the Roman Catholic sovereign and the Protestant bishop had very amicable conversations on the subject of modern miracles, and the bishop bestowed a fervent benediction on the king for enacting that all poor Negro slaves in the British colonies should receive Christian baptism, in spite of the disgraceful opposition of the planters to this pious edict, which they feared would have the effect of emancipating their unfortunate victims. Evelyn, who attended the king on his progress, was certainly very favorably impressed by what he saw of him. He says, "I observed in this journey that infinite industry, sedulity, gravity, and great understanding and experience of affairs in his majesty, that I cannot but predict much happiness to the nation as to its political government, and if he so persist, there could be nothing more desirable to accomplish our prosperity, but that he was of the national religion." The Parliament met in November, and was alarmed by the royal proposition of a standing army, with dispensation from the test to the officers instead of a militia. Liberal supplies of money the Commons were willing to give a sovereign who had shown himself deserving of full confidence in pecuniary matters, but as they would not encourage his project, he, with a haughty disregard for the financial benefit which he might have obtained by a more judicious policy, prorogued the Parliament in anger after a session of only 11 days, and took the fatal resolution of acting independently of the representatives of his people. The return of Catherine Sedley about the same time gave the queen much uneasiness, and unable as she was to control her feelings, the pain she suffered was apparent to the whole court. The demons of party on either side watched the event with eager interest, and, according to their own selfish views, or bitter prejudices, attached themselves to the cause of the popish queen, or the Protestant mistress. Lord Rochester encouraged his wife to form an ostentatious alliance with Sedley, under the pretence that it was for the good of the church. Sunderland and Petre as ostentatiously espoused the cause of the queen, though both were well aware that she loved them not. When James thought proper to create Sedley Countess of Dorchester, the queen took it very grievously, so that when she dined in public, Evelyn, who stood near her on 2 successive days, says, "I observed she hardly ate one morsel, nor spoke one word to the king, nor to any about her, though at other times she used to be extremely pleasant, full of discourse and good humour." The Roman Catholics were also very angry, because they had so long valued the sanctity of their religion and proselytes. At last, unable to bear her mortification, Mary Beatrice fell ill, and took to her chamber. But remembering that while she had youth, beauty, and a good cause, the king's conscience, and all the priests on her side, she had no reason to despair. She determined, instead of abandoning herself to tears and sullen resentment, to make a vigorous effort to rid herself of her rival. Accordingly, she summoned a special committee to her aid, and then sent for the king. When James entered his queen's chamber, he found assembled there her confessor and his own, with several other priests of high repute for sanctity. The members of his council were also of her party, and all the Catholic peers. The queen told him that she was determined to witness her own degradation and his disregard of the most sacred obligations no longer. Either he must give up his mistress, or she would withdraw to a convent. When sobs choked her voice, his majesty was instantly assailed, like the tyrant in a Greek tragedy, by the united remonstrances of the chorus, whom his injured consort had provided to second her appeal. They represented her youth, her beauty, her conjugal devotion, her irreproachable virtue, and falling on their knees, conjured him to put an end to a connection so injurious to such a consort and so inconsistent with his own religious profession. James was taken by surprise. The remonstrances of his spiritual directors, the beauty and the tears of the queen, and his fear of losing her, prevailed. He promised to dissolve the disgraceful tie. He sent his commands to the new countess to withdraw from Whitehall and go abroad. But as she owed him neither duty nor respect, she defied him, declared that she was a free-born Englishwoman and would live where she pleased, and added that if he wanted to remove her, he must do it by force, and then she would appeal to the laws of the realm for protection. She crowned all by calling herself a Protestant victim. James was compelled to pay the penalty of his guilt and folly by submitting to her vulgar insolence and bribing her with the present of a large estate in Ireland to withdraw herself from his court for a time. She returned after a few months' absence, but the queen, having succeeded in banishing her from Whitehall, bore her suspected wrongs, on all future occasions, in silence. Instead of giving way to tears and passionate upbraidings, she took the more dignified course of appearing unconscious of her unworthy rival's existence. The profligate young Duchess of Norfolk, Lady Mary Mordaunt, was one of the women for whom King James had the ill taste to neglect his lovely and loving queen. He was extremely anxious to keep his disgraceful conduct from her knowledge, and for this purpose employed James Craggs, a cunning lackey of the Duchess, to manage the intrigue. Craggs secured a considerable sum of money from this affair, and moreover obtained preferment, which raised him from his servile degree, and in time he became an agent of the party which ruined James, and held office in William III's cabinet. It was not till the beginning of the year 1686 that the Royal Act of Grace was published for those that had been out in Monmouth's rebellion. There were many exceptions made, but Sunderland had reaped too rich a harvest in the sale of pardons to relinquish some further gleanings at the expense of his deluded sovereign's popularity. 20 young ladies, out of the 60 pretty girls who had gone in procession to meet and welcome Monmouth at his entrance into Taunton, and presented him with colours, a Bible, and a naked sword, were excluded by name from this amnesty, being the daughters of the richest persons in the town. After a good deal of negotiation, in which the names of Sunderland, the proud Duke of Somerset, and the philanthropic Quaker, William Penn, are strangely mixed up with the Queen's maids of honour, a fine, varying from £5 to 100, was extorted from the parents of each of the girls who had figured in that procession. These unlucky damsels would have acted more consistently with their Christian profession if they had read the Bible quietly at home, instead of parading it for the purposes of sedition, with a drawn sword and the ensigns of rebellion. Alas, that woman's mission of peace and consolation should ever be so far mistaken! But what can be said of the disgraceful conduct of the maids of honour if it be true, as we are gravely assured by Mackintosh, that the composition money, wherewithal the exemption of the Taunton maidens from persecution was purchased, was received by them? That the maids of honour acted as intercessors with the Queen to obtain her Majesty's gracious mediation in behalf of the poor frightened girls is likely enough, but strong doubts may reasonably be entertained whether a pecuniary reward for such special pleading found its way into the pocket of any one but Sunderland's daughter, Lady Anne Spencer, for whose benefit that avaricious and corrupt minister, in all probability, made the arrangement. The sum, about £1,200, would not have been worth all the pains he took about it if his daughter only got the sixth share. Be it as it may, however, there can be no reason to suppose that their majesties had any idea that the intercessions preferred to them by persons in the royal household were prompted by other feelings than those of compassion. Two of the maids of honor, in the service of Mary Beatrice, and much beloved by her, were ladies of the most irreproachable virtue, members of the Church of England, and alike distinguished for moral worth and literary attainments. One of those ladies, Anne Kingsmill, published a volume of elegant little poems, in which easy, graceful versification was combined with refinement and good feeling. She was celebrated by Pope under the name of Ardelia, after she became Countess of Winchelsea. The other, the beautiful and accomplished Anne Killigrew, whom Dryden has immortalized in the well-known elegiac ode beginning, "Thou youngest virgin daughter of the skies," was also a poet and an amateur artist of some repute in that age. She painted the portraits of James and his queen soon after their accession to the throne, and both are said to have been good and expressive likenesses. She died of the smallpox the same year, in the flower of her age, and must have been an irreparable loss to her royal mistress, for she had been long and faithfully attached to her service, and greatly excelled in music, of which Mary Beatrice was passionately fond. Dryden, after noticing how successful the fair artist had been in her delineation of King James, thus describes her picture of Mary Beatrice. Our Phoenix queen was portrayed too so bright, beauty alone could beauty take so right. Her dress, her shape, her matchless grace, were all observed, as well as heavenly face. With such a peerless majesty she stands, as in that day she took the crown from sacred hands. Before a train of heroines was seen, in beauty foremost, as in rank, the queen. This portrait, if in existence, would be a most interesting relic both of the queen and her maid of honor, the learned, fair, and good Anne Killigrew. A fine whole-length portrait of Mary Beatrice is in the collection of Colonel Bradel at Conishead Priory. From the slender proportions of the figure, the youthfulness of the features, and the classical simplicity of the dress, without any ornament, except a string of jet beads which confines the folds of her mantling draperies, we might suppose it was painted when she was the Duchess of York, but the appearance of the crown in the pediment of the pillar against which she leans marks it as one of her royal portraits. The increased shade of care and sadness which sits on the high melancholy brow tells of the oft-told tale that increase of grandeur had not added to the happiness of this princess. The lovely dark eyes are full of pensive thought. Her attitude, graceful as it is, would serve for that of a tragic muse. Her left hand is raised to hold back the drapery of an ample russet scarf, which is thrown carelessly across the royal mantle of dark blue velvet, and nearly envelops, without concealing, any of the symmetrical proportions of the figure. The name of Sir Peter Lely appears in this portrait, but the regal attributes indicate a date 5 years after the death of that artist. Among the chit-chat details of a contemporary letter, April 6, 1686, are the following little notices connected with the court of Mary Beatrice. I imagine your Countess of Dorchester will speedily move hitherward, for her house is furnishing very fine for her in St. James's Square, and a seat taken for her in the new consecrated St. Anne's Church. New equipage, in great splendor, is everywhere to be seen, especially their majesties. Her majesty is wonderfully glorious in her own apparel. James at this time, while pursuing with eager infatuation the dangerous and unconstitutional designs which led to his expulsion, recreated himself with hunting 2 or 3 days a week, and appeared to have taken as much interest in the chase as if it were the master passion of his soul, according to the testimony of the above, who writes, "His Majesty today, God bless him, underwent the fatigue of a long fox chase. I saw him and his followers return, as like drowned rats, as ever appendixes to royalty did." On the 3rd of May, James hunted red deer near Chelmsford with the Duke of Albemarle, Prince George of Denmark, and some of the lords of his court. After a long and obstinate chase, which lasted till evening, his majesty was in at the death between Rumsford and Brentwood. He got a coach to carry him on to Brentwood, where his own coach was, well pleased that he was in and the lords thrown out. He went the same night to sup at Newhall. A table was prepared for his majesty, and others for the lords and gentlemen. But the king, acting in better taste, would have his fellow hunters sup with him, and they sat down in good fellowship. The next day he hunted another stag, which lay in Newhall Park, and a famous run they had. The gallant creature leaped the Palling, swam the river, ran through Brantfield, Pleshy, and the Ruthings, and was at last killed at Hatfield. No Cockney hunter was James. The ditches were broad and deep, the hedges high, and the ways miry, but, like his ancestors, in ballad, legend, and tale, he kept close to the dogs, outrode servants, guards, and courtiers, and was in at the death, most of the lords in his noble host, the Duke of Albemarle, being thrown out, to his majesty's infinite delight. However, as his horse was spent, and his equipage and guards quite another way, and royalty in some need of a dinner, a special council was held, as soon as some of the foremost riders came up, to know what was best to be done. Lord Dartmouth advised to make for Copthall, the seat of the Earl of Dorset, and sent a groom to apprise his lordship that his majesty would take family fare with him that day, it being on his direct road to London. Never did the announcement of a royal visit arrive at a more unseasonable juncture. The earl was dining out at Rockholts with a large company of gentlemen. The countess and her mother were going to pay some visits in the neighbourhood, when the messenger met them by the way, stopped the coach, and delivered the royal message. Her ladyship, being painfully cognizant of the fact that her cook and butler were gone to Waltham Fair, would have excused herself from the inconvenient honour that was designed her in this climax of domestic distress, by saying that her lord and servants were out. But a second messenger following close on the heels of the first, she turned her coach and drove home, sending back the carriage to meet his majesty. Then, like a woman of spirit and good sense, instead of fretting after absent keys and servants, she, by the help of the maids, broke open locks and doors, and exerted her energies to such excellent purpose, that by the time the king arrived, had washed, and viewed the gardens and house, a very handsome collation was prepared for him. Extremely well pleased with this treat, his majesty set forth for London, and on the road met the Earl of Dorset returning home from Rockholts. The earl alighted, and coming to the coach door, bemoaned his ill fortune that he should not be in the way to receive that great honour, adding many apologies that things were not answerable to his desire. "Make no excuse, my lord," replied the king. "It was exceedingly well and very handsome." It is to be lamented that a prince, who had so much of the manly spirit of a true-born English king about him, should have forfeited the affections of his subjects by resigning his own better judgment into the hands of an incongruous junta of rash zealots and unprincipled double-minded traitors. The embassy to Rome gave offense, being contrary to the law of the land. The queen's name was associated with the unpopularity of the measure in a peculiar manner, as one of the objects was to solicit a cardinal's hat for her uncle, Rinaldo d'Este, which was not obtained without very great difficulty and most ungracious demurs on the part of the Pope. James II had little reason to show extra marks of respect to the head of his own church, for he had not a greater political foe than Innocent XI, who, as the creature of the emperor, had infinitely more regard for the Prince of Orange than for him. To judge of the feelings of that pontiff from his secret correspondence with William and the contempt with which he treated James's envoys and requests, one would suppose that the monarch's darling scheme of liberty of conscience and universal toleration was to the full as displeasing to him as to the English hierarchy and the presbytery of Scotland. The arrival of the papal nuncio, Fernand Count d'Ada, and the genuflections with which he was received by their majesties, gave infinite offense to Protestant England. The pulpits resounded with louder notes of alarm than before. The king took umbrage at certain personalities, and enjoined preachers to confine their exhortations to themes of Christian holiness or denunciations against sin. The church vindicated its independence, and James rashly involved himself in an open quarrel with Compton, Bishop of London, his old adversary. The king and queen came to Windsor earlier than they at first intended, in consequence of the unexpected accouchement of the Princess Anne, who had left London on the 12th of May in preparation for that event, which was not anticipated so early, but she was brought to bed 2 hours after her arrival of a fine girl. 6 weeks afterwards, James invited the Queen Dowager, and his daughter Anne, to see a grand review of his troops, horse, foot, and artillery, on Hounslow Heath, and to dine in his pavilion. A gallery was made for the accommodation of the two queens and their ladies to behold the spectacle. All the cannon, 28 in number, were fired, and then the whole army, horse and foot, fired twice. The king led the army till he passed the queens, then dismounted, and Lord Feversham marched before them. After this display, which was the grandest of the kind ever known, his majesty entertained the royal ladies and their noble attendants with a sumptuous banquet in his pavilion, and there was great feasting in every tent. James, calculating on the affection of the English for pageants, thought of putting all sorts of people in good humour by these sort of spectacles, but assurances had been successfully disseminated among them that this mighty army of 15,000 men, with their 28 pieces of artillery, was intended for the subversion of the Protestant religion. Every military display was therefore beheld with jealousy and alarm. The queen came from Windsor to the camp of Hounslow Heath on the 27th of July, when his majesty, as a piece of gallantry, made his 4,000 horse march at 2 in the morning into Staines Meadow, and attend the queen from thence to the Heath, where she dined with Lord Arran. The celebration of the mass in Lord Dunbarton's tent gave great offence to the public. Mary Beatrice spent the summer at Windsor with the king, whom she also accompanied on a little progress towards the west of England. They returned to Whitehall in October, which in that reign was the grand court season, both their majesties' birthdays occurring in that month. Dr. Cartwright was presented to the queen in her bedchamber on his preferment to the bishopric of Chester. When chaplain to Charles II, he had performed some good offices for her and her lord, it should seem, of which she retained a grateful recollection, for when she gave him her hand to kiss, she told him, that neither she nor the king could ever forget the services he had rendered them before they came to the throne, nor should he ever want a friend as long as she lived. On another occasion, this prelate says, I was at the king's levee, and as his majesty brought the queen in to dinner, she was graciously pleased to offer me her hand to kiss. James and his queen dined early in the day, and the king went to council in the afternoon. Great improvements were made in the royal apartments at Whitehall. The queen's state chamber was rebuilt and sumptuously furnished and decorated. The embroidery of her bed cost £3,000. The prudent economy of the king in the management of his private income enabled his consort to indulge her taste without culpability in matters which afforded employment to her own sex and encouraged ornamental artificers. The finances of the kingdom were in a flourishing state, so much so that it was feared that the king would become independent of the nation, from having no need to apply to a parliament for supplies. This prosperity was, however, unsubstantial, for the king was at variance with the church, and there was no sympathy between him and his people. On Christmas Eve, the new Roman Catholic chapel, which James had built for himself and his queen, was opened for the solemnization of the midnight mass. The royal closet was splendidly adorned with painting and gilding, and the thrones on which their majesties sat were, according to Evelyn, very glorious. But all this pomp was regarded as contrary to the simplicity of the primitive Christian worship, and gave great offense. The queen does not appear to have made any personal attempts at proselytism in her own household. She was beloved by her Protestant ladies, several of whom followed her into exile. Sunderland was one of the few persons who adopted the creed of royalty, but it was the cloak of his treachery, the serpent-like wile whereby he crept into the bosom of his unfortunate lord and obtained the power of effecting his ruin. On the New Year's Day, 1687, that noble work of art, Gibbon's statue of James II in a Roman habit, was placed in the great court of Whitehall before the new-built chapel. It was a tribute of grateful and loyal affection from an old and faithful domestic, Tobias Rustat, who had served the royal brothers, Charles and James, as page of the back stairs, and devoted a portion of the money he had acquired in their service to this purpose. Honest Toby Rustat was a person of a differently constituted mind from some of the more celebrated characters on whom James showered his favors. Many persons attributed the disgrace of Rochester to the displeasure the queen had conceived at his having brought Lady Dorchester again on the scene, for the purpose of countermining her conjugal influence. Yet when Lady Rochester, whom her majesty had once honoured with her friendship, wrote to her in her dying illness, expressing an earnest desire to see her, Mary Beatrice overlooked all the provocations she had given her by her offensive parade of intimacy with the woman who was injuring her, and came to visit her in her sick chamber, and remained 2 hours with her. Lady Rochester, according to Burnet, took the opportunity of insinuating the possibility of her lord becoming a convert to the court religion, and that this was the origin of the memorable controversy for his conversion, which ended in confirming his adherence to the Church of England. When Rochester finally resigned the treasurer's staff, Sunderland eagerly coveted that lucrative office, but the king was too careful in the management of his revenue to trust a man with the nation's purse, who never could keep a penny in his own. It would have been well for James if he had been as wary in other matters. He considered the office of Lord Treasurer too responsible for any one person to hold, and put it into commission. Sunderland flattered himself that he could render the queen instrumental in procuring for him the object of his ambition. He told her that Father Pitre advised him to think of being treasurer, and that her majesty could easily persuade the king to it. Mary Beatrice understood her duty as a queen consort of Great Britain too well to give any sign of encouragement in reply. Sunderland then assured her that it was not a plan of his suggestion, for he was well contented as he was. Her majesty prudently freed herself from further importunity by affecting to believe this deceitful protestation, and said, she was glad he was of that mind, for after the king's declaration in council, she could not presume to make any attempts to shake his majesty's resolution. Sunderland never forgave his disappointment. Great pains had been taken to impute the impolitic counsels which embroiled James with the church to his consort. Nothing can be more unjust. James himself testifies that these things were done contrary to the advice of the queen. When Sunderland had obtained the ascendancy in the cabinet, he persuaded the king to the unpopular act of making Father Pitre a privy councillor. But as soon as the queen heard what was designed, she earnestly begged the king not to do it, telling him that it would give great scandal, not only to the Protestants, but to the thinking Catholics, as contrary to their rule. Sunderland's influence prevailed, and her majesty was wont to use a homely Italian proverb, signifying that the minister overbore her and carried the measure in her despite. In conversations with the nuns of Chaillot, Mary Beatrice said, she never liked Pitre, that his violent counsels did the king much harm, and she believed he was a bad man. The king made more than usual personal attention to the queen in the spring of 1687. When he went to visit his camp at Hounslow, he generally brought her from Windsor or Whitehall to Richmond Palace, where he left her and returned to her in the evening. She was fond of that palace and neighbourhood, and found the soft air beneficial to the consumptive cough that sometimes harassed her. When she felt disposed to spend a few days quietly at Richmond, the king arranged his hunting parties in that neighbourhood, and made that palace his headquarters. He was playing a desperate game in ecclesiastical affairs, and had engaged himself in a dispute with both the universities by his ill-judged interference in their elections. The particulars of those transactions belong to the public history of James's reign. The name of his queen has happily never been mixed up with them. Her majesty's physicians had unanimously recommended their royal mistress to take a course of the Bath waters this year. It was settled that she should go there early in the season, but her journey was delayed for the pompous public reception of the Nuncio Dada after his consecration in the King's Chapel at Whitehall Palace as Archbishop of Amasia. In the evening, he appeared in full pontificalibus in the queen's apartment. Both king and queen arose from their thrones and knelt at his feet to receive his pastoral benediction, a display that was in bad taste. James, observing tokens of disapprobation in the circle, reminded his court that he and her majesty knelt not to the Pope's nuncio, but to the archbishop. When the public reception of Dada took place at Windsor, the Duke of Somerset, who was first lord of the bedchamber, refused to introduce him, telling the king it was against the law. "Do you not know that I am above the law?" said the king. "But I am not," rejoined the duke. The ceremony was performed by the Duke of Grafton. Somerset lost his place and the command of his regiment. James had little reason to violate public prejudices and create personal enemies by showing impolitic marks of respect to the papal envoy, whose real business in England was to detach him from the league with Louis XIV, or, in case he remained obstinately fixed in that alliance, to assist the confederacy that was plotting to deprive him of his throne. This summer, the queen was plunged into the deepest affliction by the loss of her mother, the Duchess of Modena, who died at Rome, July 19th. No common affection had united these princesses. The Duchess was the only parent whom Mary of Modena had ever known, and the early ties of natural love had been strengthened by renewed intercourse in riper years. They had passed some time together in Brussels and afterwards in England. A close and endearing correspondence had always been kept up between them, and now the childless queen felt the bereavement of her mother as one of the greatest sorrows that had befallen her. A solemn court mourning for the Duchess of Modena commenced on the 31st of July, and it was ordered to be for the same duration as that which had been worn in the last reign for the Queen of Portugal, the mother of Catherine of Braganza. The political intrigues of Dykvelt, the Dutch ambassador, had led to an ominous coolness between King James and his son-in-law of Orange, but the queen had wisely kept up a friendly correspondence with both William and Mary, and instead of sending a ceremonial announcement of her mother's death, she endeavoured to bespeak William's sympathy by the natural expression of her grief and confidence in his affection that might be expected between persons so dearly connected by relative ties as they were. Queen Mary Beatrice to the Prince of Orange. The friendship you have showed me on all occasions, and the part that I have always flattered myself you took in my concerns, make me hope I may have a share of your compassion in the great grief I now lie under for the death of the Duchess of Modena, my mother, in which nothing can comfort me but the hopes I have of her happiness in the other world. Next to this, I hope it ease in my affliction to have the pity of one's friends, which makes me hope for yours at this time, assuring you that in what condition soever I am, I shall always be, with all sincerity, truly yours, M.R. This frank letter had the effect, which doubtless the royal writer intended, of renewing the suspended intercourse between the courts of Whitehall and the Hague. But it was in an evil hour for the House of Stuart, since an open enemy is at all times less dangerous than a pretended friend. On the 16th of August, Mary Beatrice set out for Bath, escorted by the king, who left her there on the 21st, while he proceeded on his western progress. While at Bath, Her Majesty received letters and messages of condolence from the Prince of Orange on her late loss, which appeared to have given her great satisfaction, if we may judge by the affectionate tone of her reply. Bath, August 21st, 1687. I have so many thanks to return to you for the part which Monsieur Zulestein has assured me you take in my just grief for the loss of my mother, and for sending him to assure me of it, that I know not where to begin, nor how to express to you the sense I have of it. I hope you are so just to me as to believe it much greater than I can make it appear on this paper. I have desired this bearer to help me persuade you of this, and to assure you that I do desire above all things the continuance of your friendship, which I cannot but think I do deserve a little by being, with all the sincerity and affection imaginable, truly yours, M.R. The Duchess of Modena, just before her death, it seems, had visited the shrine of Our Lady of Loretto with prayers and votive offerings to the Blessed Virgin, that by her intercessions her royal daughter, the Queen of England, might have a son. Her Majesty had been zealously praying for the same blessing at home, not only to heaven and to Our Lady, but to her favorite saint, Saint Francis Xavier, in whose patronage she especially confided. All the zealous Roman Catholics in the three realms had long united in the same prayer. There was no reason to despair of its accomplishment, for the queen was still in the bloom of life. It could not be said of her, as of her royal sister-in-law, Queen Catherine, that she was a barren woman, as she had borne 4 living children, one of which had lived to be 5 years old. But Mary Beatrice had suffered from mental disquietude, which had preyed alike on her health and spirits, and it was suspected that the uneasiness the king had caused by giving her rivals was the reason that the blessing of a male heir was denied him. An alteration had of late taken place in his conduct, indicating an intention of leading a life more in conformity with his religious profession. He had for some months treated the queen with the attention of a lover, and expressed a laudable wish of imitating her virtues. Moreover, in the course of his Welsh progress, His Majesty had made a pilgrimage to the holy well of the renowned British saint and martyr, Winifred, and taken a draught of the miracle-working waters, with vows and prayers for the accomplishment of the same object, which had occupied the last thoughts of his worthy mother-in-law, the Duchess of Modena. Absurd as this proceeding may appear, it was not half so foolish as his conduct in going to Oxford and interfering with the affairs of Magdalen College. On the 6th of September, James rejoined his consort at Bath. He found her in greatly improved health. She had taken the waters and used the hot mineral bath with great success, as regarded her bodily health. The bath used by Mary of Modena now goes by the name of the Cross Bath. It was distinguished by a richly sculptured cross of pure white marble, erected by the Earl of Melford to commemorate the reunion of the royal pair on that spot. End of section 13.